Welcome to Get to the Point, our pre-show here at Flashpoint. And joining me for this show is once again Thorin and Sean Garris, and our new guest here, Maui Snake. Welcome.
Hey,
You have to hold the mic to your mouth.
How's this? Does it look good?
You got it.
All right, well, I got it.
You're fumbling with your in-ear. It's okay. Takes some getting used to.
Yeah.
As you know, the audio journey of Flashpoint has been long and perilous, but we finally arrived. As long as you hold the mic up to your mouth, that's.
I'm glad we found a fix.
I'm glad too. So I think we should start out with some of your opinions on what's been going on so far in these groups, because you have, to this point, been an observer throughout Phase 1.
Yep.
So who are the teams that you've been most excited to see in Flashpoint 1 so far?
Coming into this, I was pretty excited to see MIBR, but in the beginning, it wasn't looking too good for them. But as soon as it went to online, we've seen that they've had a real uptick in performance. Gen.G is now probably the best player in this entire league. And surprisingly, another team, which probably was on the lower end for some people, is Orgless. I thought they were going to be kind of questionable, definitely like not the most experience on that team. But now that they're online, I mean, these guys, they're kind of onliners. Like, there's not too many accomplishments between all of the players. Ye's been to a major. He went top 8 with Complexity, and FNS, he's been to, I think, 3 now. But the other players, they don't have too much to speak of, but they're still really showing up in the server.
I mean, there are some caveats with that, which we'll talk about later, in that they did make top 2 with only winning a single best of 3.
Yeah.
Because they did get the forfeit win versus the Fun Plus Phoenix / Heroic roster. That is not the Fun Plus Phoenix / Swole Patrol roster that we're dealing with right now. But we'll get to them later on because we are in the Dig measuring contest group right now. There is something you were saying that was interesting, though, is that you have been really embedded within the North American scene, and you were talking to me beforehand about your opinions about Moose coming in, because we didn't get to see him in Phase 1, and now we finally got to see his performance, which was not super impressive yesterday, but
right.
You're really high on this guy. Yeah,
so in my opinion, Moose has a very similar trajectory to Breezy, who has now established himself as a top 10 player in the world in the last year. And what they both share in common is that they have basically grinded the ESEA RWS leaderboards for a really long time. Breezy was pretty much at the top of the leaderboards every single month in pug stats, and some people kind of just write that off like, okay, he's a pugger. But at the end of the day, to be a really good matchmaking pugger on ESEA, you need to have a lot of mechanical skill and to be able to think on your feet really quickly, constantly. Moose also has been topping the leaderboards in the last year, pretty much in the same way that Breezy was before he became the force that he was. So I'm really excited to see what Moose can do. And they actually are both kind of extremity players too. They put him in the same role. I'm pretty sure that Moose takes a lot of his just individual game from Breezy as well.
Also has a great name, by the way. I saw on the screen there, his name actually is Caleb Jane, which sounds like some sort of a character in like a Fallout quest. Like, you've got to go find Caleb Jane and his elite followers in the mountains. That's actually a sick name.
So to add on to what you said about, playing a lot of pugs, being in ESEA and, FPL, that's how these top players now are coming up, whether it be like Rops or, who's another top player? Frozen came up through FPL as well.
Pretty much, yeah.
So all these new players that are coming up in the scene are all doing it by grinding out massive amounts of pug hours. And the reason why that helps so much is because they get in duels that they would never get in professional matches. So when they come into a professional match, pretty much nothing catches them off guard. Like, they're very aware. They're hyper aware about peeking angles, jiggle peeking everything. That's why the whole breed of people wide swinging angles, like people like me back in the day, that breed is dying out because the new school players coming up through these pug systems, and they've experienced everything. So they're just jiggle peeking every angle.
Yeah, to touch on that, like the basic contrast that he's setting up here is, if you came up competitively, like you had to be on a semi-pro team and then make it to Division X and then the division above, and eventually you get to main and you get to invite and you become a pro player. The problem is you might have spent 80% of that process just playing teams at your level. So you'll just be destroying those guys. You're the best player in the server. Whereas if you actually get to be like a semi-pro player and you get to play pugs where you're against like Stewie 2K, Nitro, all these like top pro players who've played for years and years and years, they're just going to level your game up almost as though you were joining like a sports team and you were the rookie,
Yeah, it's definitely, it's just a totally different type of game, right? So the way I came up is through a lot of team scrims. So I came up through just only, strat versus strat, whereas these puggers that are coming up by just playing these grinded out pugs where they're just.
So they've seen all this stupid shit,
Yeah,
is what you're saying. So you can't surprise them with stupid shit.
You cannot.
But so my next question is: these are great micro decisions that these players are able to make in a one-on-one duel or in their particular situation. How long does it then take them to be accustomed to strats being called by a real IGL and learning a playbook of a team?
Yeah, that's the biggest problem. Is it oftentimes seems like their pacing is off for a while. It takes a long time for them to develop into a system, especially when they're not in a lurking role, which is probably why, when Rops first joined Mouse Sports, he was like lurking. He was, not really first in the pack. These players rarely are entry fraggers that come up through the ESEA grinded out system. Rarely are they at the top of hits, and that's because they don't create spacing necessary.
But they even switched Frozen's role to be more of a secondary kind of entry. Like, he's not the main primary entry like he used to be. They even switched him to kind of that secondary in kind of role, and just kind of like that sometimes an extremity player. And that's when Mouse Sports made their jump. It's when they gave Frozen his comfort zone. Yeah,
it's very hard to teach a player how to like fundamentally play the game like that. Like, this is how you're going to peak this angle, because that's a super micro decision in their mind that's just built in after thousands of hours of gaming. It's not just a strat that you're running at a round.
So where is Moose in this development process right now?
Like, how far is he from? If you're saying you're comparing it to Breezy, we know what Breezy is now or was at the end of last year. How far along that's Moose?
I think Moose probably needs about 9 months. I think probably by December of this year, if Envy make it to some big LAN at the end of this year, I think Moose will probably end up dropping like a 1.1 plus rating. Doesn't matter if it's a tier 1 LAN or anything like that.
Okay, right. Prediction for Flashpoint 2.
That's right. That's actually a very interesting, because you've seen Nifty kind of build out this roster over time, and clearly we've seen a lot of mechanical ability from the NV players. It just hasn't kind of coalesced, but the fragging power seems to be there.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to really check out their tactics too intricately right now. They played that one series against Cloud9 where it was finally their 5-man roster, and they were able to take down Cloud9. Especially, there was some trash talk there after the game, which we should talk about after. But it seemed like they really knew what Cloud9 was going to throw at them, because they've seen so much Cloud9. So they kind of had that in their back pocket. They were able to anti-strat a little bit more. They did execute a little bit of their own game plan, but they were also making a lot of quick reads. So it's kind of hard to tell if the teamwork is actually there yet for Envy, or if they were just executing a good anti-strat game plan.
Well, I think it's going to wrap up your initial impressions of yesterday's matches, because we do have to take a break and then get into today's games for our Dig Measuring Contest group. We'll see you in a few.
Hey guys, it's Ye. I'm from Orgless.
My name's Finesse.
I'm Infinite.
My name is Yassine Sabroza Taufik. For the most part of my career, I've always kind of had the same role, which is like more of a pack player.
Hi, I'm Wardell, and I'm from Orgless, and we're struggling to find an org right now. Oh my god, we need an org.
We've been kind of like trying to put this team together, I would say, for quite some time. I remember like talking to John, I'm just like, there's so many good free agents out there right now. And I guarantee you we could put together like a squad of like these free agents that would be better than, you know, majority of these North American teams.
So our path to Flashpoint, we had just made the teams before the online qualifiers, so we didn't get much prep. Even though we're Orgless, we were still like grinding really hard because we're all committed.
3 kills away from the Cinderella story. The Orgless team, literally no org. If they get these 2 kills, they get salary regardless. Yay now, of course, to maybe get a last kill onto Steel. And there it is, a team with no org make it to Flashpoint 1.
I would say like the major difference between having org and not having org is just like the overall like support you get. A lot of orgs, you have a coach, you have a training regimen, you have like facilities that you play at. We don't have like a facility. We kind of just like play at home. We have to do, you know, all our own research on demos and like how to play against like other teams because we don't have like a coach. It does make the job of the players like a lot harder, but you know, at the same time, I think we're down for a challenge.
As a pro player, the worst thing that can happen is you lose to a team without jerseys. You feel like shit. You literally feel like you're losing to a bunch of casuals out here.
And you know, I just felt like doing a little button-up shirt, you know, like
You got to,
you know,
got a drip on it.
Gotta look a little professional. That's all I want to say.
How you feel and how you want the job.
Oh my god.
Here's a chance. Yay, it's all on you, and he's got it. Immediate hit, all 3.
You guys fucking suck!
So as far as all the shouting and yelling goes, I personally don't do any of it, but my other 4 teammates lose their minds when we win big rounds.
Get a fucking on it!
And I think as far as getting in the team's head, if they can hear you screaming and stuff like that, it definitely does hurt.
You want to break their concentration, and we tend to like sometimes target certain players, especially if we feel like they're like the heavy performers or they're a very important piece of the team.
Hey! Who's calling?
If we can like throw them off just like a little bit, I think it really benefits us.
Hey! You guys are trash!
Not only are they wrecking in the game, they are beating them down psychologically too.
Orgless is definitely one of the more interesting stories that we saw coming through the qualifier. Part of Flashpoint is, of course, that Flashpoint itself is paying their salaries for the duration of Flashpoint 1. Flashpoint itself is paying for their accommodation, so they're not just playing at their own homes anymore. They actually are here together in Los Angeles right now and able to get some of that better practice. So, as I alluded to earlier, Orgless only had to win 1 best of 3 in order to set them up for a top 2 finish because of the forfeit that we saw from Fun Plus Phoenix. Now, they did come back and beat Dignitas when they lost to them in the first round, but then disappointed versus Cloud9. So, Maui, what were your observations of Orgless as a team?
Yeah, I think that FNS has done a really good job just whipping these guys into shape. A lot of them, similar to Moose, who we just talked about, kind of came up in this pug upbringing. And other than Ye and other than FNS, none have really played at too many large-scale tournaments, Tier 1 events. So it's going to be interesting to see just how continue to build their game plans, because you can see in the middle of rounds that sometimes this Orgless team doesn't have the best CT setups or maybe the best support nades for each other, and building out those little just 2-man games across the map where FNS maybe doesn't have a speaking role, which is primarily going to be the CT side, is in my opinion going to be the biggest factor in Orgless's success for phase 2 of Flashpoint.
I'm actually really high on Orgless in the long term. I agree with what they said in that interview where, you know, they could put these 5 players together and be better than, you know, half of these North American teams with orgs and with serious backing. Now, the problem is like Maui just said, you know, they're lacking the cohesion between the players because they're so inexperienced. And they are not signed to contracts. So they're very volatile emotionally, as you could see. So I'm really worried that, someone's going to do something stupid and then end up getting caught, and then they start back from square one. If they manage to keep this 5 together, I think FNS is a great in-game leader, and I think the skill of the other 4 is super high. They will succeed down the road. But I don't know if they have what it takes right now to advance through this group.
So, Thorin, should somebody sign this team now?
Yeah, I mean, I already think they're better than some of the teams that are in Flashpoint. So, I mean, technically, those are the orgs are paying their salary. So, at least they're paying for some good things. No, I would actually say the key to this team, though, is that they have to keep FNS. Like, he is the crown jewel, because I would contrast it with having a startup company. So, you're just a startup. You haven't got all the money in the facilities yet. You need one of the founders to have a skill that he can basically give for free to the company. So, in the same sense, how I would contrast Orgless and Envy is Envy has some good players, but bringing them all together has been pretty tough. And Nifty was never a great in-game leader anyway. He himself is still developing that role. FNS he's a veteran in-game leader at this point in time. So when you have a player of his quality, you can bring in these players who, to be fair, they're all basically rejects, except Wardell. He bizarrely turned down offers. The rest of them, in theory, would be out of the pro scene. So actually, the idea that this guy, I think that also means they're going to be receptive to whatever FNS wants to do. They know this is kind of a last chance saloon for some of them.
Yeah, and even though Orgless is in the same group again with Dig, their first opponent this time is going to be MIBR, who has had this massive, well, I won't say massive, has had a resurgence online. Obviously, they're coming off a loss to Team Liquid in EPL, where they got utterly dominated. But the other side of that...
Sorry, what?
Oh, yeah. And the other side of that is that at least in Flashpoint 1, they have looked really dominant since they went online. Fur and Gen.G have been really putting up a lot of frags. So seeing their success and then seeing their more recent failure in EPL against, honestly, much tougher competition, where are these guys stacking up?
One thing I want to actually ask for these guys, because obviously we've all watched MIBR play for a long time and for many years, right? One of the things I found weird was when they went to the online portion and Gen.G and Fur were having great games, even Fallen had some halves where he was looking sick again. It seemed like even in the online component, MIBR wasn't really that integrate. He seemed like the missing man. He almost went invisible. So, does that speak to some sort of identity issue within MIBR? It feels like something about how they use the players. Like they themselves don't quite know what the right mix is.
Yeah, it seems like there's multiple speaking voices across this team. When I saw them at Anaheim, I actually paid attention pretty closely to who was talking the most during rounds, and I was really surprised that Mayern was actually a very vocal player on this team. That was something that just really caught me off guard. So in the mid-rounds, I think he's talking a lot, and I think his ideas might actually be clashing. This is purely speculation, but when I see 5 of them alive and Mayern is talking more than the rest of them, either he's giving really shitty comms to them, just like left foot, right step, where I'm going and shit like that. But at the end of the day, Fallen should be the one talking the most. It should be probably Fur talking the most, Taco. So I think Mayern might have an idea for how he wants to play the game, and MIBR is just actually kind of do whatever it is you want to do sometimes. It's hard to tell because he does seem out of place sometimes.
Yeah, he seems out of place a lot. And I think Mayern and Gen.G actually gets caught off a lot. I know there's been a lot of talk about Gen.G's performance online. Yeah, he's been a top 6 player so far in Flashpoint statistically. Fur is actually ahead of him. Fur is playing insane. But when I see Gen.G, he gets caught off a lot, and he over-peaks, he dies when he shouldn't, and he's often opping. So that's a huge problem, and people know to flood sites when he dies. I agree with what you're saying about Mayern. I don't like that he's calming a lot during rounds. As an in-game leader, that would super trigger me, actually. I feel like people that over-calm just cause chaos. And that's what it looks like, actually, when I watch MIBR. It looks like chaos. It looks like there was that round on Overpass where Fur got 3 entries on the A site, and they just all sat around, and they didn't do anything. They faked B. They went back to A. They ended up losing the round. It was the most ridiculous professional round loss I've ever seen out of MIBR. It was horrible. That could only happen from overcalming.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, it just seems like sometimes the game plan isn't there. Maybe Fallen has an idea of how he wants to play the game, but Mayern coming from his team, I think it was Isurus before this, they probably had a just totally different play style.
Was he on Sharks?
Oh, yeah, Sharks. Yeah, they both just have Sharks logos.
Like it matters.
They both have Sharks logos. I don't know why 2 teams from the same region chose the team with the same logo, but
pretty popular over there.
Yeah, but yeah, it is weird watching them play and just seeing that the disconnect's there, but it actually honestly, at this point, it doesn't seem to matter that much. I think that they're so comfortable online now, Gen.G in particular, that they can overcome some of their communication issues. Some of their game plans don't need to be as flawless as you'd hope because the skill is just so high on this team now. Fur is playing at a level that we haven't seen for probably a year and a half. Gen.G is basically now everything we ever wanted to see out of him. Like, he's showing like his arm to a player and he's just destroying them. He's taking heads off. Like, the way he's peeking angles using that kind of right eye peek. Fur as well. They're looking so comfortable online in a way that I just, dude, it doesn't matter if Fallen is calling a game plan that Marin's just like, I don't care, because if you hit all your shots at the end of the day, that's going to win rounds.
But when I watch them, I agree, they look fantastic. But is that opponent based?
Yeah.
Well, that's why we bring up the liquid result from EPL,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, they're taking these individual duels that are very risky, and oftentimes it doesn't look super strategic. It looks like there's a lot of disconnects. They just happened to win a lot of those duels last week when we saw them.
Well, we can see if they are going to come alive in this group, especially because we have some other teams that, you know, have arguably been underperforming. We're going to look at our first matchup of the day, however, when we come back right after this. Time to talk about our first match of the day here in our Dig Measuring Contest group. That will be Dig themselves going up against Gen.G. So here's the story so far from Phase 1. Dig beat Orgless and then lost promptly to Cloud9, and then their second match versus Orgless also resulted in them taking third place. Gen.G also finished in third place with some disappointing results. So where are we at with these two teams? Because they both started with wins and then followed it up with 2 consecutive losses.
Yeah, I would definitely have to look out for Gen.G just online. I feel like they are not performing up to the standards we're hoping for when we see them at LAN. At DreamHack Anaheim, they were such an impressive team. Som in particular was so fantastic, but he's been one of the worst players for this Gen.G team. Bentet as well. He was supposed to be this crazy Asian import. He was supposed to change up the North American scene with his arrival, but he's been rather just uninspiring as well. It's players like Kusta, a pretty unlikely star who's actually shown flashes of greatness for this team, and that's probably not who you're looking for when you're looking for win conditions if you're Gen.G.
Yeah. Yeah, speaking of Kusta, he was the best rated player for them in the first phase, right? That's not...
So that's why they finished third,
Jason
right?
over
Makes a
there.
lot of sense. Well,
Yep.
well done, yeah.
So, but yeah, you don't...
To be fair, Justin finishes third in a lot of top 4 competitions as well.
And one part in one hand, it's a good thing, right? That Kusta is top fragging for the team, playing really well, because then that you expect the team to be winning, right? Because they have Bentet, Som, they have Tim. that's great. You have a 4th star on the team. But some of those players are fading away, which is the problem, right? Tim isn't having the impact with the AWP that we would expect him to have, from his Cloud9 days. He's not the star AWP player. He hits the easy ones and he plays passive angles. And he's more of, a team player when he has the AWP. And that's honestly going to make a lot more weight on Sam and Bentet's shoulders. They're going to have to carry the matches through as star players. And we didn't see that, like you said, in the first phase. Now, can they bring that? I don't know. They looked like there's a lot of disconnect between them in that first phase. Maybe that's anti-stratting because they played so well in Anaheim. It could be either one.
I'm really surprised by how poorly Daps has been integrating Automatic's op when he was the reason that Cirque became such a powerful opper in the North American scene, because there were so many plays for NRG where Cirque is just like boosted on someone's head, just barely overlooking a smoke, and then, or like there's a flash peek with the op, or they're nading open a door on overpass. Just all these ways to set up Cirque. Where's the setup for Automatic? The safest way to get an opening pick in the round is with the op. Why is Automatic not finding these opening picks?
Well, I mean, I know, Thorin, you are very low on Automatic opping.
It's not that he's a bad AWPer. It's just that he's such a better rifler. And in this particular team, I mean, we had this discussion yesterday about the fact the problem is you probably have to use Kusta as the AWPer otherwise. But the point that he's making is a good one, which is it's not even like there's also different types of AWPers. There's an AWPer who just works within your team. There's an AWPer you make the whole team around. And that's the point. Daps in most of his teams actually likes to work around an AWPer. That's why they made Mixwell do it back in the old Optic team. They want someone to do that role. And in theory, with an IGL like that, a tactical IGL, you can do a lot. You can create these opening picks. You can make it way safer on the CT side. And they don't really do that at the moment. They've got all this talent in this team. That's why Gen.G is the most interesting team in the tournament for me. Yeah. Because the actual embarrassment of riches they have in the arsenal is crazy. But they're not really making much use of it right now. They could do so much more.
No, I think that's just because of the type of player Automatic is, right? He's more of a passive player. And when you look at him as an AWP player, you would want to compare him to Device. Whereas Cirque is super aggressive. He's flashy. He's flicky. He has like not perfect crosshair placement, right? He came up as a blank slate that Daps was able to mold. And honestly, when it comes to AWP players, you want them to be fearless. You want them to kind of go for those picks. And even if they die, they're fearless enough to go for it again the next round. And that's the type of player Cirque is. Tim is the type of player like Device. And either one works. You just have to have the right system around those players. And it seems like Gen.G is kind of teetering on like what kind of systems they want to run. And in Anaheim, Tim didn't need to have big games. It was a lot like Device, but the star players with rifles stepped up on the team.
All right. I think we do need to go into maps at this stage because we've got to get this match rolling. Unfortunately, that is going to cut our conversation about Dig a little short, but we'll return there. We'll return there after map number 1. Let's take a look at the map pool right now and which vetoes will be coming out first.
Feels like an obvious one. Like, that's actually not that bizarre when you consider how poorly Gen.G played. I'm wondering at this point in time, will Dig actually like do something crazy like pick Vertigo or something like that? Will they do a punish pick? Because Inferno's obviously on the menu with both these teams at this point in time, but if you're Dig, why not let them pick Inferno?
I think Dig could pick Vertigo here because I think
it's a good one.
I don't think I've seen Gen.G play Vertigo yet. Have they played one map of it?
I definitely didn't see it at Anaheim.
Right, Gen.G picks Train instead. I mean, that's also a map that we've also seen Dig play so far. Admittedly, they lost it.
They looked really, really bad on Train, so that's a punish pick coming out of Gen.G. I like that. They're going right for the teeth. They also looked really poor on Inferno.
This is where Gen.G, in low key, even though they've been bad, wants Dig to pick Inferno. Because it's like, you just pick the map we usually pick, except now we don't even have the pressure of it being our map pick.
I like
the amount of delay, though, makes them feel like they're thinking about Vertigo right now. They're really thinking about it.
Yeah, this is going to be super interesting because I feel like Dig is going to want Vertigo to be the third map, and I think we might be going 3 maps here because both these teams have punish picks where the other team isn't that good.
There we go.
This is going to be crazy. I really have a feeling this is going 3 maps.
Have we actually seen Vertigo played at all?
Yeah, Dig did actually play Vertigo earlier on. There was a clip with Guardian falling off the map.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's
it was a bit sloppy. They did also play Nuke, and we talked a lot about Get Right playing his old positions and looking pretty decent on that map, so it has been one of Dig's better maps so far.
And it's just a classic map. Like, they always go back to Nuke.
Yeah, the thing is that Dig on Nuke recently, they played Orgless and they won 16-13 against them. And that was much closer than I thought it should have been because it was Dignitas' pick. And I don't think Orgless actually had that many strategies. They were just kind of, they were throwing the normal kind of wall smokes and just kind of playing a good CT side in general. But Dignitas, they clearly had a game plan on that. And a lot of their game plan, though, involved throwing smokes outside and sometimes just kind of like sending nobody out there. I think Gen.G is going to be able to sniff out some of the plays that Dignitas try to go just kind of into those old meta strategies where you throw a bunch of nades, try to feign that you have control in an area, and then just kind of regroup and hit something as 5. And I think Gen.G is just going to have the aggression they need in order to make Nuke just look silly for Dignitas, actually.
All right, well, up for the call on our first game, it will be Anders and Moses. And first up, predictions.
Well, I don't know. I feel really uneasy about this one. I don't know. Dig last time really disappointed me. I'm going to have to go for Gen.G. I can't be on board with this. I'm worried about how it's going to turn out. So Gen.G it is for me.
Yeah, they were both pretty disappointing to me. I'm going to go with Gen.G as well. I have to have faith that this roster is going to be able to pick it up. I'm still not convinced about Guardian inside Dig. I'm still not convinced about that whole project overall. It's just kind of a fun, nostalgic thing to watch for me at the moment, but Gen.G certainly have to deliver. We'll find out. Gen.G.
All right. Well, then we're all in on that one. I don't know. That last matchup was so disappointing.
We're all very apprehensive about this match over here at the casting table because we've seen some disgusting things out of both of these teams, and not the good disgusting, it's the bad disgusting.
True.
Yeah, this is definitely a hopeful redemption arc for both of these teams. As a reminder, they really need to place top 2, both of them after finishing 3rd if they want to make a guaranteed spot in the playoffs. So with that in mind, who will be advancing to our winner's bracket, Thorin?
Well, disgust is in the eye of the beholder. So I am more disgusted by Dignitas than I was by Gen.G. Definitely
disgust is relative.
But the key thing is, to me, this game, basically, it's the choice of Gen.G whether they want this to be an awesome, concise game where they just 2-0 it, no problem, or whether they want to make a dog's dinner out of it. We're going to go all 3 maps to be really drawn out. So I'll say Gen.G should win this game. Mr. Gares?
Yeah, I have really high hopes for Gen.G, and I think skill-wise, they have probably like the best 3 players right now. Force is actually in there, so they have like probably 4 out of the top 5 players in the server. Like, they are highly stacked with skill on that team, and I think what we saw from them in Phase 1 was just some online rust. I think they come out and win this series.
All right, the Invisible Man, hopefully less felonious than the normal Invisible Man, Maui Steak. We don't have your picture yet, tragically. So
imagine I'm right there.
Just point to it right now.
Right there.
You're gonna just nail nice.
We're gonna need a Gen.G logo right here. We're gonna need a Gen.G logo right there, right now. Yeah.
Right, there we go.
Unanimous Gen.G picks from our casters and analysts. We'll see what the fans have predicted here. There are a lot of old Dignitas fans from previous rosters, and they are going to come out.
I think with Halzerk on the team, I think this would be a super interesting match. But nothing I've seen with Dignitas with Guardian playing tells me that they could win this series.
Well, maybe he's integrated better in the couple days that they've had off, but given his recent performance in other teams, it does seem unlikely. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be right into map 1.
All right, here we go. We're going to get into the first match of the day. It's going to be Dig versus Gen.G, starting on trainer of all maps, which should be really interesting. And nobody really had any, I mean, apart from the fans, nobody had any real confidence in Dig being able to do this.
I don't think it's unlikely that they win. I just think it shouldn't be that way, especially remember when we talked to Freiburg during the group stage game, he just mentioned, you know, this is a team that they built around Halzerk, much in the way that Zyru was used in Vitality. And he's like, it's just a difference. You know, Guardian has a different style of opping than Halzerk. So it's a little bit weird when we're trying to kind of play this system in this way that we've been practicing for a while. And now we have to switch out of it. So I don't think there's a whole lot of reasons to be confident in Dig, but I don't think I equally don't think it'd be super surprising considering Gen.G looked just as flat in Phase 1. But you know what? Let's wipe all the negativity out of our minds. Let's stay positive.
You stay positive,
at least for the moment.
I want to hold on to negativity until I'm proven wrong. There's nothing I want more. I want to be so wrong about Dig in this fight. Kusta will start off well with a bit of a long range. The benefit of picking up one of those P250s is you can actually take those fights with the CT side pistols. Now, Exist is going to be falling further on back. I don't really mind that Getro is trying to do that. I think it's fair enough to try and snipe away a kill. Just didn't work out his favor this time.
Yeah, he had his chances. He had his opportunities, some clean shots with that USP. Just nothing connects. Now, if you're Gen.G, you're hoping at this point that this is going to be a committal into the B bomb site and not some kind of a fake. And indeed, it will be. The lower portion of the attack waits to get the information. There's Kusta again.
What?
Oh, dear. Kusta with the P250, keeping Exist at range, but that's a brilliant shot through the smoke.
If you're Som at that point, you think like, okay, I guess, cool.
2 smokes, 1 kit, and a little bit of utility, but there's still a long and a lot of space in this bomb site that Dig has to traverse to get to the defuse.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, and they've also picked up another USP here, so they actually have a lot of firepower there on the Gen.G side, trying to hold on to the bomb. Forest sneaking up, Freiburg goes down, and Forest in a lot of trouble here. You see how they peek him at the same time. What a great afterpart scenario here for Gen.G. The timing on that peak, especially against Forest, was just amazing.
Kusta even almost playing like he had the AWP. He was at that upper ramp with that off angle towards the back halls, just holding for the rotation to come in. So he actually takes contact far away, and that's what kind of sets up the trap for the rest of Gen.G to peak. That's a nice, easy pistol round. 1-0.
Som's even asking, through the smoke, or what's going on here?
Yeah, he wasn't happy about that one. Gets caught a little bit off guard. Pistol round to Gen.G. We've got AKs, we've got Galils, all rifles for the Gen.G side, going up against 2 scouts, the UMP, some upgraded pistols, and Automatic is going to aggressively take control of box halls, even running through his own Molotov. There's not a lot, I mean, with this heavy rifle buy to Gen.G, there's not a lot of utility. They're actually really, really low on nades. They have 1 smoke, 2 flashes, and 1 Molotov for the rest of the round. So if Dig can have any success early on with these scouts, with a Deagle shot, this could get dicey for the Gen.G side.
Got a couple of HE grenades on Guardian and Forest. Could be interesting if it's another B plant, if they get into C connector in time. Pushing out into Ivy as well, so getting a little bit of a look there. Exist, maybe a chance to do something, but now they're going to be real close with those rifles. Good headshot.
Oh dear.
There's the long-range grenade and lands right on top. Ooh, that's a nice combo. Almost looked like he shot the grenade, didn't it? Som goes down, and now it's a 3 versus 4, and they're getting a bit closer. Forest not ready for the aggressive push coming out of Daps, and Guardian, that's a shot you need to hit. He's going to be going down, and now it's a 2-on-2, but they do have a pretty significant health advantage here.
It's just, can they watch the flank? There's one player coming in, it's Freiburg. This would be huge if he's able to get this kill, but it's a nice off angle from Automatic, although he doesn't even check the flank. 2 missed shots from Freiburg. That should give up the game. Kusta's got both angles to deal with. Into a 1-on-1 we go, but no kit. And Freiburg has so much to do, trying to bait out the peak. Automatic knows he's not on the bomb. And you can see Freiburg under so much pressure. Automatic's just going to stall this out and win it. Freiburg with no kit, but they've taken a lot of guns away from the Gen.G side, and that's not bad overall.
Freiburg heads up there, knew he was getting chased down, and I think they're just getting outside of the blast radius. So, it will be around for Gen.G, but I agree, they had to pay a lot for it, and that kind of easily worked out in Dig's favor. Pretty good fight coming out of them there. And I guess that was the thing that, I mean, it's not that they had a bad game the last time, it's that they looked like they just didn't even really care.
Who are we talking about here?
Dig.
Okay.
And that's, I don't know, there's something about that upsets me.
Yeah, that doesn't sit well. We kind of discussed that after the last match also, the when we had to witness that atrocity. That's what I'm saying. Let's wipe it off, wipe it out of our memories, Anders. It's a new day.
It is a new day, and I mean, that actually, I think it's a fair point as well. That actually can change, right? Like, you could have had a post-team discussion, post-match discussion with the team where you sort of go through it and you say, why were we like this? It wasn't even fun for us, so maybe we should change it up. Freiburg with an opening kill taking down Som. That's a bit of an early start now. They're going to be hitting the B bomb side once again for the 3rd time in a row. And just a straight clean bomb plant here.
And again, they're bought into this round. Obviously, they have all the rifles, still low on nades. So any more damage that Dig does with these USBs, with the AK-47 on Freiburg, the Galil on Force, that's all good work. And that's all going to be painful for Gen.G. And actually, at this point, if I'm Exist, I'm not even really going for this. I'm just keeping them boxed in as much as humanly possible. Another kill for Freiburg. I don't think they'll be able to make it into the bomb site, but if they can keep Gen.G locked here near the blast radius, this is so effective. This is about as best of a start you can do when you go down 0-3. So Dig is doing a very, very good job.
Yeah, they bring Freiburg with 3 kills, and they still steal the AK-47 and the Galil into the next round. So amazing play coming out of the Swedes right now. That's definitely the kind of start that you want to see out of them. And again, maybe putting a little bit more punch into the early map here. You'd like to see that as well. So yeah, I mean, Gen.G, a lot of the times you'll see people pick up Mac 10s and stuff like that for this exact reason, right?
Yeah, those are 2 very expensive rounds. They're not able to build up any cash. Bentet, Automatic, and Kusta all stuck at $50. This would be a huge way for Dig to get started. And they've already got Guardian on the AWP, so we'll keep our eye on that. There's been a big talking point. Guardian's off. Ooh, and Som out mid with the Galil. Not as accurate as you'd like, and Get Right just spams the corner, the edge of the smoke. And Som catches a bullet to the face.
Some very heads-up play coming out from Get Right. It's good to see. Automatic. Ooh, no, Guardian able to get that kill. I just want to see that from his point of view. Now it's Bentet and Daps, 2 versus 5. And this is where the work they put into the first 3 rounds really is going to pay off, right? If they can take this round away, then we know Gen.G is not going to have the economy. And Dig on the other side, looking way more powerful. Bentet has seen the legs and goes for a bit of a long-range spray, but that's a great round, only losing 1 player.
Yeah, that's really, really nice, and it's Freiburg. And remember, he'd saved an AK-47, so they actually have plenty of money built up considering a Galil and an AK were brought in from the previous round. So Dig looking very, very strong early on, and they've already set their feet in terms of the money. That's not something you see very often. Guardian with a couple nice kills in round number 4. And Gen.G is going to buy what they can. 2 players had the cash flow to invest in rifles. It's all pistols, and again, they haven't had a round yet where they've had clean nades on the T side of train, which is a frightening prospect. Looks like a B rush.
Yeah, going B once again. Gonna go straight for it, and that's a knockout punch, taking out Exist. And they even get the angle here against Guardian, who's low on health already. What a way to start a round.
They might save.
Yeah.
They might actually have to save this. You can see they're already backing towards CT Spawn. Going to try a new angle for the retake. Good kill from Force. Now it's on. Now they can move forward. And Gen.G have to hold, but everyone's out in the open. Everyone's overexposed. No one's fighting together. Som getting into the action. He's got 1, almost 2, but Force is just out of his vision. He's desperately trying to find it.
Wow.
And Dig have done a phenomenal retake. No one from Gen.G fought back.
Yeah, or they almost fought back too early, right? They were so in the idea of pushing up that they actually got caught out in the open after Forrest got that first kill. That's amazing to see. That, again, it looked like they should have saved. It definitely didn't look like it was ever going to be close to a retake. I think, see, when they get this kill, the follow-up here, they're just trying to fight Forrest.
Yeah, it's that one. Daps is out in the open in no man's land, not being aggressive, not hiding behind a train. Like, there was no coordination of those post plans for Gen.G. Even with a couple of pistols or unarmored teammates, they should have been able to have much more resistance than that. So 1-round lead for Gen.G, but it's disappearing quick.
I honestly wonder if they didn't have the same feeling once they get the opening and they know they did a lot of damage to Guardian. I think they just think, well, this is kind of a 1 round, you know?
Yeah,
we've
already gotten it.
Yeah, we did it. And then suddenly the swing back happens.
Som's having a pretty busted start to this game. Naded, shot through smoke twice. 1 by Get Right, 1 by Exist.
And they could, I mean, it's good news that they won the pistol and got the following rounds. But we all know what can happen if you get stuck on the T side of train.
Well, also if you just let the CT side economy grow way too big, way too fast. Constantly having to burn through multiple full buys, multiple Molotovs and nades every single round. That can be a complete disaster.
Just some Deagles to try and pose a threat here and try and see if they could maybe I don't know. Again, try and do some damage to the economy of Dig. That's pretty much, I think, what's on the table right now for them, and not much else. You want to make sure that, I mean, look at Guardian. He's already got 6,000 in the bank. So
yeah,
you can just keep buying that.
Forest
AWP.
as well is up there. Get Right's almost there. So things are looking good. And again, there's been one round outside. It was a fast-paced outside play, and everything else has been towards the inner bomb site. So Gen.G not doing anything fancy, which I guess we've come to expect out of them. But here we go. Exist is going to get a chance to just shut this down before it begins. There's the go signal, holds the trigger. A third player ready and waiting, and Exist has all three. We're all tied up as well, 3-3.
You know what we were talking about yesterday when we were watching... Oh, let's see if we can... Actually, we might have a replay. We'll hold the thought for a minute and just see if we can get Guardian's shot here. All right. Yeah, this one that I was... Okay, he does actually go down on low ground. I was worried for a second he was on the ladder taking that shot, but that wasn't the case.
No, just to get the intel.
We were talking about this yesterday with Cloud9 and Envy playing, and we were giving a fair amount of credit to Envy and their pop flashes as being a simple but, you know, very effective tool. That's the kind of thing I want to see out of Gen.G. With Daps in the mix, that should be the kind of play that they could set up way more.
What is Kusta going to do with this play? This is wild. I don't think he knows where to go. He should have seen 3 nades, or he definitely heard 3 nades explode, and that's going to be an awkward situation, but he can hold people. The rest of his team is going to attack towards the inner bomb site, and he's in an advanced position that Dig has no idea about. Unfortunately, he hasn't pounced once, and the over-rotation to the B bomb site for Dig, because it's been such an emphasis for Gen.G, might actually be the undoing of this round, but Kusa's finding so much information, so much space.
It's still a question of timing, though. Freiburg comes back for it. He could have won that fight. Kusa, though.
Surely they get called back now.
Yeah, they almost have to, but what do they do now, Gen.G? I mean, they could wait it out. They could see how many people show up. Molotov, though, and C connector. A little bit of a push through the smoke. That could have been brilliant for Exist, but Som was ready and quick with the Krieg to take him down. So now it's going to be 5 versus 2.
That's two things. Obviously, Kusa's play is phenomenal and bold to walk all the way up to the bomb train, but the only reason that was even possible is because Dig had a huge lean to the inner bomb site. They have seen so many hits toward the B bomb site in this game already that they cheated 3 players in there. They cheated an extra one over, and that's what allowed the space to happen, especially considering they were already a man down.
That's a good little resurgence for Gen.G in a round where, again, if they didn't win it, then the economy for Dig would just get out of control. So not only winning the round here, getting 4 on the board, but also
all 5 players surviving. You have the op still in Automatic's hands. This was a perfect round for Gen.G.
And again, just a simple entry kill, creating a little bit of space. And actually, I mean, the rotation coming out of Dig was pretty nuts.
It's too much. I mean, you can kind of understand why they've done it. They're very cautious of the fact that Gen.G's emphasized the B bomb site, but that's way too much space to allow outside, especially for someone in Freiburg's position who's watching everything, right? He's at Ivy, he's watching team mid, and he's watching lateral room. That's way too much responsibility for one man on this map.
We'll see how he deals with it down the road. Presumably he'll have a lot more backup in the pretty much all the rest of the rounds. It's very rare to see. Dabs going down to Guardian, though. It's a very cool shot that he didn't really have a lot of space. So I almost wonder if he actually saw anything there, if it was just sort of a parting kill. Wasn't a lot to see. Still got Kusta out here between the trains and the rest of the team somewhere else. And he's going to look for a kill. He could have definitely had it already. And there's finally picking up Freiburg, and Guardian unable to return just yet. A bit of a crouching battle going on. Guardian nearly got his face blown off there.
Kusa's in some trouble, but he knows exactly where both players are. He knows one's at bomb train, he knows one's at the end of the train. And again, look towards the individual play at the inner bomb site. Bentet taking the opportunity. Forrest is going to have no idea. This is going to catch him completely off guard, and that's unfortunate. Now the B bomb site is opened up, and Gen.G have adapted now. Individual plays on each side of the map, but this can crumble. There's no way for them to take complete advantage of it. It's just confusion. Dig have no idea where the opposition is at any one time, and Gen.G get their 5th on the board.
This is actually a very cool way to play the T side, although it has some massive disadvantages, because as you said, even in sort of a 2 versus 3 like that, you could end up losing a bunch of individual battles, and suddenly the round, you know, that was looking good is no longer cool. But it's so confusing. How do you call this if you're on the Dig side? You're like, Kusta's out there alone, but now Bentet's also alone in B shooting people. It's like, I don't even know what kind of call you make at that point in time.
Yeah, well, the bigger problem is, obviously, if you're Forrest at the inner bomb site, you're kind of starting to hear the communication, maybe start thinking about going to the outside bomb site towards A, and you just kind of lose track of the play that Bentet is making. You don't get the information. I think Freiburg equally doesn't have the information they crossed over, so that's almost very dangerous. He almost peeked right into it.
Double up now on the Dig side. Could definitely be very good. Again, don't want to underestimate Forrest as someone who could just fight with pretty much any weapon in the game. 5-3 now is the scoreline, though. Is, I think, a really good result for Gen.G. And again, the economy that we were so hyped up about is kind of taking a crash here for Dig.
Yeah, it's gone. If they lose this, they're in some real trouble in this half. 2-round lead for Gen.G, but that could balloon quickly out of a victory here. 4 players outside, it's just Forrest inner. He's spawning for someone to cross in box halls, and because he hasn't seen it yet, no need to rotate a second player back there. It's all slow pace to default from Gen.G. They've backed away from Ivy, just Psalm, where they once had 3 players. But the defense equally Dig. They're far back on the bomb train. Only Get Right any kind of aggressive stance, so they can get stuck behind these smokes. The utility could be perfect, but Guardian's got the first pick.
That's the kind of opening that we associate with Guardian. Don't get to see nearly enough, but you see how quick he is in some of those scenarios. And they're going to have to rely on that, but the return is amazing. Daps with a double kill, automatic and Bentet to follow it up, and it just looked like there was no defense.
That's the problem with having so many players that far back and playing passively at the outside bomb site. Once Daps is in hell, you have players pushing up from ladder room at E-box, you have one player at the end of Ivy. Everyone from Dig is remaining passive, waiting to hold their angles and waiting for the fights to come to them. But that's, again, too much map control for Gen.G. Dig is doing nothing to stop their progression outside. We've seen Kusta a number of times have advanced position. We saw Daps make the run earlier that was shut down by Guardian, but now this time, no one's there to slow down those pushes.
It is definitely a huge issue. Forrest definitely been spotted out now. Bentet is calling in the reinforcements. There is some right behind Forrest, so if he backs up, he's going to be dead in pretty much a matter of seconds, and I think he's starting to realize Forrest. Yeah, it's suspicious that they're not actually coming for me, and the timing is so good. Great communication here, and Gen.G will secure another round, putting 6 on the board and crushing the Dig economy. So starting to look really rough.
I think we need to start seeing the next gun round for Dig has to be way, way more aggressive. And I don't mean like pushes down Ivy, I don't mean pushes towards the inner bomb site, but you have to be willing to fight at the choke point. Someone needs to be able to fight not just with the AWP, but get a rifle close up in between the first trains. Don't give them access to that entire avenue, especially because in the next round, likely they won't have an AWP. Maybe just one on Guardian, but you have to be able to deny control of the map. And this is, I mean, again, they're being more aggressive with these pistols than they were with the rifles, and that needs to change once they get the M4s back in hand.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think you could even... big chance there. I was going to say, you could even almost think about it sort of mathematically, right? If you're holding that A yard, and you're holding, you know, Ivy, T-Main, and Pop Dog, then those are 3 angles that you sort of more or less have to worry about. But if you let them out between the trains, then, you know, at the very least, there are 2 more angles on either side of every train. And then there's the E-box as well. I mean, it's like the amount of stuff you have to hold when you let them out there is way, way more. So gotta be real careful about that. Or at the very least, to make them pay for it, right? Like, make sure that...
Yeah,
that
make it costly. Make them have to work for it. They're just getting it for free whenever they want it. Exists with the Deagle is going to go down. Good entry from Kusta. Freiburg steps up next. Behind the first train, Forrest is on rotation. They know he's here, though, and he's going to go down quick. Forrest has arrived with the Deagle, and nothing to do but maybe a kill or 2 right at the end. It's going to be 7-3.
Which is amazing. This is a huge turnaround for Gen.G. It really looked like Dig had showed up to play, and I won't rule them out just yet, but Gen.G responded as soon as they felt the pressure. Like, all right, if this is going to be the kind of game that we're seeing, then we're ready to fight at that level too. And look at the money they have. 11,000 on some.
Yeah. Well, Sean mentioned as well on the desk that Gen.G was coming into this game with 3 or 4 of the top players in the server, and I mean, you can see when you kind of transition into this more individual strat that we've seen Gen.G, where they're having lurkers on the A bomb site, they had Ben-10 lurk at the B bomb site. When you're finding those 1v1s, you think Psalm towards Ivy in the previous gun round, that's where Gen.G can really have an advantage. They're gonna love those 1v1s. Off on Guardian, he sees the jump, gets the leg shot. Psalm still alive though, can still do damage.
Okay, right, sneaking in with a kill on Kuster, and they seem to be aware now at this point in time on the CT side that those deep smokes is, you know, a sign that someone's actually out here.
And look at the difference when you see Get Right challenging towards Team Mid around E-Box, not letting Kusta be comfortable behind that smoke. You see Forrest pushing up into box halls, willing to challenge. They're having success. Get Right's going to get 2 kills in the round. Daps trying to respond, but the Krieg is not his ally. And it's just automatic. 1 versus 3. Don't give him those fights. He can do this still.
Yeah, don't underestimate him with this weapon. Talked about on the desk a little bit. Yeah, he's very good with it. There's one more kill, and he spots out Forrest as well. Now a one-on-one automatic. Still got 55 seconds, and he can absolutely do this. What a win it would be as well.
This is going to get interesting, though, because Forrest is backing away, and automatic, it depends on how long he holds this timing or hold these angles outside. Remember, the bomb is all the way back towards the base of the staircase. He's got to go retrieve that at some point. 35 seconds now, and if he doesn't realize how far away that bomb is, he could actually just straight up run out of time.
Especially if he's thinking that yeah, he's going to find Forrest and kill him instead.
We're getting to the danger zone.
Already there, aren't we? Yeah, oh god. This is not looking good. We're gonna, if we had the soundtrack ready and queued up, then now would be the time to play it. 15 seconds, and he's gonna find the bomb, but I don't think he's gonna have the time. It doesn't matter. He can't even fake it once. He could run straight and put the bomb down, but then there's no chance to fake it any longer, and Forrest could just run on top of him. What a way to go. 4 seconds left, and yeah, he's run out of time. It's rough.
That's stupid.
My toes are all the way curled up, Jason.
It's the I saw that coming at like 50 seconds, but I didn't fully believe it.
Well,
that's a silly way to lose a round. Forrest has got to be sitting there like, what is this idiot doing? It's a shame too. I think he must have just not have realized it. Maybe a teammate while dead didn't call it out where the bomb was, but I mean, Automatic's way too intelligent of a player to have that be a good look at his gameplay.
I agree. Let's blame his team.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. 7-4. Triple nade inside of Team Mid. Plenty of flashbangs and Molotov as well. Kusta hasn't taken any damage, so Get Right is just going to go down. That might be frustrating. Nade out as well. Kusta gets taken advantage of. Daps trying to win the battle inside of the smoke. They exchange pretty much equal. Freiburg down to 35, Daps down to 52.
You're gonna be, yeah, Get Right, eh? Like, we threw 3 grenades and a Molotov and some flashbangs, and he just is still just there with no issue at all. But he was hiding behind that back box, so I guess that's all fair. 4 on 4 in this round, and this is all on Dig right now to get the remaining 4 rounds. That is the mission and the only thing that's really acceptable at this point in time.
Yeah, this is a tough one, though. They win that round with just 4 surviving, so the money is still not great.
Look at how far apart they are in the A-bomb side, with 2 playing inside of B. Freiburg, there's no chance for any kind of a reply. No one can help him out. Forrest would have to win this fight and go on a little bit of a tear out here. He's going to pick up the Krieg.
Gen.G has not tried to gather their team. This is all 1 versus 1 fights that have come out in this round, and it's looking awkward. There's another one, despite the fact that 3 people are there. Good trade from Automatic. He gets it at the last possible second. Exist was trying to back away, and Gen.G have found themselves into another plant situation. 2 versus 1, up 7-4, and this would once again shatter the Dig economy.
And it will, surely. There's no kit or smoke or anything for Forrest to... Again, you need to force a fight. It's not just enough to tap the bomb a single time when there's 2 people left. You're going to have to do a little bit more, and they're just nowhere to be found, which is exactly how they want to play it.
Well, he's going to know exactly where they both are. The question is, will he actually ever have time? No. Daps takes him down, straight to the head. 8-4, 4-round lead, and no money for Dig. They've got the ruler out, and it's coming up much shorter than they expected.
Which is really never something you want to advertise.
No.
Man, 8-4. Uncomfortable silence after the...
I'm just... Yeah, a little bit. 8-4. Flashbangs coming over the roof. Som in Team Mid. Automatic with the AWP far, far back. Like, I think that style might work this game against Dig. I know it's like a constant disappointment. I don't want to pile on Gen.G too much, but I don't enjoy that 1v1 style. And I think when they get against some of the better competition, the more established teams, that's going to be rough. Even against a team like Havu, I think if you're going to play that kind of individualistic style, there's going to be rounds you get heavily punished for it.
Yeah, I agree. And I think we've even seen some signs that Dig have at least figured out the part where they're being aggressive, individually outside. So if they had more cash and I don't know if they kept trying to punish that, yeah, I think it'll work out. Eventually, you're gonna look at that and you'll realize, all right, whenever those smokes go up, probably someone's playing behind them. Probably they're gonna be alone. It's not gonna be as coordinated. So
yeah, I think they've seen Kusa doing it 3 times. They've seen Daps doing it once or twice. So,
yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of information out there. This isn't bad, though, from Gen.G. Keeping things slow. You know you're going up against pistols. You haven't used basically any of your nades at the moment, so you're going to have a full set piece at the outer bomb site. And it might not even matter. Bentet's got the first coming out of ladder room. Still have Forrest and Freiberg out here to deal with. Should see the ankle. And it won't matter. Som's got both. Bomb site is theirs for the taking. A 9th round for Gen.G.
Bomb has been planted.
And only throwing 2 out of 3 of the smokes for the smoke wall at A, which I think it's one of the underrated ways of playing this this A kind of an execute. Because normally you could, let's say all 3 is the maximum amount of smokes you want to throw at that A train. But if you're missing one of them, then the whole point is you will know that it's missing when you're attacking, so you know what angle to cover.
Yeah.
But the defense might actually expect for it to go down, so they might suddenly be like, oh wait, there's supposed to be a smoke behind me that I can use for cover, but it's not there. And you kind of saw that with the player holding the train a little bit. So I think sometimes that's something that's really worth thinking about is how much you can vary that and use it to your advantage.
Yeah, I think the benefit too is if you're Gen.G and you're throwing 2 out of 3 smokes, you know where the fight is going to be.
Yeah.
You know exactly where to look for that follow-up fight. So I mean, it is a risk, but against pistols, obviously they felt very comfortable. It's more of a risk in a round like this where Guardian's going to bring an AWP into the action. So we'll see how Gen.G handles it. But I mean, listen, they've done a pretty good job ever since that 3-round run that Dig had early on. Despite the fact that we've been a little uncomfortable with some of the decisions, it's working. This kind of individual style at the moment is working.
Yeah.
So until Dig can counter it, why would you go away? The only round they've lost, in fact, is that awkward round where the bomb was just left so far away in a 1 versus 1 clutch.
Yeah, and it's just not good enough anymore, is it? I think I was getting ahead of myself. I was like, all right, this is the kind of Dig that I want to see. And that only lasted for a short while. Now we're back to something else.
Guardian. Oh, even he gets battered. Was that right through the wall? I don't even know if he saw him. We didn't see it. And Automatic can just post up here. Don't even use a smoke. Don't use a Molotov. Don't use any flashbangs. Just post up and pick off the rotation. Dig still have no idea how many people are committed. Daps has gone down for free on the other side of the map, but the bomb is coming in. And Bentet, they're covering both the rotation angles. Automatic is opping towards connector. That's a defensive smoke put up, and Bentet is pushed to watch the other side of CT spawn.
And with Kusa lurking right now, Hot Dog, how do you read this? And it's a kill on Forest as well, but I don't know how you go for this retake. It's 3 on 4, so maybe you could do it at just by the numbers, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough here. Exist looking to take a fight. He really wants that kill. Of course, they're going to have to, they really want to do it, but ultimately, it's not looking likely here. And Exist now at a 1 versus 3. It's a lot of damage with a grenade on Som, but I don't think it'll help. They have 3 Molotovs left.
Yeah, well, that 1 smoke can counter all of them. The problem is actually getting to the bomb. I don't even know if Exist will get away. Som is on the hunt, more than willing to go down with the explosion if that's what is required. And Exist is just going to back away. Gen.G now at double digits on their T side of train.
Incredible start.
Yeah, this is just, they've turned this into like a battle of lurking. I feel like there hasn't even really been any like ultra visceral or aggressive hits from Gen.G. It's basically like, okay, we've got a pick, and now we have 3 people lurking in different places on the map, and they know where to look for those fights, and it's working. They're catching Dig in a lot of rotations, a lot of Dig trying to find information. Dig hasn't been able to control anything in this game.
No, I think that's how it feels right now. They're just, even though it seems like they should know, and they've had some signs that they are aware of what's happening in terms of individual play. Yeah, they've just lost all control at the moment. 15th round coming up, last at a half, and whatever happens here, Gen.G are going to be celebrating going in the second half for sure. Bit of a run boost attempted. And Freiberg does not want to peek the lane here. That could be a quick death. Got all the creeks out, and huge lack of utility on the CT side as well.
Ooh, that's almost an opportunity for Kusta. Forrest just jumps out. Get Right is at least holding into ladder room. Forrest is going to go move to join with him, but again, this defense crumbles so quick if Freiburg goes down towards Ivy, and he's got one flashbang for the rest of the round. 3 players to contend with, 50 seconds on the clock. Just now, Guardian rotating back with his FAMAS, but not committed to it. There's the flashbang. Freiburg turns, and that's brought Som towards the back alleys.
Cool little trick there, flashing his way through. Som nearly getting caught here, but it is a FAMAS on the other side, so if he's looking the right way, he might actually get it. Guardian picking up. I think that did at least catch his attention. Really awkward battle for Som, and he's going to be going down while Get Right and Freiburg are getting kills across the map. And a much better defense so far. Bentet and Automatic, the only ones left, and they shouldn't have a chance here with 19 seconds. This should be where Dig, again, could just use the experience and lock it down 10-5 at the end of the half, favoring Gen.G. That's still pretty impressive.
Yeah, no, that's a dominant TF from them. They're going to be so pleased with that. A nice little 7-1 run in the middle of that half for them that powers them to a 10-5 lead.
Yeah.
No one in Dig in double digits in terms of kills. Rough defense. We'll see what they're going to look like after the halftime break.
Right, here we go, back with the second half. It's Dig versus Gen.G, and a very, very powerful first half here for Gen.G. Getting up to 10 rounds.
Yeah, it's great. It didn't feel powerful when watching it. That was very slow-paced and calculated. Not that I'm against it in any way. It obviously, the results speak for themselves. It's a huge lead to have out of the T side of Train. So, phenomenal job by them. You can see why they've picked this map. Now they get to switch to the defense. And they might, if they just win this pistol round, they can just close this out quickly off the back of that. We'll see what Dig can bring to the table.
Dabs over here outside of the B-bomb site. He's alone all the way over at B, so this, I mean, if he goes down, there's not going to be any defense. He does fall back very, very quickly, and they don't want to chase him. I think they weren't quite close enough to try and do that. Still, at least it's some damage. Get Right will take down Kusta.
He's paying him back for the first half. Kusta picked off Get Right in the pistol on the opening kill with the P250 as well. So they've gone 1 for 1 here. That's going to make, I mean, Gen.G still have to keep 2 players inside because Daps is at such low health, but look how far back they're playing. They're hoping they can just get 1 or 2 frags on the way in, but Dig still haven't picked a finishing point for this round.
No, they're still waiting around. They have 1 smoke, so, I mean, in the right position, that could obviously block off some of the USPs. Get Right, hoping for another kill. 50 seconds now. And surely they're going to end up at the B-bomb side at this rate.
No, they're going to.
Right.
It's going to be Bentet. It's going to be Bentet. Get Right has so much ground outside. He's going to call them all back. Bentet. Ooh, he needs to be careful. Now needs to back away. And what does Dig do here?
Well, Gerard's going to be sneaking in for the kill. He could do both. Clear out the bomb site, go back and open up the path for all the rest of the team, including the bomb, to show up here. And that would have been nice to snipe away the bomb at 20 seconds, but it's not going to happen. The bomb will be going down, and that's such a clean round out of Dig. You can see how that was all lined up.
Yeah, Gerard plays that perfectly every step of the way. Great game sense from him. I think it had to have been his brain telling him, as soon as he sees automatic just turning tail and running for connector, he's like, oh, I've got a lot of space. Like, they don't even want to be in this A-bomb site at the moment. That's the exact kind of style that Gen.G brought out to them and their T side as well, is just, you know, spread this defense thin, you get that opening pick, you start getting the rotations away, and then one individual player gains so much ground, so much knowledge, so much information, such a nice push from Get Right, and Gen.G just never knew what hit him.
Strong start for him. He had, what, 7 kills in the first half? He just got 3 more and now up to 10. That's a good way to start that T side. If they wanted to run it back, then that's the kind of style you're going to want to see out of Get Right. That's down here. They're jumping right on top of him. He actually catches Guardian mid-air, and some will take down Freiburg. So a bit interesting. Some grenades landing and doing some damage. They still should be around for Dig, just looking at the weaponry that's left here, but they want to make sure they don't overexpose themselves, even against the scouts here. It's just not worth it.
Ooh. Bentat wanted that fight, but the shoulder peeking just caused the pre-fire to come in. And I think that's going to be the signal to not really go for this. Automatic looking for maybe 1 kill, but no one's committing. They'll bring the SMG and the 2 scouts into the next round. So 10-7 as Dig closes the gap. And that is nice and simple. Just walk and march towards the inner bomb site and take it away from everyone.
Yeah, just a good round here. Not losing too much really in the exchange. And some discipline towards the end. Not going for, you know, any crazy pushes or anything like that. Which, again, should be pretty much par for the course when you think about the combined experience that's on this team. But still, we see it sometimes fade away, even when you think like that should be the fundamental stuff, right? 3-on-3, bomb down. Don't push until you're really sure you won the round. Don't go and fight the scouts, even if they're just scouts.
Don't do anything stupid.
That is the rule. Hard to remember for some reason.
Hard to follow.
18th round, and yeah, just not in a position yet to really be competitive, Gen.G, in terms of the weapons that they're bringing into this round. It's probably going to be another chance here for Dig to start to build a little bit of confidence. And oh, Daps, this is an interesting flank.
Oh, this could be a big kill if he's able to get it. Oh, Dink on Force couldn't complete it. Kusta's here, so is his scout. They have a chance. Kusta misses opportunity, and so does Bente with his scout. So, all right, that's another round. 8 rounds for Dig is going to be the scoreline at the end. Actually, Gen.G rotates everyone in just perfectly to actually fight for that bomb site, but can't get anything actually done. Look at the HP on Get Right, Guardian, and Forest.
Yeah, that's a bit silly, isn't it? Some with the unfortunate timing. And that means it is all on automatic. So try and do a bit more damage, which that's at least one of the things you want to do, even when you're playing here on the CT side, right? The T side could obviously run out of money as well, so just do what you can. Automatic, hoping to catch another kill right at the end. Not going to be possible.
He's hoping to get a rifle out of this. He's going to go investigate the player he killed on top of the high train, trying to find that weapon, going for 1 more kill, and he couldn't get it in time. So Scout is stuck in Automatic's hands. We'll see if he wants to upgrade that. Indeed, he has it all passed over to him. And nobody wants the Scout. Nobody's a scouter on this team. You're a good scouter.
At least for that 1 round yesterday.
We played some matchmaking last night. You had a couple good scout rounds in there.
Yeah, I think it's the...
It's the M4, the AK, the Krieg, and the AWP that's really your problem.
Yeah, unfortunately. That was my best round. It's very sad. Maybe I'll just buy that all day.
Great. All right, saw him close up towards T-mid. He's got Bentet there in support. They're working around E-Box. 4 players outside. Automatic with the AWP as well, and Connector now going to rotate with the timing towards inside.
Because Gen.G are so far forward, those smokes out in the AR, they already know there's no one behind them. They've already checked it out. Som and Bentet have been there looking, so they should know that this isn't really where the real threat is at the moment, though. Daps is in a lot of trouble down here. The M4, and it's a nice tracking going on, but he's still getting shot at the back, and again, that's where he wanted the backup. And again, I'm slightly surprised that someone hadn't already at least moved a bit closer. They're in trouble here. Might not be worth throwing away these rifles.
Automatic rotated in, but then he rotated out immediately afterwards, which, yeah, that's confusing to me as well. I can't imagine a world in which you want Daps as your B anchor. He's just not that kind of player. Kusa looking for something, anything, but you're right. They don't want to risk what they have left in their hands.
You get right. He is lurking, waiting to try and steal some rifles away here. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Daps is the guy to be holding B that hard alone. I mean, he's been doing a pretty decent job down there, but...
In fairness, that was a pretty quick timing hit for Dig. They didn't waste a whole lot of time. They didn't really waste time showing presence outside, just the utility, no actual human beings attacking this site. That's why it was so shocking that Automatic got pulled back to the A bomb site. He came back and Guardian already had the angle into connector. An easy kill for Guardian. 10-9, Dig just 1 round back. They've won 4 in a row on this T side, 5 in a row if you go back to the first half.
Yeah, it's starting to look way more respectable. Look at the scoreline for them as well. I mean, the same is true more or less for Gen.G. Everyone is kind of, you know, tied up there. Automatic at 15 kills. He's the only one that's made a real escape here in terms of the kills. So they I mean, I don't know. This could be, again, could be an interesting second half all of a sudden. I was almost getting ready to call it. I was like, this is done.
Yeah, it didn't look great in that first half. Looking much better, at least to start things out. I mean, it looks like Gen.G's having pretty similar issues with their own CT side, although it's still early going. They've only really had the one contact play towards the inner bomb site to contend with.
Yeah, but I mean, see how much it can plague you when you run out of that economy, which they definitely did dig themselves when they were on the CT side.
Yeah, actually, Gen.G, though, is doing a good job of keeping money in their hands. They have another very impressive buy, Automatic with the AWP. They have all the utility. Bented still has 2K left over. Dap still has 1,000 left over, so we'll see what they can do here. Flashbang utility used towards team mid to prevent anyone from getting out. No Molotovs into the choke points quite yet, though, for this Gen.G defense. And this time, Dig is going to spread it out. They'll play more of a default. Instead of massing towards box halls, they're going to spread and get presence everywhere to make sure there's no pushes.
Which it looks like there might be. Gen.G at least taking up control of T main. It's being watched by Guardian. And... did they just fake a grenade in there just to pretend that no one was going to be there?
This will be interesting. I'm wondering when Bented is going to drop that smoke in towards T mid to buy Som a little bit more time, although it's Automatic who's close up. Bented has rotated over towards Ivy. He's used his smoke there instead to maintain the aggression towards T mid, and Dig is just slow playing everything. And that's a good call, because these smokes are going to fade, and there's going to be a lot of time left for Gen.G to wonder how they can manage aggressive stacks like this.
I mean, so much of this surely is going to come down to whether or not Som can win this early fight. The timing on that smoke is so brutal. Just after they've thrown out their own on the T side, and Som is just shooting in the back. That is a slaughter, and Bentet on the other side doing just as well. Freiburg and Forrest both going down. That is so brutal.
Yeah, that's a great play from Som. He even catches that flashbang and holds his nerve. They didn't come through the smoke. They might have got caught, I think, exists on that pallet, but they didn't take advantage of that flashbang whatsoever that was thrown. Som was completely blinded for like a second or two, and they had the chance. And it's important to note, while the timing of that smoke was perfect, there was also time to wait it out. There was still like 40 seconds left in the round. It would have been close.
Yeah, I think the problem is, though, if they'd waited it out, surely their own smokes on the other side are also gone, right?
Yeah.
So they're probably just thinking like, yeah, but then what? I mean, running through the smoke, obviously, you could tell was...
I mean,
lethal.
I'm even fine with that. It's just the disconnect between when the flashbang pops and actually coming through the smoke was a bit awkward for Dig.
It did look like it.
Still, nothing gets done that round. What, did one player go down for Gen.G? Did anyone go down? Nobody. All 5 players survived, so they're rich-ish. They're rich-ish.
If you want to
upper middle class.
If you want to flash in Dig, timing is everything, Jason.
You really didn't commit to that one. You really didn't even know if you wanted to go there. I'm disappointed.
Can I tell you a secret? This whole cast so far for me has been just trying to avoid stop my brain from making a lot of
Dig jokes.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we'll pretend we didn't hear it. Save it for map 2. I just want a little bit more oomph behind that joke.
Okay. Well, remember you asked for this. I'm just gonna say it now. Bentet smoking off main and flashed in to try and see if he can take the fight against Get Right. So good coordination. And again, these are the kind of things that we were talking about in the first half. These are simple things to do. Call for a flashbang, have somebody set you up, and then go for it. And I'm not calling it simple to try and, you know, and undermine it or discount what they're doing. I think it's a compliment at this point in time. You want teams to be doing these things. Daps all the way back here with the Krieg. Should be a powerful weapon to try and do it with. Guardian, at least with a bit of a return, but Kusta's in a perfect position to get at least the 1 kill, might even be more than that. He's just waiting for it. Probably a bit frustrated at this point in time. Like, where are they? They should be showing up already.
He's got to be calling it that they're actually... part of it is probably waiting for the flank, but he had to have heard the footsteps of them pushing down sidewalk. Freiburg,
what?
3 quick kills. Somehow, I don't know how he's done this. Kusta, he's got the AWP, drops down. Great shot. 12-9, a saving kill. It should have never gotten there, though.
That is so ridiculous. He killed both those players in C Connector and even spun around for the next one. What a round out of Freiburg. That could have definitely been his. 12-9 though. And even in spite of everything, they don't quite have the money with the bomb plant. I think they would have probably gone for it here because Forrest could have dropped for somebody, but it's pretty questionable here if they can.
Yeah, there's, 2 players right on the edge. 1 player definitely can't buy. Forrest, I guess, could drop, but yeah, even that would make it sketchy for him. So I agree with you. I think Forrest drops some pistols over to guys like Get Right. Everyone else gets like a little bit of a half buy going in. You have a losing bonus building up. You're at a 2-round losing bonus, so you're going to be getting, 2,400 in the next round. Yeah, I'm with you. Half buy. Go for something fast, something aggressive. Get the blood pumping if you're Dig.
That's it, Jason. That is, in fact, key.
Yeah.
Some might say, ooh, that was just timing, wasn't it? But the turnaround is there.
Yeah, that 3rd kill was sick.
All right.
So they've gone for a middle ground. Forrest has an AWP. That's it. I don't know how I feel about this buy. I guess we'll judge it off results. Double nade in towards T-mid. They backed away just in time.
I mean, he obviously wanted to start up with a kill. That's how you want to start the round. Because now, now it's all been slowed down, and you're gonna be waiting around behind a lot of those smokes and HEs.
And you have no utility, so what's the point of this AWP? Like everyone, all the rest of the pistols are essentially just gonna be running into the slaughter. Unless Kusta goes down here, I don't know how you get this AWP involved in any kind of impactful way. You're gonna try and get into the site and use the AWP for the post plant, pick people off from afar, but they have to get there first. And God, there could be a flashbang for Kusta right through the upper windows if he wanted to peek.
I mean, they're just trying different tricks, right? There's the fast run in the middle. Now there was the triple booster over at the B bomb site.
Yeah, but are you willing? I mean, Forrest had 6,500.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money to invest in to just do tricks.
Yeah, I tend to agree. This wall that Get Right is standing up against, right where the glass is, you can shoot through this entire wall into the B-bomb site with an AWP. You can shoot the C connector from there. Now, no one ever has. It's absolutely pick up 2 kills, and that AWP...
It's got 1.
It's got 1. It's put into play very, very late. And practically crouching on top of that HE grenade will... not work out so well for Forrest.
Okay, so I guess the way that they're going to neutralize it, right, is just have him save the AWP for the next round. So they'll have an AWP in the next. But even that's risky in and of itself to rely on the fact that he can save this. 8 seconds left. They could chase if they wanted. They're close enough. And they're going to start pushing forward. Kusta peeking towards upper ramp. You can see Som. They're rushing this. I think Forrest should be able to get away. I don't think there's enough time for them to turn this corner, but... All right, so it's not exactly a disaster, and he passes the AWP over to Guardian.
No, at least they didn't sort of completely crumble. But there is another problem that's building.
Okay.
It's the fact that Gen.G have 13 rounds, and and they're about to win the map. At least looking that way. They did also pick it. Might be worth pointing out.
Yes, and Dig picked Nuke. That'll be the next match coming up. And if we can go to 3, it's what? Vertigo is the deciding that.
Listen, Jason, I don't know.
First joke was much better.
I'm trying my best.
You gotta commit to the dig, Anders.
Is that the key? You should know. Some bent head and automatic out in the A yard with Kusta and Daps sticking around inside of B. So just a reasonable defense, I would say. Only downside, obviously, is if you lose one of these positions out of the A yard. Bentet being pretty active in, you know, in holding not just Pop Dog, but sort of sticking around to look for main. And
Here
actually
comes
now
the
they're
aggression. You're going to
now
pop
they're
flash
grouping up for
Ben
it,
10 in. Yeah, there's the Molotov. Force has got to know what's coming, surely. Blinded though, didn't turn from the flashbang, and that's an easy kill for Bentet again. We saw this just previously, pop flash in towards ladder room and gave Bentet a kill and control. Now he's done it towards T mid.
I feel like that was made funny by the fact that he was so slow to peek the corner. Just
I'm just surprised Forrest wasn't looking away. Like, that deep Molotov should be the indication of what's coming, right? And I guess it's a gamble. Like, some players will just turn in without that pop flash, but still, Bentet still holding T mid. It's Get Right to challenge, one on top of the train to distract, and Bentet's got another. Som does go down, and there's automatic with the op. He falls, and Kusa's waiting for his time to peek out. It's just now. It's a free kill on Guardian, and Freiburg, the only one remaining. They know exactly where he is.
expensive round. I mean, it looks like they could have won that round way more Gen.G, but I don't think they really care. Nice triple kill for Bentet. He's all the way up to 18. He's kind of overtaken everyone on the server at the moment, which is impressive all on its own. But I think the real problem is the lack of a bomb plant. Maybe even with the bomb plant, they just don't have the money here to dig. So they're going to be in some trouble. 14-9 could be a faster finish than I think they were really hoping for at this point in time. Bentet, Som, and Automatic once again out in the A yard with Daps and Kusta. And Daps actually running very close, and they're all going to be coming for him. Kusta wants to follow it up, and he'll get the one kill here. Maybe delaying things a bit with a Molotov. 3 versus 4 at the moment. And just Forrest with the one rifle there.
Oh, I guess they're waiting for the smoke to fade. They're just going to camp behind it, but that is risky. Spam, a lot of bullets coming through. Deep Molotov. Now they decide to go. Kusta has another, and they're blocked into the site. Forrest's going to get aggressive to clear that out, but look at the counter flank from Som wrapping around the train. It's going to be an easy one. Him and Automatic get the last two. 15-9. Dig need 6 rounds straight, and instead they have lost 5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's trending in the wrong direction, unfortunately. 25th round here. They're going to have one last chance at it, and they're going to need to win the next 6 rounds in a row. That's kind of rough. Right now, I'm not even sure how they would. And I feel like the one that has the hot hand right now, at least just judging for the last couple of rounds, might actually be Freiburg. He's got 16 kills. Maybe try and have him look for an opening. I mean, you can't ask him to do it 6 rounds in a row, but
I think the problem is this T side from Dig feels like it's not even giving anyone a chance to have the hot hand. Like, it's been slow. It's been, you know, waiting out utility for a long time. You're not even giving anyone a chance to kind of feel the game. There hasn't been a whole lot of variation in the strategies they're calling. This feels very much like get some control, wait for Gen.G to make a mistake, wait for someone to walk into your crosshair instead of actually going for it. Freiburg's going to lead, and you've got Kusta on the other side with an M4 in hand. And he'll have a lot of pressure. 3 players about to bust out. Turn from the flashbang. The follow-up comes in. He turns right back into it. Mistimed.
and with 2 people ready to fight him, that was going to be a really rough day for him, no matter what. Bentet also now worried about getting shot at the back of the room. Backup has shown up really quickly. They're actually all 4 here for Gen.G. They've committed to this A defense. And still with 50 seconds, they're getting the kills in on the Dig side, and that's really all they need right here. Bentet, no space to stand on behind that E-box, and he'll go down. So in spite of the fact that there was some pretty heavy defense here, Gen.G have not really made it work. Automatic, he's not going to get the swing on that one. Forrest is already so far out into the angle, and that leaves Daps to get shot in the face by Assist. That's
banged out.
Absolutely.
That was well done from Dig. Once they pulled that trigger, pretty nice. They did slow things down, and that's how Gen.G got all 4 remaining players out there at that bomb site to defend, but very good job from Dig to actually attack that bomb site, working together to clear out Bentet over towards E-box. That was an important kill to find. Gen.G gonna swap things up. Double op setup. Kusta's got one in hand. We've been talking about wanting to see that. We as in the talent collectively, not necessarily you and me.
No? Trying to distance yourself already, Jason?
No, I want to see Goose on the op as well.
He had that great shot over at the B-bomb side, jumping off the ladder. I mean, that inspired some confidence.
Yeah, he had a great minor with the op back in 2016 as well.
We all remember that one. Was that around the point in time when you increased his stock so much that, you know, everyone just sold it right afterwards and crashed his career? Was that the point in time?
I didn't crash the career. I built the career, and then Simple crashed the career. We'll blame it on that.
Okay. Fair enough. I mean, what can you do? It's simple.
Good shot from Automatic. Daps still waiting underneath the ladder. Freiburg's going to go down. Daps goes for another, but Guardian's got the angle. Automatic, how aggressive does he want to remain? The Molotov keeps them forced into the open. That's well played from Automatic. He's going to go for a follow-up peek, but Guardian has the angle. Guardian's a little bit quicker.
And with Get Right getting a kill simultaneously and the follow-up taking down Som, it's turned. That was a 2-on-4 into a 1 versus 2 for Gen.G. And Bentet here, he's got the right timing, but just as Get Right got around the corner, 39 seconds. They nearly lined up. That could have been an absolute disaster, but they'll get one more round, 11-15. And Gen.G is stumbling when they shouldn't.
I think Gen.G just forgot that Dig was able to actually push up along those lanes instead of planting the bomb. They were just like, no, they still have W keys. That's interesting.
Stumbling over Dig, and that's impressive, isn't it? If that's the kind of thing that happens, then
yeah, fair play to the man with the big dig.
Don't even need to brag about anything else at that point in time. 27th round, and they're out of money. It's getting interesting.
Yeah, just 3 rounds back if they're able to convert this against all USPs, which they should. Here's the Creeks peeking out. There's a lot of USPs out here. Death by 1,000 cuts. Good dink onto Freiburg, a bit of damage onto Exist, but none of the kills are coming out until just now. Automatic and Bentet with 2. Daps is going to come into play, and another dink. Som actually has a chance. Unfortunately, they know exactly where he is, and I think with that nade, his HP at 6, it's all gone away.
Yeah, but you're right. He actually, 2 headshots would have probably done it there. 15-12. 3 more rounds. I think try and get into overtime.
They're buying again. That kind of surprises me. All M4s, no AWPs for this Gen.G side. Going to be light on some utility, especially kits.
$21 kills on Bentet, 20 on Automatic. That seems like a pretty lethal duo to me. If both those players can play well in any game, yeah, I'd say that's going to be sort of hard to deal with. But it's obviously the economy that is really worth thinking about. Forrest also having a game himself with 19 kills right there. They need to get the next 3 in a row here. And they will be helped by this buy. You're absolutely right, though. Spending the economy this round, not getting the AWP, being way low in terms of grenades, having no kit pickup either. A lot of things that could go wrong here for Gen.G.
Molotov towards the back of the train. Not going to move anyone out of position. A lot of counter utility coming out for Gen.G.
But they have 1 flashbang left, Dick. What's going on? What are they doing?
I don't know. They've used everything. Look at all the smokes on the board. There's 6 of them at the moment. They have to go here. Kusta and Daps can double up, though. They could slaughter this whole thing. And instead, Daps backing away, loses the first fight. That's a big win for Kusta, but traded immediately. And Guardian misses a shot in Gen.G in a 3-on-3. Remember, I said no kits. They're not going to go for this.
I'm so confused.
Surely they're not going to go for this. That's cutting pretty deep into the timer as well to start this retake. They're not even in position to start moving forward.
Definitely not worth it. They're hanging around. Maybe if you can, try and get another rifle or something, but wouldn't commit to it. And they're going to start to fall back. Just a bunch of things that I just don't really understand in this round.
This game feels like neither team is really actually taking risks. Like they've just both agreed to play the most standard game of Counter-Strike on both sides of their map.
I want to get Daps and Kusta both in a chair and ask them who screwed up that defense, because either they both hold the angle and Kusta is the one to take all the attention, and when they try and cross to fight Kusta, Daps is there to shoot them, or they say, okay, don't worry, I'll fall back, I'll throw the grenade, and then we'll go and fight him. But it seemed like Daps was sticking around, and then Kusta was throwing the grenade, and they were like, none of them were prepared for it.
Yeah, that kind of a setup needs both players to be gun out. That flashbang, the 2-3 seconds it takes to actually throw that and get your gun out and be prepared to fight is everything that Dig needed to take out Daps. That's a nice crossfire at a very tough choke point to deal with for the T side, especially considering they used all their utility. Pop flash in, Automatic can't win the fight. Transfers over to Freiburg, but the damage isn't quite there. In M4, they cannot recover.
And Freiburg just playing anti-flash already. He was just looking into the wall, ready in case they were going to do exactly that. So that's a good read. Kusta now playing very close with the USP. Hoping for a quick one tap, but went the other way.
Le one tap.
Le one tap.
Freiburg is just beasting it at the moment. Som's got to hold off everything. Scoped in, can't get exist.
See, that is a good reference, but for all the wrong reasons.
Well, we're at 14-15. 5 rounds in a row for Dig. What if they stub their toe right here? What if they just fall flat? 16-14. How brutal would that be?
That is the classic, though, isn't it? That's exactly how it normally plays out. Suddenly, nobody wants to make a mistake. You end up going maybe a bit slower than you should have, and yeah, it's a classic. Double AWP as well on the Gen.G side, so could be some stopping power behind that.
Yeah, but Dig managed to get that out of their hands earlier. We saw Gen.G pick it up at an earlier stage, right at the start of this comeback, and they managed to overcome it then. So you have to assume they're going to go back to it. We'll be interested what Dig comes out with, because remember, this has been relatively slow paced from the offense. Those ops are going to have their chance to find picks. They're going to have their opportunities. So tough round for Dig. 5 in a row. 14-15. This would be a phenomenal comeback for Dig, considering how things looked.
Yeah, 5 in a row after losing 5 in a row. Just one more to go. I don't know. It is a good comeback. I'm still not. It's not the kind of comeback that's going to convince me to say, oh yeah, this is exactly what I want to see. It just feels like, I mean, some of these rounds are way too close and are kind of relying on Gen.G making a couple of mistakes, which at least they're getting. But that doesn't make me excited or happy. That just makes me think, well, what if this is the round where there is no such mistake?
We've seen a lot of different setups as well from Gen.G. Previously, we saw Bentet playing in ladder room a lot. Now it's Som. We've seen Kusa supporting towards inside. Now it's automatic. Kusa playing with the op outside. They've really been mixing things up depending on the weaponry that they have. Daps playing under the ladder. Automatic at high train.
I like this.
On top of the ladder, excuse me.
Yeah, I think this is great. Automatic, if he gets a kill here, Daps could swing right in and be close range, and if they come down the ramp, might still be able to get a kill. It's going to be a little bit more tricky if they actually show up full force there, but the bomb is really far back, and there's about 55 seconds left, and they're so expecting for Gen.G to go for something, and they're getting nothing out of it. Look at the forward. I mean, Ivy would be an amazing place to hit right now. I think that's where the most success would come from.
Oh, that's a big kill for Som. Guardian doesn't commit inside either. Now, Guardian has an AWP, so if he wants to... No, he doesn't, excuse me. He's swapped out. He's got the Creek.
30
but this
seconds.
is still so delayed. All the smokes are on the board for Dig. They have to take advantage of this, and Daps is going to have a very fast flank. That doesn't need to happen. Bentet gives one up for free, but Som still in ladder room allows Kusa to remain aggressive. Freiburg's coming from Ivy, though. They've lost track of it. Now the bomb just somehow needs to make it, and they need to remain aggressive. It's just exist.
Man, they could have had this round, Dig, but now instead it's a 1 versus 3 with 10 seconds left, and there is really nothing that he could do here. Surely Daps or someone else is going to go for the swing while he's trying to put that bomb down. I'm shocked that he even got that. 4 seconds left on the timer, and Exist in a 1 versus 3. He's going to get the one quick kill. Daps on the other side, showing himself, and he'll fight it, and it's going to be 16-14. Gen.G barely closing it out, and I mean, again, it was I don't know, a lot of disturbing things I'm seeing for both teams in this match. I kind of walk away just feeling uncomfortable at the end of it.
I swear that was the same exact thing you said last time we saw both Gen.G and Dig play independently of playing each other.
It's true.
I kind of agree with you, though. There was nothing, I think the best way to describe it is there was nothing convincing there. It's obviously a good win for Gen.G. It's a pretty nice comeback for Dig as well, but nothing that makes you feel like these teams have got their swagger back, got their game back in the right place. We're heading to a break, then we hear from the desk, and then we've got Nuke coming up, which is Dig's pick. Stay tuned to Flashpoint.
train between Dig and Gen.G. It was a torturous affair in some ways, one that almost sent us to OT. Impressions?
And the
Sean?
madhouse.
Yeah,
And the madhouse.
I thought the first half kind of kicked off how I thought it would, right? Gen.G tried to bully Dig, and it looked like they were just splitting the map, trying to get one-on-one engagements in a lot of scenarios. And it looked like they were just going to steamroll them. And then when the halves switched, they struggled a lot on their CT side, which was surprising to me, especially given the lackluster, I guess, cohesion I saw at a Dig on their T side. That's a little alarming that Gen.G was struggling to close out that game in my eyes.
Yeah, I think one thing that Daps and Gen.G didn't do that well was manage their economy. On round 28, for example, when you've been on the brink of winning the game for so long, you're usually just going to eventually save up to get your double op set up or whatever you think you need to close the game out. But they were comfortable with just 5 M4s and very light utility. That's not usually the exact approach you want to take. You don't want it to come this close if you're the team that's favored to win.
So a little bit of cockiness, perhaps?
Yeah, the way they started the game as well was kind of like what Sean said. They were trying to bully them. They just kind of flew out T-Con. They flew out ladder really quickly, but we see that that didn't really actually match up too well for them. You think pound for pound that the players on Gen.G are going to be a lot stronger mechanically, but it actually seemed like Dignitas, they know that teams are going to try to bully them like that, so they have preventative countermeasures in place. Good utility, good setups to start the rounds out.
Is that part of just having the veteran status Thorin on this team? Because we've talked about how they frequently have bigger windows to shoot to compensate for their shaky aim because of their expertise in playing these maps.
Sure. I mean, certainly the Dig players, like, we build timers, like the skill level isn't really there, but actually against this field, they've been all right. The problem is, like, it's a positive and negative. The good news of Gen.G is you're still winning these games, despite the fact a bunch of your players are kind of underwhelming in most of them. But when you watch them play with the eye test, it does feel like that Gen.G should be on another level aim-wise that they aren't on at the moment. Like, they're just okay in the server.
Yeah, they had a couple weird first deaths on their T side, like people just jumping out of mid, like Daps running down hell, dying a couple times, and then they would just wait for the sandwich smoke to fade. We saw Kusta find openings that way on the Ivy player, and then people would just walk one by one up Ivy. I think they just thought skill-wise they were the better team. Everything that I saw in that first half told me that Gen.G was just overconfident. And I think going into the second half, it burned them a little bit because, like you said, their economy went away, and in large part due to that Freiburg round where he flanked Connector and got the triple kill. Rounds like that where they were just losing people late, even though they would win, hurt them significantly at the end of the game.
I'm surprised to hear that they would be so confident coming into this match, because remember, they ended in third place. They've already, after being a #1 seed in our initial phase 1, they have already dramatically underperformed. So it seems like that confidence is a little bit unjustified.
Yeah, I think that the fact that Daps is probably in another location right now, playing away from the rest of the team, he probably can't just be that nice kind of big leader force that he would be if they were all playing in the same just center, or they were playing in the studio here, just on LAN in general. He's not that same leader figure, and he can't just kind of be like, vocally, he's pretty quiet. He's pretty monotone. He's just going to be like, hey guys, we really shouldn't have lost that round. But he should be trying to yell at them. He should be getting in their ears, like get them on edge a little bit more. And I think they did that. I think they did reel themselves back in, but it still felt like in a lot of cases there was kind of a lack of discipline in areas that you wouldn't usually see it. But when they won some rounds, they did it pretty handily. They did sometimes just win everywhere on the map at once.
Yeah, I think the second gun round, because Dig won the first one, they just rushed inner through the lower inner smoke. Tim gets the entry on the lower player. They have the inner bomb site, and then all of a sudden just all collapse, right? And that's just due to over-aggression, overconfidence. Any smart team that's has like tons of structure wouldn't have fallen into the trap they did there. It's very puggy what they tried to do. And again, it happened in a one-on-one where Tim left the bomb outside T-Con. It's not even Tim's fault. Anyone on the team could have left the bomb. Whoever it is on the strat left it there. And, you know, they ended up losing the round because of time. Just silly mistakes cost Gen.G a couple rounds in this game. I don't think it's really much to worry about in the long run. So I'm still pretty high on them.
We do have a round to look at here, which is going to be round 20 that I know you guys were excited about. Is excited the right word?
Interested in.
Interested to say the least.
Interested is the analyst word for bad, as we know.
Yeah, it's definitely the analyst word for bad. And like usual, I'm going to give you some super positive stuff here. So this was round 20 where basically Dig was on like a must-win round in my eyes. This was, you know, the turning point. I'm surprised they came back after this. And what happened was Guardian didn't know the smoke lineup, so Exist had to run over, shoot the wall where he has to line up the smoke, and then go back to his spot. Now that's cool and all normally, but what ends up happening is that delay causes the CTs to be able to smoke T-Con, and then now they're jumping through a smoke because the whole strat, the timing is off.
It's unlucky, unfortunately.
And now they just get double killed. But that would have never happened had Guardian known the flow or the smoke, so that way the flow of the round was very different. That counter smoke doesn't come in.
And the utility is crucial if
Yeah.
Dignitas is going to win games because that's their biggest strength.
Yeah, I think their setup was actually really good. They had an Ivy split coming through and T-Con. I think 2 people were coming out Ivy right after that, 3 from T-Con. And the split was just so one-dimensional because immediately the T-Con side of the split was dead, and then everyone's just focused on Ivy. They get blown out. And the next round, I want to say, was the round Force. Bought that op. I think he bought like a rogue op.
Oh, right.
After that.
He did save it for a couple of rounds at least, but yeah, it was a dicey situation to be sure. So any other thoughts coming into our next map of this series? Are you encouraged to think that, oh, well, you know, Dignitas did play it close at least on Gen.G's map. Now we're going to Nuke, which they've won before. Is there a chance we could see a map 3 here go to Vertigo?
I think the positive here, at least, is this map, especially the CT side of Nuke, is the best that Dignitas has looked, as far as I'm concerned, in this tournament. Like, that's been when you saw the throwback performances from Get Right, and they actually looked like that's a map where you can sit and spray a chalk. Like that, you don't have to have the crisp aim that you need on some of the others. So it's certainly a chance to get back in. Again, though, it's on the Gen.G side. What Gen.G is going to turn up? If it's the Gen.G from the first map, there's a chance.
Yeah, I think that Gen.G, though, is going to look better than Orgless. When we saw Dig win on Nuke before, it was against Orgless, and they looked a little discombobulated at times, sometimes a little bit desperate, I would even say, in some of the choke points where some of the Dig players did have their highlights. And this time around, I think Gen.G, they play a good enough kind of a default style that's going to abuse players on the map that are a little bit weaker. They're going to find themselves in positions that are going to catch Dig off guard a little bit more, and Dig's going to be really tested this time around. Is their communication just good enough that when a player drops down vents, how are they going to respond to it? When there's outside smokes and they know one player was able to get down secret, how is Dig going to respond to it? All of those questions I haven't really seen Dig get tested on yet, so we'll see if they're able to provide the answers.
Yeah, I agree with everything you just said. I think we've yet to see Dig get tested in those areas. I don't have faith Gen.G is going to be able to test them. That's the thing.
Why not? Why not?
I just don't think Nuke is a solid map for them, and I think we ended up seeing Bentet as their ramp player previously, and I know the communication from what Daps has told us when he was in the studio isn't perfect yet with Bentet, and having bad communication from your ramp player, especially seeing how much Dig was hitting that lower sight, that could be a huge problem for them right now. So until I witness Gen.G iron that out, I'm siding Dig.
Okay, so to be clear, you think Dig is going to win Nuke?
I think out of any map, this is by far their best chance. Yeah, this and Vertigo actually. That's why I think this.
So this is my question: do you think they will win Nuke?
Yeah, I think they will win Nuke.
So do you think they will win Vertigo?
Just,
do you think Dig is going to win the series, Sean?
I gotta think
it's time to pivot if you're going to do it.
Yeah, you sound like
do it.
Yeah, I'm just watching you just waffle and teeter on this one. Okay.
I don't think that they'll win the series just because I think the stronger players right now are on Gen.G. So for me to say that Dig are going to win both of the remaining maps, they would have to just blow them out of the water strategically, and I don't know if that's possible.
Anyone else waffling?
I just have to agree. I think Orgless made it look they looked too good against Dig. It was 16-13. It was a close game, and Orgless, in my opinion, didn't actually look. They are probably tactically inferior to what Gen.G should be, and Gen.G on paper are supposed to be the better team already. And yeah, this is Dig's best chance, but if their prep work only got them a very slight victory over a team that's without an org, without salaries, with a team that's hasn't even played that long, I think Gen.G just have such a better chance individually and tactically that Orgless didn't have. So I think they're going to just come out on top.
I think Orgless could potentially beat Gen.G online. So I think they're I think they're potentially playing like an even level team right now.
Well,
Yeah.
we might actually see that matchup.
And also, Orgless is actually really good on Nuke. So
all right.
I think that says a lot.
I mean, that is a definite possibility of things that could happen in this group coming up in the next few days.
On that Orgless team, I swear.
All right. Well, back to our second map of our Dig measuring contest group. Anders and Moses have returned. I hope the joy of life isn't sucked out of you once again like it was in that last game.
Been a while since you've seen your own Dig, right, Anders?
Oh, you know what? What I got out of that.
Don't let him get away with that. Go right back with aggression.
No, I was so thrown off by Sean saying that he was so worried about the performance that he wanted Dig tested. I thought that was funny. I don't even know where to go with all this. I haven't had the life sucked out of me. it's just uninspiring, isn't it, to watch? There's so many things where I'm like, guys, just, really just give it 20% more or something.
Yeah, it is a weird feeling, but hopefully they bring it in this map. Look, this is where I think the big key to this is how much Dig can exploit the verticality of Nuke, which is always a big talking point, always a big watching point for me on this map. And as the Death said, they should be able to manage it quite nicely. Bentet is already going to be forced down. Automatic is already shot in the face, but he returns it. A running shot onto Get Right, blinded, can't get anything else. Saw him in the bomb site, everything to do, and he's delivering. 2 quick headshots, other side of the silos. Now he's got to reload, and he's got backup to buy him time. Gen.G is fighting for this site, and Psalm is going to get a triple kill. There's your extra 20%.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, that fight was just teetering right at the edge, wasn't it? That could have gone the complete different way, but incredible hold from Psalm, and just as backup arrived as well.
I'll say this too, Automatic, to get gushed and then to do the drive-by one-shot on to Get Right, the fact that he gets towards the entrance of HUD and just buys a little extra second of distraction. Those players have to turn and look hard right instead of actually attacking the bomb site, allows Psalm to settle, allows Bentet to rotate up the ladder. So just a very small margin on Automatic staying alive a little bit longer helped out a big way.
Just getting a kill with the Deagle. But they've lost Guardian and Forest already. Kusta obviously seeing the shadow there. Going to be easy for him to try and react, and they will clean up the round pretty easily. This time they'd gone for a fair few SMGs. And they're going to buy that AWP on Kusta, or sorry, an Automatic right away. We'll see what the Dig can do already. Yeah, so they're going to be buying in this round, obviously. Dig. All AKs all across the board. This is their map pick, so I want to be persuaded. I want to see...
This is the one?
Yeah. I want to see what it is they are have prepared to try and convince us that this is, just a best of 3 or maybe even a tournament overall that they can actually do something in.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that you want them to show us something here. 4 smokes on the map for Dig right off the bat. Only Freiburg has 1 left, and he's going to lead the way on the crossing. We saw this previously when they played Nuke against Orgless. Freiburg will frequently use that smoke wall all by himself to get control of these stairs, but that actually brings the smoke away from any usefulness to the rest of his team. And it looks like they want to split. Looks like they want to attack Bentet. Looks like they want to have Freiburg down low as well. Kusta's already rotated down, and instead Freiburg is going to turn his attention towards outside.
Man, he could have been dead already. Bentet, I think, seeing more than maybe a couple of people there. Get Right, going to be ready for Automatic to maybe go for the swing, but he's just frozen at the corner, ready and waiting for them. 50 seconds on the clock. Sorry, still a lot of time for Dig to be maneuvering across the map. Freiburg, he's got so much control outside. You want to make something of it. If you get just 1 kill, he almost got shot in the back. Now he's just hiding down here. Does not want to face that AWP again. 40 seconds and Bentet, he's going to get shot down. They were slow to get to that B-bomb side, but a big win, and Freiburg will take down Automatic. This is working out incredibly well right now for Dig.
Freiburg does such a good job of distracting outside. Gen.G never really knew where that hit was going to come in. They didn't realize the main point of the attack was downstairs still. Kusta's here. They double peek Freiburg. They at least get that. Kusta needs to provide 1 more kill before they rotate to this site, and there it is. Transitions upward, close the door. 2-on-2 for him and Daps. There's 1 kit. It's on Kusta. No smoke for the bomb. And Dig's in good positions. Guardian should be checkmate. Over in dark, there's no Molotov to clear him out, but Kusta's at least got the information.
Well, he's going to try anyway. A little bit of a grenade to try and go for the swing, and they're going to win that fight. Oh, this is a bit of an issue. Exist. He's going to pick up one, but Daps has the kit now instead. And the bomb, you can still see it from there, and that's the issue. Daps wants to go straight for it. 2 seconds left, and Exist lining it up. Oh, no, half a second there. What's going on? Oh, no.
He's going to be frustrated. He's going to be pissed. Tapping away, not moving in just an awkward angle as the diffuser is looking down as well. Daps gets away with one. Gen.G gets away with one. Now, the nice thing is it's not over yet. I think Dig have to buy here. I think you have to go for it. There's no reason not to. You've taken everyone away. You took all their weapons out in a victory. They have to reinvest. There's no money left on the Gen.G side, and Dig know it.
They had built that round perfectly all the way up until the end, but they didn't get to finish, and that will leave Dig frustrated. Which is, that's just rough, isn't it? Automatic taking out Guardian outside. I'm not even sorry.
You shouldn't be. Good trade from Som. Again, all the smokes used for Dig very early on. 4 down on the map right in these first 20 seconds. That's 2 rounds in a row. They've used a lot of utility right at the beginning. Bentet goes down into a 3-on-3. No one down below for Gen.G, but that is where Dig is attacking. They've just moved down the secret stairs. I don't know if Gen.G realize the danger in this B bomb site.
They don't. What's really alarming is they don't have anyone that can actually even get close. I mean,
Kus is in the vents, yeah. That's about
but
it.
That's not where you want to rotate from, is it?
It's a risky rotation, especially if the door is blown open. Probably doesn't feel confident taking that move. And Get Right, as he does, lurking outside.
Automatic could be in trouble if he continues to push. And they are down there. They're getting really close to the bomb site. Now, I guess they're going to have to blow open the window or open the door, and that'll give the game up. But they should be able to get the bomb down quick enough.
I can't believe no one from Gen.G has actually moved downstairs at all. Just now, kind of considering it, there goes Som. Good lurk from Get Right. He was patient the whole time, so they know there's only 2 players in the site. Automatic's going to get down there, but it's a little late to stop the plan. He's going to open the door. That's a great flick. That is a majestic flick.
That is absolutely not easy. Freiburg was off the bomb and trying to escape. Kuster on automatic here. 2-on-2 once again for Gen.G. And last time, I mean, they stole it in a pretty disgusting way. We'll see if they could do it one more time. Exist back here, and that's one of the positions they have to check. They're going to go straight for it. Nice headshot from Exist. And automatic, he's going to try and defuse, but he's surely getting shot at the back. 2 seconds left, and there's the swing. This time they weren't going to let it get away. Nice round from Dig.
That was pretty dicey, though. I mean, Exist had no chance to stop that defuse. Good peek from Get Right. Good lurk outside from Get Right, and they've done it. Even off the back of a loss in the previous round, the rebuy works perfectly. And Gen.G have nothing. They're going to full buy in this round upgraded pistols just because it's a double save no matter what. Good chance for Dig to close the gap. We'll see if Gen.G can return anything here. But again, there's the abuse of the verticality that we talked about. That's going to be a big strategic advantage that Dig can use. Especially when they realized no one from Gen.G rotated downstairs over the course of 30 to 40 seconds in that round.
Yeah, which is very confusing, very hard to understand exactly. I mean, at least want to be in a position where you can get there, maybe snipe away a kill, even if you're not stopping the bomb from going down. Just do some damage and get some information, and they were really, really short on that. Scout and some upgraded pistols across the board here for Gen.G definitely can still be pretty lethal. They've already thrown a decent grenade on Guardian and put him down to 57. So get a tag on someone else, and it's going to start to get interesting. Get Right playing alone in the lobby, and which is what he's been doing a lot when they play this nuke map.
Yes, and we talked about that against Orgless. If you've done your research, you know that there's a decent amount of chances where you can just push in towards lobby, do some kind of a lobby crunch on the defense, and you'll find Get Right alone.
And he's all the way out of the silo now.
Very rarely is he a free kill, though, despite playing so alone so frequently.
Yeah, one of the big issues is actually finding Get Right at all. Even when you know where he is. Kuster playing the stairs here with the 5-7, and they're going to get a bit closer. Bentet could open up the door to help him out. The flashbang actually creates a bit of a gap. That was unfortunate timing, because I think they were about to get maybe sandwiched in.
Yeah, they had him distracted with that door opening. Everyone was looking the other way, but the flashbang caused Kusa's peek to be 1 second delayed. Bentet close up with the CZ, couldn't get anything done. Good double peek from Guardian and Force, and the lower bomb site is lost. Gen.G have to save whatever is left in their hands. The Deagle on Som, the CZ on Daps, and the Scout on automatic. They'll use it for the next round.
I mean, they were in the right positions, just couldn't really land the kills there. think that one flashbang really messed things up. I don't know how much they would have got done, but you could get sandwiched pretty heavily from that position.
Yeah, even if you only go 2 for 2, right? That at least let's let Gen.G, these other 3 players, kind of investigate and see if they can grab a cheeky kill. Maybe, you know, Guardian with a low HP is a nice shot for the Scout, the Deagle. Regardless, second round for Dig.
And starting off early on Nuke here on the T side, that's a much better look.
They did this on Train though too, right? Gen.G won the first 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Dig won the next 3, and then Gen.G won that huge run on their T side of Train. Everyone at about 2K for Gen.G, so no investment coming in outside of the 3 players that saved those weapons from the previous round.
Yeah, go fight in the yard. You got the Deagle, you got the Scout, you got the CC up running close. They're gonna do that at all, but let's see. Exploding the door and continuing on with Molotov and the Mini and everything else. Got automatic out there, but if Dig had actually gone behind this push, not that they could have known, probably would have been just fine.
I don't think they're going to pull the trigger anytime soon, but at the moment they have 4 players in lobby. Looks like they want to line up for an upper hit with the full Molotovs, with the smokes and the flashbangs. Actually, excuse me, they only have the 1 Molotov on Freiburg at this point, but it can change their mind easily. Everyone is just passive looking for pushes.
Yeah, they're happy about just having these angles. Automatic really wants that fight. Did spot it out the shoulder, but he can't get a headshot, and that means Forrest will stay alive. And Daps not quite willing to commit to the follow-up either.
I feel like he wants to Superman.
Yeah, do it. It's Daps though. He's too Canadian, isn't he?
Yeah, he'd probably feel bad. He'd probably have to apologize afterwards. Sam is downstairs with the Deagle. This could be a nice shot. If he can get a headshot on Guardian, ooh, there was the chance. That would have been a great equalizer. Backs away. A lot of utility sent into his position at the staircase, and the rest of Dig following it up as well.
Som very quick to the corner. Could have been risky, and it turned out to be risky. He goes down to Guardian. Daps and Bentet now left with Kuster on that Scout, and they're not in a position, once again, really to do much of anything. It's a good turnaround here for Dig.
It's a really nice call as well. It's a nice feint towards the lower bomb site. You get the kill in towards stairs, and you immediately run up towards Mini. Good kill from Daps, but I don't think he's going to be able to build anything else on top of it. Kusta rotating up the ladder. He's got a Scout. 1 beneath him.
Kind of hard to hit a headshot there, but Get Right freezing in position will allow for the follow-up from Kusta. Again, they should not even be close to winning this round. Some good tags coming in from Kusta, and Daps with a headshot. Going for it. Here's Daps with another kill. 3 now in the round. The bomb, though, it's planted on a little bit of a tricky position here for Forrest. He has to swing wide, and Daps will get 1 more kill for the quad.
Holy...
I can't believe it.
Holy hell. 4 kills from Daps. Oh, Dig played that so well. I love the call to go back to the upper bomb side. They just lost everything. That one position from Daps, yeah. That was perfect. No one really to clear out. No one to contain Kusta up top with a Scout. 2 nice kills on to Get Right. And I believe that was Freiburg over towards the vent?
Yeah, probably was. My God. Just as things were getting rolled out and starting to look a little bit better. That's a crushing way to lose a round.
It is against pistols, but you have to remember as well, I mean, this is one of the things we hold the thought. Force quickly into the Molotov, in towards Daps, has no idea. The hero of last round is gone. Automatic's going to try and be aggressive with the op, but he's contained by the player outside. That leaves Som all on his own. They know his position. Get Right's got it. A very aggressive lurk in the upper bomb site. Presses the envelope and finds a pick.
And Guardian was holding that position. He put on the wall. That was Bentet trying to come in to help out Som because he knew he was alone. And Guardian was just playing heads up there, realizing it right away. Kusta could get his face taken right off. If he goes too far out, then it's already being watched by Get Right. And see, he's thinking about it. There's the tag coming in, and it's not worth it, is it?
No, it's save time. Kusta's going to back away. Exist lurking outside. Might be able to grab 1 more if he wants to get aggressive. Money's not great for Dig, so I don't think we'll see any kind of crazy hunt. I did expect to see Exist at least peak for something, but a nice round from Dig. A good change of pace. That's one thing we didn't see on Train, was those change of pace, was those variations in the speed of your strategy. It was both teams on their T side played very slow, very calculated defaults, set pieces all across the board. This one, Forrest has the leash removed, and he's dropping down into upper very quickly from Mini.
That's a good display. I think, you know, just talk about the mentality on the team, right?
It's a fortunate time to call that as well, because remember, we've usually seen Kusa with the rifle in that mini garage, you know, fighting towards outside, fighting towards squeaky door and vent. This time it was automatic with the op, and when he just has to put himself in position where he's not going to get picked off if he misses a shot, so it's a different style than with the rifle.
Yeah.
And Dig took complete advantage of it.
Great showing. But I think it also just, it does something for a team to be allowed to play quick at least a round and have it work out. Like, it's so, you're like, you don't just feel like you're a little bit of a stronger unit at that point in time. So I like to see it. Automatic still with the AWP saved, obviously, but they are not looking too good for cash. In some ways, neither are Dig. So just kind of a lot can be decided really early on in this first half here on you. 4 versus 3, or 4 to 3 in the score, and nothing really been decided yet.
Kusa's put himself in this position, but he doesn't have a smoke. If they Molotov out that vents during any kind of a hit, he's going to be forced into a fight that he probably doesn't want to take. Got to be careful about that, but he's changed his positioning, and now he's going to drop downstairs. And it's good to see Gen.G kind of adapting and finding ways to put players downstairs earlier. Easy kill for Guardian as automatic gets bored.
Yeah, he obviously wanted to find a kill. I mean, they don't have any more smokes left on the Gen.G side, so you're thinking, like, we have to do something. We can't just wait around.
Well, and again, there's the smoke wall put up that Dig has pretty much put up every single round, whether they use it with one player or use it with nobody. Kusa's already dedicated downstairs. You're already at a man disadvantage.
That could have been the end of Daps.
Yeah, that very easily could have been a 2-man advantage. Bentet has been very lonely here in ramp room. SMG's got himself a kill. Exist offers himself up in a solo fight. There goes Som in the sight. It's all on Daps again. He must deliver. They're wrapping from too many angles. Nice aggressive spin, and Bentet into the sight cannot set his feet in time.
I mean, that's a heroic approach, isn't it? That maybe could have worked out. There's only 25 seconds, I think, when Daps gets the first kill. If you can spin and get one more, that probably buys time for Bentet to at least get there. So, I wouldn't say it's a close round, but there were a couple of things that could have worked out maybe for Gen.G. Regardless, Dig going to be at 4 rounds here. I don't see anything that Kusta could really do.
That's one of the cool rounds that make you feel like Dig is going to have a handle on this map, because that was very, like, slow, measured, calculated, just constriction around that A bomb site. They just were prepared to pounce that whole time. And all the wrong decisions for Gen.G. The automatic peek from stairs, a deep one with the AWP. The rotation down from Kusa. Never had a read of what was coming.
Yeah. Constricting Dig. Talk about the Anaconda, Jason. Round number 9. And
4 of the last 5 for Dig.
Yeah, kind of crushing the economy on Gen.G's side, keeping their own more and more alive.
The only hiccup we've seen so far from Dig, outside of a pretty damn near perfectly played TF, was that loss to the Scout and the Deagle and the 5-7, and just basically just USPs.
Yeah.
The 4 kill from Daps. Ooh, that's fun.
And he escapes through the smoke. It's like, never mind. Take it all back.
Just kidding.
It's just a prank, bro.
Don't tase me. 4 smoke still for Dig to use. Probably feeling pretty comfortable in that they don't have to set up that smoke wall outside. Just going to drop off and block Mini. Forrest looking for information. He spots it through the door. He knows one has jumped back in towards the mini garage.
Just the 1 AK there on automatic at the moment to try and put up any kind of a fight. And whereas the kind of hesitation we were seeing on Train on the T side for Dig was really frustrating and just seemed to reveal the fact that they weren't feeling very confident about the map. So far, that's not the read that you're getting here. It just seems like they're setting up and waiting. They're leaving Freiburg this time alone outside, but it all seems way more coordinated. Automatic.
This is dangerous.
Interesting angle. Yeah, it is actually kind of dangerous.
Well, if Gen.G reads this properly, they can get players set back in the upper bomb site. They need to get there quick, though. Som falls. Automatic with that AK-47 is now in the upper bomb site. They've done everything perfect. This could be another win for Gen.G. Automatic has a huge job. AK-47 up in the rafters. They didn't expect it. Forrest goes down, so does Guardian. Daps has the op. There's the USP to distract Freiburg.
They can get the kills. 10 seconds left with the bomb. Daps is standing right on top of it, and he can't get the shot. That must have been close. And now Ben.Ted swings for it. Existo on the other side. He's got all the health. He's got the rifle as well. He's just trying to play hide and seek. 1 second left around the corner. Ben.Ted. Oh my god, that is brilliant. And that's Exist again. He was the one who couldn't get the shot down in the bomb side on B. Oh, he's going to be pissed.
Oh, Ben.Ted playing hide and seek. He's had a pretty interesting half to get involved in over at Ramp Room. They haven't really attacked him too frequently. He's 3-7. But that's a big-time clutch with just a USP versus that AK-47. And Gen.G pull another one away. They steal a second round. Still fully invested into this. Three players at $0 for Gen.G. Again, another very early smoke wall. First 20 seconds of the round, and there's already no smokes on Dig.
Many ways you could say, Jason, that was absolutely ridiculous. You take this round, Jason.
Oh, I hate you. All right, Dig leading the way. Exist up front, Guardian in support. No op on the Dig side. Flashbang up into the piping. And this is a solid defense downstairs. There's a nice crossfire between Kusta and Ben.Ted. And remember, Dig doesn't have any smokes. They have Molotovs, but those will go over towards the U-Haul.
50 seconds. I mean, at least there's a defense down at B. Actually, heavy defense. 3 people holding it. I'm still slightly concerned that it sort of feels like they're all holding slightly separate angles, so they could end up losing, you know, one at a time.
I don't know what the plan is here for Dig. I'll go back to it. There's no smokes. They can only use Molotovs, and there's so many positions they need to clear out. This is going to be some difficult fights to win. That's a good start. Big trade from Ben.Ted, but now they know his position. Molotov forces the offer away. Ben.Ted, so many players swinging at him. He somehow transfers. Double kill for him. Get right now getting involved with the lurk, and he's got one more kill. Low HP on the 2 Gen.G players, but they've got a 2-on-1 in Forest. You certainly don't think you're going to be able to go up this vent. 10 seconds on the clock, and he's got to make his move right now. This needs to be a victory. Daps is holding for it, and he's just going to run, but he can't make the jump. There's no chance for the plant, though.
Time.
That's a round for Gen.G. It's way too sketchy again.
Automatic actually trying to shoot him, which you can do. Oh, I would love to see the kill from Freiburg down to the B bomb site. I swear he did a full 360 running into the bomb site, but it was too late.
They did it. They broke in. Exist, that was the biggest fight to win against Kusta when the smoke cleared towards Toxic Door. Just the fact that Ben.Ted's able to double up is absurd.
Wow, what a round.
This is 3 rounds now in this half where you could go back and say Gen.G shouldn't have won.
Yeah.
The timeout from Ben.Ted that we just saw last round, this one where, I mean, that crossfire is busted up, the Opera is neutralized, Ben.Ted gets a heroic double kill, and then yeah, previously the bomb, okay, so 4.
Yeah.
Because the other one was what, a scout, there was the Daps 4 kill.
Yeah.
With his CZ, so man, Gen.G is very, very lucky, but if you're going to have an upset on a map that Dig should be the absolute favorites in, these are the kind of ingredients that make that happen.
Yeah. Now,
just you don't expect it to be 4 or 5 of them.
No, you don't. Really not. I mean, it's about half the rounds that we played so far in the half. Now, what's interesting, obviously, is can this be give them the momentum to actually swing a few good rounds in here, Gen.G? Because it can't just keep, you know, working out this way.
That's the one thing that's kind of bailed Dig out in a huge fashion. Some of these miraculous wins that Gen.G have also leave them with no cash in the next round. So Dig is at least limiting the economy, but I mean, Gen.G's already at 6. Here's the double drop on towards Mini. Miss shot from Automatic, but they're going to attack him with these MAC-10s. Another miss shot. He's in a lot of trouble. Finally converts, and he's got a teammate. He's got someone to bail him out. That was Daps, I believe.
Yes.
Still, Guardian has control of the lower bomb site. The bomb is there. Daps is just rotated down, but it's a 2-on-3.
Oh, Daps could maybe get a kill on Forest here. The Molotov will force him back just a little bit for the bomb plant. It's close by here. Som is just sneaking in time, but he's missed. Oh, no, he hasn't. I was going to say, if he kept pushing, Forest would have certainly punished him for a nice return. Didn't even have the reload in. Just needed a couple of bullets. That looked way better than I was expecting.
What a great spray control for Som. He didn't realize the planter was way out in the open. He's expecting Guardian to be tucked into a corner safely to plant that. 7-4, and finally, listen, you asked the question, Gen.G have done it. They've sustained a second round in a row. Money's not going to be great, but this should be a round for Dig where they can't really buy and invest a whole lot. They're right on that edge. Only one player, Forrest, could really you could really talk about his ability to get an AK and a smoke.
This is so rough. That's the kind of round out of Gen.G. If they have another one here, then suddenly this first half is actually looking pretty good for them, all things considered. And Dig are probably going to be incredibly upset that it hasn't worked out better than it has. Nice vent dive with the bomb, and don't underestimate it. They have some armor here. This can actually backfire pretty hard on Gen.G. Normally, if you let a pistol down the vents, that's maybe fine, but if they go for it, yeah, there's the quick bomb plant. This is actually a little bit interesting. Now, Cruiser is going to rough it. I can't believe it. Bentet, he should have been dead. Forrest actually stuck that gun in his face.
Yeah, that's going to be frustrating for Forrest. Either way, 8th round for Gen.G. They haven't stuck the defuse. They don't know where Freiburg is, but it's a 5-on-1. He's coming in very late. There's plenty of kit, so they can afford to waste this time. Oh dear. Don't do this.
No, they have 5 people defending it.
Seen crazier things.
Yeah, it actually would be very... Okay.
Speaking of crazy things, Bentet just dies at the end for no reason.
Giving Forrest the assist, apparently.
Yeah, just helping him boost his stats. 8-4. 4 rounds in a row now for Gen.G.
How did he die?
He had 9 HP, so jump off the side low? Is that 9 HP? Surely not. Maybe he went up to heaven? I don't know.
He found a way.
He did find a way.
8-4. Round number 13. Automatic already taking a bit of damage. And nice return from Daps. He's been playing on top of the hot, looking for that fight pretty much all first half here. And that's the only time I think he's really got it that way.
One of the cool things that Orgless was doing against Dig that worked out really well on their CT side, remember, it was not necessarily lobby crunches, but they had a couple rounds that got aggressive towards ramp room. If you're ever going to do that as Bentet, now's the time. You know you've killed Get Right, who's the player who's usually lurking in towards lobby. You could make the calculated risk at least 1 out of the 15 rounds of this half to make that kind of a push and see what you get.
Wow, that grenade actually chased Freiburg, but I completely agree, yeah. This wouldn't be a bad time for it. The smoke wall is up, and I don't know if they know how much damage they've done. A really good Molotov, well timed there. Automatic, just pushing closer anyway. This is so bold. They're all on the other side, but he's so confident in his own ability with that AWP. They should be as well. Kusta spotting them outside. Grenade is going to go really far behind them, but just the information could be worth it all on its own. He goes down, and now some... Do you want to think about the time that's left here? 40 seconds for them to actually try and get into a bomb site.
Yeah, those are not the fights you want. That one that Kusta selected. Turtle up into the site. You know they have outside. They have to still attack. Som's in a lot of trouble. Players double peek him. I don't know how he's lived. He's sunk back to get some help from his teammates. Forrest is going to challenge automatic in the site. You can only get 1. Oh no, this is falling apart. Gen.G had a solid defense. 20 seconds. Bentet's going to come out, finds the player in heaven, knows where the planter is. A double kill for him. Getting involved in the action now. A slow start to the half, but Bentet has arrived. And a 9th round for Gen.G.
That's a bold play for Bentet, but I really like it. Just knew that there could only really be one person to cover like 3 different angles. Now, I've got to say that was actually terrible defense for Gen.G. There's just a bunch of things that I wasn't happy about. They just kept getting caught in weird positions.
Listen, look at the 5 rounds that Gen.G have won. 2 timeouts, 3 defuses. That's a pretty crazy streak to start getting up to an incredible CT scoreline.
I just don't even know what to say. I don't feel like this is quite right, you know?
This is going to be something that if you're playing Dig on Nuke as a team in the future, you might want to start keeping an eye on this. Again, this has happened so many times. 4 smokes used by Dig before the minute and 20-second mark. They set up that wall outside, and they've crossed, but it's a lot of utility, and it's a lot of utility to dump out very early in the rounds.
Smoke, and actually has a little bit of a gap. Thought maybe even they were going to just pretend. Automatic opening the doors just in case he needs to escape, and he actually doesn't close them again. Nice shot on Freiburg. Again, it's so underestimated, but he is actually incredible with his weapon. You really don't want to discount his use of it at all. Smoke, I think, to try and see. Maybe he just wanted that to be further in so they could actually sneak through, but it's not going to happen, and it's a 4-on-5 now with the rest of them trying to go for this A bomb site, and they might be successful in doing it. They're down. Really fast swing out of that there. And now it's a round that they should be winning here, Dig. I say should because it's been strange.
It has been very strange. Molotov isn't going to stop anything. I think you might want to get a save underway if you're Gen.G.
Yeah,
Automatic with that AWP is still in the lower bomb site. You're not going for this round, so just back away. Economy is not great. There's only 2 rounds left in the half, so that might actually be the deciding factor. And it's an absolute disaster. So 5 rounds for Dig. They've gotten there.
Which is, I mean, it's good, and it could be good enough if they could get up to 6, right? It's something to work with. They even take that AWP away. I don't know why Gen.G thought that was the round to go for the retake with.
Probably because they've won so many stupid rounds throughout this half.
They've tricked themselves.
Yeah, they're like, well, it's worked in the past. No matter what we do, we find a way.
They're like, I don't know how we're winning, but
but obviously it's working, so let's just go for it. Let's ride that wave, baby.
Maybe the similar kind of thinking that's you know, putting them into this buy.
Yeah, it's not a great buy. They go for it. They lose 2 rifles in the op at the end. So 3 SMGs on the board for Gen.G.
Get right, once again playing alone in lobby. This would be a good time for the crunch once again. We get the MP9s, might as well go and fight for something. And actually looks like they will. Automatic and Bente to push through the smoke. And
I like this.
they're setting up for it here. Automatic is going to have a deep line into it, and he's got some backup there as well. Let's see if he could take down Get Right. If he can, then those 4 people outside are suddenly going to be weirdly exposed. And yeah, he's in some trouble still, Get Right. Som's walking behind. Oh, he makes the escape. That's not bad.
That's a missed opportunity. They were not ready to pounce on that. Now the question becomes, you know they set up the smoke wall outside. You know they have control of Yard. Where's your rotation from here? Kusta's downstairs, and he's seen absolutely nothing. Automatic playing in ramp room, just peering all the way back towards underneath ladder. Yeah, those SMGs aren't fun at that range.
Bit of a shame, because it looked like there was a while there where Daps may have had a chance to go for a bit of a flank. 45 seconds, and if they can make it in upper, and they should be able to, that 1 MP9 that's currently on the bomb site for Som, that's not going to hold all these people back. Now, there is a little bit of backup, I guess. The M4 is there for Kuster as well. Automatic going to get 1 kill. Som doing a little bit better than I was expecting, and he could have had the follow-up, but now it's just Automatic in a 1 versus 3, and they know where he is, and not going to be able to get the flick in there. A 9-6 finish at the end of the half, which, again, is just way more rounds than Gen.G should have had.
I like the push. We've talked about it a number of times. It's an area where you might be able to catch Dig off guard as Gatright plays that lobby alone, but he's just so savvy. He's so good at it.
Yeah.
He just outplayed about 3 people who tried to aggress on in that round. So beautiful play with him to close the half. 6-9. I will say, even though it's a lead for Gen.G, and you got to be happy about that,
You're not.
it didn't look like it should have been. Like,
No.
they won a lot of miraculous rounds, and you have to certainly think that luck has run out. We'll see what they on the T side of Nuke when we return from the break.
right, welcome back. Second map, second half coming up here. It's Dig versus Gen.G. And I know we're just feeling really weird about this first half score, aren't we?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, they got it. It was just very strange CT rounds. That should have been a dominant half for Dig, is what it felt like. And unfortunately, so many just slipped away from them that really hamstrung them. And then eventually, listen, Gen.G didn't look bad once they got the economy, once they got all the weapons they needed. It was just that first first 4 rounds they won were all like weird diffuses, eco wins, heroic diffuses, clutches that shouldn't happened.
It's all very strange.
Yeah, which is fine. Now they just need to take advantage of it. Like if you're going to get those gifts given to you in the first half, you better close it out in the second half. You're not going to get those opportunities too frequently.
It's almost ungrateful, isn't it, if you don't win the map? Having got all that, like there's 10 other teams watching this thinking, man, if we could have had that, it would have been great. Daps leading the charge, rushing straight into the bomb site, and it's execution time for Forest. He just taps all of them away. He wants a little bit more, and Automatic is going to be there with the return, and that actually makes it a bit interesting. Now they're going to go for another fight here. Almost looking like they wanted to boost, but I think they're just trying to duck under and Get Right will finish what Forest started. That was very clean, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was so clean. I mean, no one was looking at him. Forest is loving that all day. 3 instant headshots with the USP. 9-7 in favor of Gen.G, but a good start to the second half for Dig.
This is what, again, they picked this map. You expect that they're going to be able to do a lot and have some good timing on the rotations and everything else. We were wondering about that for Gen.G when they were on the CT side, just the amount of times when they wouldn't be at the big bomb site in time and there would be really no one covering it. That's the sort of stuff you expect to not see out of Dig here in the second half. Get Right, that's a very stacked fight in his favor with the FAMAS versus the Glock.
At that range, through the railings, Forrest is going to finish off the final kill. Just 1 round away, and I think you got to expect the buy out of Gen.G here. AK's Krieg being picked up by Som, Krieg picked up by Daps and Kusta as well. And a decent amount of utility, 5 smokes, 3 bangs to work with for Gen.G.
Yeah, so pretty powerful buy. And those 3 MP9s, they don't really have to be a huge liability, but we saw even in one of the earlier rounds, right? It's that medium or long range where it can get a little bit tricky. Ooh, okay. That's an amazing barrage, landing right on top. They'll get the return on Forest and on Get Right, but don't underestimate this. They've taken a lot of damage already.
I mean, that's pretty impressive. They even have a man advantage in this situation. Bentet with 6 HP has got to basically turn into a lurker. He's controlling outside at the moment, far back with Automatic. It's very aggressive and fast-paced rounds for Gen.G to start this half out. Daps outside in the warehouse as well is going to take his time, looking for anyone to rotate up the secret stairs. But again, with the SMGs, Dig is not going to be too interested in peeking whatsoever. They want people to come to them, come to the close-range fights.
And that, I guess that is the advantage of the fight happening in the first, 10 seconds of the round, is that they still now have just under a minute on the clock. So they've been able to wait for this long, and let's see what can do. I don't know if they show up. Yeah, they were just worried that someone was going to maybe peek it. They go back towards the ramp room. They've not made a single noise this whole time.
I hope they... Oh, they're going to use a flashbang. I was hoping they'd keep it that way. That nade is certainly going to kill. Bentet jumps out of position. Good kill from the SMG. Whittled down once more, but still some damage dealt. Daps now going to start moving into position to make a play. It's all down to timing. And its timing is with Guardian.
Yeah, it really was. I was wondering about that, whether or not Guardian had actually seen him. They have the smokes to block off both those positions, so that's pretty cool. Bentet inside of the bomb site now going to be jumping up and just hoping that no one is going to be there to catch him. They almost did. They're in position already. Automatic wanting to move a bit closer. He's going to be the main right here. Bentet just has to be the secondary player in to do this. You almost have to expect, and they're putting some shots back there, but they don't have any more grenades to really get rid of him, and that's the problem. Already wasting a little bit of time. Automatic in a good position, and he's going to get the first kill. Guardian, surely there's going to be the reach over. Guardian will get it instead. A triple kill, and with he's got plenty of time. Man, he had like half a second Bentet to try and do that.
Yeah, that follow-up peek from Bentet was a little delayed. He needed to peek on the contact of Automatic with that first kill, so that Guardian had to just choose one to fight and let the other player get it. Bentet with such low HP, he played that pretty damn well, I'm gonna say, behind the silo as well, luring them and just being the bait. 9-9, we're all tied up, but again, That's a victory for Dig. Only one player survives, eats a lot into the money they built up. Surprisingly, they still have plenty of cash flow. Gen.G go for another buy here, but they're at a huge disadvantage. Molotovs are going to be everywhere. Guardian's got his AWP.
Dangerous position if you're Forest right here. He's so far not walking into it, but that Krieg could definitely win the fight. Smoke goes up, and the Forest not going to peek before the smoke either. Just otherwise, something you still see every once in a while. Guardian holding that outside yard with the AWP.
3 smokes and a Molotov left for Dig to slow things down if they need it. Still 4 smokes for the Gen.G side, and Daps already has control of red container, so they can just use the 2 to set up the wall if they'd like. All 5 players going to be here.
Smoke's definitely making that a little bit obsolete. Gonna cross though before they fade. Looked almost like that was about to be a problem.
Getright's already rotated downstairs and he got the Molotov. He's even got it out in hand. He's just looking for information. Delay tactics as soon as he sees anything. There it is. And he wants to put that down. And ooh, they've got to jump through it. That's pretty decent damage for the Molotov. Control events though goes to Gen.G. Getright missed an opportunity. Nade comes out. He's under a lot of pressure now.
Yes, he is. Kusta will open the door and fight him, but Getright, some clean headshots coming through. Turning and we'll find another one. Now the triple, and he goes for the quad kill. Didn't have enough bullets to finish it, but that is one hell of a defense. And saw him just going for the bomb plant, at least getting that out of it. And that's the last thing he'll do. That's pretty impressive.
It's an awful take from Gen.G in terms of spacing, in terms of doubling up and trading that kill. Even when they're attacking from the control doors, Dapt has the door on the other side closed, so he can't even be involved and apply any pressure whatsoever. 1 round lead. Dig is up 10-9. And actually, Gen.G can still buy if they want, but they're right on the edge and they go for the pistols.
20th round, and the 1 round lead is really only one of the problems, it seems. I mean, the real issues right now seems to be the fact that Gen.G they've run out of luck, haven't they? They used all of it in the first part of the first half.
It feels like one thing we're going to see from Gen.G in this map is that they don't have a deep playbook on this T side, and I think we're going to start to see them getting very, very basic with very just clumped up, fast-paced, aggressive hits, the way we saw in things like the pistol round with the upper rush, things like the first gun round where they basically just kind of rushed 3-4 players towards red box. We'll have to see and track it as it goes on, but now with the pistols, 1 player down. And more challenges. Forest is going to be happy with fighting at that range.
Yeah, it should be no issue for him at all. Taken down automatic and almost taken out Bentet. Just a couple of random shots coming through. Oh, there we go.
Hello.
And that was the bomb as well, just in case there was any doubt about it. They are going to have a hard time having an input in this round.
Is Forrest like doing like a one-tap challenge for himself? He's like, let's make this harder. Let's just see how many one-tap headshots I can get.
Why not? It's about time somebody took up that style.
From Scream?
From Scream, yeah.
Didn't work for him, so why not try it again?
I mean, it worked in terms of building a brand.
True. I don't think Forrest needs help building a brand, though.
No, maybe not. So it would have to be some young kid coming into the scene.
Maybe Daps could do it.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Daps is just... He's just... I don't know what kind of role I want Daps to play in terms of fragging. I don't want Daps to really get any kills. I just want him to micro the rest of the team.
Okay.
Just be the mastermind in that sense.
I don't mind that. Well, he's going to have to be the mastermind for the rest of this half. Gen.G down 2 rounds, 11-9 on their T side. This is the best buy they've had the entirety of this second half so far. Automatic going to get to the door with the off. Guardian's already there, but he wins the fight anyways.
To me, it looked like that door was opening so slowly. I was thinking, surely this isn't going to work.
It felt like Guardian was set for like a good second or two before that actually...
Yeah.
That fight actually took place. Bentet and ramp room. Waiting for the smoke to clear. Exist is on the other side. It's going to clear now. There's so many targets. And Get Right's here. Missed shot with the op. He certainly is going to go down. But they don't turn the corner. They hit the pause button. Another nade in hand. And he goes down for free. Get Right obviously felt the pressure there. Not known for his opping.
No, definitely not. Although I was really worried if he'd got that grenade out, the Molotov maybe a second sooner or something, they actually could have been held back by it. Now it's a 2-on-5, and Gen.G, they shouldn't even be able to lose this round even if they tried.
Well, they're going to have a chance. Forrest is in a new position. The bomb is in lobby as well. So if Forrest can double up here, we've seen him do some wild things. Kusta would be the first target. Oh, he shoulder peeks it. Forrest's position is given up. Good kill from Daps. Good decision from Kusta. And Freiburg is down below. That'll be caught out by Bentet. So free plant in the upper bomb site, and Gen.G, you're right, should get to 10. Double digits.
The economy is good on Guardian, good on Freiburg, but, you know, maybe not so good on the rest of them. They could still be in a lot of trouble here. Dig, this is their map pick, but if they end up losing the next round, let's assume they save the creek here, then they're going to be able to spread out the money wide enough to be able to put together a buy.
Right.
But if they lose that round, suddenly it's Gen.G back in the driver's seat. Oh, and no creek being saved. That actually makes a difference.
Yeah, it does. There's going to be some money problems coming up for Dig here. Get Right and Forrest need drops, but there's plenty of cash for that. The problem is what comes next if they're to lose this round, as you just mentioned. So Gen.G, they need a second formula for winning a round.
Well, auto shotgun. And an AWP picked up, so doing a little bit better than I was expecting in terms of the money. I actually thought it was going to be slightly worse. But they need to shut this down right here. 11-10 is just a little bit too close for comfort, even if I think actually Dig have been playing a much better game. I think, again, the scoreline is kind of ridiculous if you just go back and look at some of the earlier rounds. But we're here anyway, and that's what they have to deal with. And they can't let Gen.G back in the game. Pretty good defense inside with that auto shotgun up there. And Guardian, he's back in ramp instead of playing outside.
Daps and Psalm going to aggress outside. Smoke wall put up close to Mini. This gives a lot of options to the Gen.G players. They can cross into warehouse close to the smokes. And Dig will have no idea, although it looks like there might be a gap in the left side, but the flashbangs solve that issue.
Yeah, right. He definitely saw that. He definitely wants to take advantage. Has to be careful. I mean, Automatic is still out in the yards as well, so you want to be a little bit just aware of the fact that that could be happening. They're going to try and see if they can run boost over. I think he did spot it exist, but it's still a cool idea. Kusta goes down to Get Right.
That's over in Squeaky Door. Kusta really want to take advantage of that. He's going to get... Oh, Bentet's going to be able to follow it up. Psalm gets that kill outside onto Exist. And now Freiburg on top of the hut, but look at the angles he's got to work with. He wanted to be aggressively staring down towards Squeaky Door. Bentet reading this play from Guardian just perfectly, but Guardian hasn't committed to it yet. All down to timing.
Yes, it is. Oh, there's the spot out. Guardian, he's in a lot of trouble here. Low on health and only 10 seconds on the clock. They need to move and get that bomb down, and they're doing it in the B bomb side. That's going to be really, really good. I was getting worried there for a second, but now coming in from the other side is Freiburg, and he'll finally take down Bentet. But look at how low Guardian and Freiburg both are. This is a scary round for both teams at the moment.
Yeah, Psalm is going to be interesting. The op with 6 health. He has a big role to play here, but Automatic is going to be the powerhouse. He's found Guardian. Took a little bit longer, but that one's easy. Forrest gets wiped out. Freiburg drops into the vent, but I don't think there's any time for this. He's got a Molotov and a flashbang, and he's still somehow committed. Kit as well, but yeah, now that he goes up to the door and really feels the pressure of the task, he just backs away right into the bullet of Psalm. We're all tied up at 11, but Dig is out of cash.
Yeah, out of money. What a round out of Automatic there at the end. That was a pretty good hold. He was the one with the health to try and do that. And they find a way. Bentet also, again, just
controlling
waiting around.
lobby.
Yeah. He's making some smart choices. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard, but I actually think his decision-making overall has been pretty good throughout the series.
Well, you have to imagine, he spent a lot of time in Tyloo, which is probably the most insanely aggressive team that we've ever seen in professional Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
This is a big change of style for him.
Avoiding the grenades outside this time. Still got that scout on Get Right. Let's see what he could do with it. Early flick doesn't really connect. Ooh, but at least make Dabs feel the love a little bit.
GetRight's looking much more confident in his play and the way he moves around the map than what we saw over the past year or two.
Yeah, but he's got 22 and 14.
Yeah, well, he's delivering some good kills. Yeah, that beautiful sequence in the lower bomb site just earlier in this half. Approaching 1 minute left in the round, and Gen.G haven't really taken any control, haven't shown their hand in what they want to do, where they want to attack. Here, they're walking into a three-man stack. If they commit to ramp room, this could be an absolute disaster.
Yeah, there is a bit of a nasty boost and just a potential for a lot of crossfires going on. Exist early with the fight, but they're slowing down at the wrong spot, and this should have cost them way more. They do trade it evenly for a 2-on-2, and the flank is not going to be working out. This could have been way, way worse for them. I'm shocked that Gen.G make it out even with an even trade in that one.
Where do they want to go? They're still pretty split. GetRight's going to make the right call. He's in the upper bomb site. Daps is out towards vents, but this is a tricky position. They're just going to drop right down, which is interesting. I feel like they had to have known GetRight was over in ramp room. Why didn't they just go down ramp room? Or he was over underneath heaven.
Yeah, I'm not really sure, but they end up in the right position anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't. They're still going to win. Just you know, curious.
Just a little thing.
It's going to be a lead for Gen.G.
Quad kill on Kusta as well, by the way. Just
my man.
Yeah, good showing from him. It's not even just that they walk into the stack, it's that they walk in and pretty much on the spot where they were being shot at from all sides, that's when they all stopped. They're like, let's fight right here.
Yeah, they all just hit the crouch key with those Kriegs and just try and spray them down. It does work. They avert danger, but that was real dicey. GetRight manages to bring a Krieg out of the round, which will probably be the only weapon they have to work with in the next.
Then a very, very rough position. Gen.G back in the lead now, making it 12-11. And that is, again, that's starting to be a real problem here.
I'm expecting a timeout from Dig here. I think they're going to have a weird decision to think about making if they wanted to force up. Maybe not. I take it all back. It was an easy call to save.
Yeah, they don't want to do it. They buy some HEs, though, which is...
They have had success with the HE stacks. We've seen a couple times Gen.G run very fast-paced outside right into 2 nades and do a lot of damage. They might do it again here. It's a triple nade as well. Here they come. This could be massive. Oh, they all eat so much nade damage. No one goes down, but boy, are they softened up.
Yeah. Oh, and a trade. Guardian will find automatic there. Suddenly it's a 3-on-3, and with the Krieg alive, even if there's no armor currently on Forest, it's still pretty dangerous. Kusta didn't hear that Krieg. Now he surely must know, and he peeks right into it anyway. That is, again, not really necessary. Just wait for the team to help you out. Now the bomb should be going down here. Oh, a little bit of a flank, and they're going to win the round. Dig finally getting some revenge.
That's sloppy from Gen.G, running right into the nade stack and even continuing forward after the fact.
Yeah.
Not able to win the distance fights. That one Krieg that GetRight has come into play. That's a phenomenal conversion from Dig. And it's not too often you see those nade stacks work that effectively, because everyone and their mother knows when the other team is saving, just don't rush outside.
Yeah. Leave that part of the map alone. Well, I don't know. Now that brings it right back. Suddenly Dig could end up winning Nuke. Gen.G could still buy here. And they got that AWP. I wonder if they're going to have the timing for it. I think GetRight might have seen the boost.
He
did. I think he wanted to try and see if he could flank around there. Oh, automatic. If that kill had come through, that would have been a disaster. Dig really can't afford to lose this round either. They have to find a way to make this work.
2 players in upper. Freiberg's in the rafters. Good damage again being dealt outside. Even with the man down, it almost feels like Dig has an advantage considering Daps is at low HP. Automatic and Kusta about half health. Guardian's down here in the lower bomb site. I think they heard that drop, and that had to have been a hit. Daps just massively aggressive. With that 100 ping as well, those wide swings are not fun for Oppers. 12-12, the bomb plant's going to go down.
And what do you do? I mean, they don't know how much damage they've been doing, because that was through the smoke more or less outside. So, I mean, even if they did know 5 versus 3 on the retake, it's going to be really rough. They don't really have enough of an economy to throw the rifles away either. They're in so much trouble. And they're already backing on out. It's going to be 13 rounds for Gen.G. Oh, man, this is a weird game, isn't it? Another one.
Another one. 13-12. Money's not fully wiped out. Exist will be able to drop a weapon over to Get Right. Guardian will be able to buy an AWP of his own. So it's going to be another strong buy out of this Dig defense. But they need the production. They started this half out 5-0 run. They've lost 4 of the last 5 rounds now. Slipping a little bit out of control. Ooh, Get Right was actually not trying to take that fight. He was trying to be clever. Switch angles to the other side of Warehouse. That's a long route to run. That's a lot of faith in the flashbang he threw.
Yeah, that's interesting. Dab's actually playing a really good game with 19 kills. I mean, that last, the one that he got on Guardian was just super heads up. He heard the sound. I think you're absolutely right. But even outside of that, he is almost near the top. So a lot of credit should go his way for that. 13-12. Automatic ready to save the fight at the squeak door. We're not going to get a chance. Guardian nowhere near on the other side. I think he's making his way downstairs, isn't he? Dabs now with another AWP. That's interesting. He's so ready. See if anyone is going to be there to flash Guardian in for it. I mean, Get Right could do it if he wants to. Certainly got the grenade for it.
We saw this setup from Dig against Orgless as well, and Guardian never called for that flashbang, never got aggressive there. I don't think we'll see the play this time. Still sunk back very deep on the staircase. Guardian coming over to the locker room windows now, and Guardian backs away. Smokes outside, but 3 players for Gen.G still in lobby.
They have a lot of utility left, Gen.G still.
Yeah, they really do. 45 seconds on the clock. They can pretty much do anything they want with that utility. Another smoke is going to come in. That's well timed also. I mean, that's not going to fade till about 23 seconds left on the clock.
Look, Dabs making his way over with the AWP, checking out the whole of outside now, starting to get down there. I think the fact that Dabs has made it out here might make them change their minds. That plus the smoke in mini exists in the corner, and that's going to be a nice pick-off with the Krieg. They're trying to just shoulder peek it in, but this is already done. I don't think they can make it through. Exist. Oh, a kill from Dabs on Freiburg. Is that going to change anything? Now a 2-on-2 with 10 seconds left, and no scope, not working out. Automatic will get 1 kill, but he's got 9 seconds left, and he right around the corner. Guardian out of the open, and what a kill from Automatic. Triple overall. They get the round in again. Just a tremendous fashion. Some of these rounds are so ridiculous.
You've got to be so frustrated if you're that ramp. Was that Exist with the Krieg just holding the line, the double kill, and then they just transition to the upper bomb site? And by the way, the most unlikely of entries, opping from Automatic and Daps to crack into an upper bomb site with 15 seconds on the clock. That is not going to happen too often. You have to think, Guardian, there was, what, 9 seconds left? He starts moving up. Yeah. He's assuming Automatic is at least going to fake the bomb plant.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that was so wild, wasn't it? 14-12, the money not looking there. I mean, they could buy on 3 players on the Dig side, but is it really? I don't know. What do you do here? You could obviously save and try and go for the overtime.
I think you save. I'm not going to lie to you. Just the only factor is, well, there's 2. Obviously, 3 rounds is not the most insane thing to think you can go on a run-up. But if you're going to pick Nuke as your map, you got to have the confidence that you're at least going to be able to rattle off 3 in a row on your CT side. Like that. This is the point of it being your map pick. I actually think it's a little bit of I guess it's a little evidence they're feeling a bit shaky at the moment. The fact that they go for Fama Scout UMP.
It could be. It could absolutely backfire. We're about to find out here. Round number 27. Some great entries from Daps. I mean, double kill with that AWP coming in from Mini alone. That was incredibly well done.
I mean, listen, we didn't get to see that side of the fight. We were looking over in ramp room. You have to think maybe that with the time left on the clock, Dig thought that was going to have to be a full commitment to ramp room. Yeah. And just players just kind of moved themselves out of position in case Exist had went down to recover that lower bomb site or rotate down there quicker. And that put them in prime position to be shot by Daps.
I mean, the first kill that Daps got was on the rafters on top of Hut.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was not necessarily an easy shot. What did they do now? Can they actually do this and close it out in 2 maps? Because
Freiburg's the only one in the upper bomb site.
Oh, dear.
Was Get Right's in the warehouse? I'm assuming Forrest is outside. No, he's down below.
Yeah.
Exist in ramp room. Guardian now rotating over there as well. And Gen.G is just being quiet. Again, same tactic, preserving all their utility and not doing anything.
Forest just showing up to put up that smoke in Squeak. And then going back downstairs, UMP here. That's a very hard fight to win for Get Right. And he'll go down to Daps, who again is just doing an amazing job right now. 22 kills, only 25 seconds on the clock, and they're starting to run for it. Forrest is there with the M4. Gonna try and buy a bit of time with the flashbang and just fall back for safety. Blows out the window, but he's already got a man inside, and Freiburg goes down in automatic. Does he want to get up? He's the one with the bomb. They're gonna just switch it out.
Yeah.
10 seconds left. What a call out of Gen.G, and that might just win him the round.
That might just win him the map. That is a disgusting play. And I guess if you're Dig, you're in a weird situation here if you want to call a saver to go for it, and they've called it off. So strategically outplayed. They've got 2 players still in the lower bomb site. That is a nice maneuver from Gen.G. Right up the vents based off Kusta's kill.
That's a nice call. That's the kind of stuff I expect to see out of Daps teams, and I just haven't seen it yet.
It's so weird. I actually I've enjoyed this Gen.G T side more on Nuke than I did on their own map pick of Train.
I agree. I still can't get over the fact that like 5 out of 10 rounds in the first 10 rounds of the first half were just, you know, the ones you almost have to shrug and just like, I don't know how they win that. I have no idea how that's even going on. 15-12 now, and Gen.G a single round away from taking down Dig in a 2-0 fashion.
Well, Forrest has been able to upgrade to a Krieg. And a timeout called by Dig as they want to talk things over for this last round. Or potentially last round.
Possibly.
Potentially 3 rounds left. They had that comeback on Train.
Yeah, they did.
They had like a 5-round comeback that ended 16-14, so that was a bit heartbreaking. Ooh, he actually got that through the shoulder blade of his teammate.
Whatever it takes.
Yeah.
The medic will fix it later on.
Yeah, automatic will take that any day.
Yeah.
It wasn't in the chest, so.
It's all going to be fine. Yeah, 15-12. You're right. Three rounds here for Dig to try and get into overtime, and Gen.G just need to find a way to finish it. And you mentioned a couple of things, right? They've been kind of slow. They've saved all the utility. They waited until the last, 25 seconds almost to make up their minds. Do you want to do a change of pace right here after the timeout?
Oh, I don't. Ooh. Listen, there's a reason I'm not an in-game leader, Anders.
Finish that Dig off quickly.
Let's see. I think you just stick with what's working, considering it's gotten you this far, at least for 1 round. You've got some money behind you to try a couple different things, and they are going to keep things slow. Forrest is already downstairs, a pretty similar setup to last round. Guardian is in the upper bomb site with Freiburg.
I appreciate this from automatic. Go for we don't see nearly enough wall bangs these days. Nuke is an eminently wall bangable map. You can do it everywhere, and no one does. It's upsetting to me.
Yeah? Have you made a video on it?
Plenty of videos, just no one's watching them, Jason. That's the problem. You know where Exist is playing on the ramp right now?
Yeah.
When he falls back down, you can shoot the T's that are running in above you. You can shoot through this little piece of floor that's basically maybe running under.
Seems like a risky decision as you're falling back down ramp, but we'll allow it. The judges will allow it.
Yeah.
Looks like, listen, 4 players outside for Gen.G, 38 seconds. They can go in towards Mini. They can go downstairs if they want. There's a lot of options available to him. And Daps has a pretty good standing outside if he wants to make that run towards heaven. The problem is going downstairs, there's only 25 seconds left. You've got a lot of ground to cover. What a win from Kusta. Exist just barely looked away. He saw the barrel and he had the read. But still, timing is everything. And Forrest is down here to defend, down here to delay. He's got 1, but automatic cleans it up with a deagle.
And Daps with 1 more kill to take down Get Right. It is looking so grim right now for Dig. Ben Ted saw that coming, and Freiburg goes down, and there's nothing Guardian could do here. 1 versus 4, my god. Oh, some even going for the early GG. That might have been a mistake.
Even Guardian knows it. Even Guardian knows he can't do this.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is so rough.
Listen, this is so many rounds down the stretch that Gen.G has just been able to wait and do absolutely nothing until the 30-second mark. Dig never got aggressive. They never had positions that gave him information.
Yeah.
They never tried to fight for any map control. Gen.G just sat back and then took everything they wanted round after round. And Dig, for having such a good fight through the most of these two maps, in Nuke here, they just capitulate.
Yeah, there was no fight in them at all at the end. It was definitely obvious. I mean, the fact that he get that kill over at the ramp room on Exist, otherwise Exist is the guy who can fall back and buy time, and there's only like 15 seconds left. Like, he could just get a kill, and that's probably going to be the round. So, fantastic kill in ramp room. Can't believe it. It's a rough second game here for Dig, isn't it?
It is. I wanted to see some more fight out of him, but that's what we got. 2-0 for Gen.G. Congratulations to them. Heading to a break, and then we've got the Des to break this one down.
Another close map between Gen.G and Dig. So the first question in our Dig measuring group is, how big is Dig?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I've
Not as big as the stories would tell you.
I think we might be seeing a micro Dig.
Really? Not as big as Dig used to be?
Yeah, right.
It's cold out here.
Right out of the swimming pool.
Thing is,
Don't wanna see that.
they bang on forever and ever. They just work right away, and at the end, they never get any good result anyway. You know. That's actually what happens in the game.
You'd hope that at least, like, it's not how the size, but how they stroke it. But I mean, like, the stroke game is a little questionable here as well. It's just not the execution you'd hope in some of the positions you'd want.
I actually thought Dig looked pretty good in this match, right? We were watching backstage, and I was like, God damn, they should have won this first half, like 10-5. They blew so many clutches and so many mid-game scenarios. They lost the eco upper. They lost that one, the first gun round where Exist was just tapping on the guy defusing the bomb. Right before that, Guardian swung out from dark spot lower. It was just a catastrophe of situations in these mid.
The round you referenced there, the Exist up, was utterly absurd, wasn't it? Where it's like you almost couldn't tell after he didn't get the kill. Like, could he just never see him the whole time? But then why would he be tapping on the box like that? Like, I think he surely saw it and just missed the pixel or something.
It was a bizarre round, and I honestly thought whoever called their strats throughout the game plan was great. The game plan was perfect. They just
Gen.G definitely never knew they were coming off that much.
And they did a good job of abusing Bentet at ramp. They made him look silly several times, like I expected. And then we switched halves. They won pistol. Everything looked good. And then again, like these mid-game scenarios.
This was the crazy round right here where he's just shooting the whole time, and then the defuse just comes in.
Yeah, Exist had a couple really unfortunate clutches because he also had the one-on-one against Bentet in upper. The eco round where Bentet's just jumping around with the USP.
Yeah, but on Nuke, you guys at least it seemed like we had a more exciting game, a closer game. The teams had warmed up a little bit, and there were some glimmers of hope, at least on the second map of this series.
I mean, if you're going to also talk about positives for Dig, I don't know if we saw it yet. It's obviously later in this game, but there's a Get Right clip coming up that looks like it actually comes from 2013 or something. It's classic spray down clip.
Yeah, I actually thought this was a really cool map, and I think both teams approach T-side Nuke in drastically different ways. So it just goes to show, the different types of walls of smokes outside still viable. Gen.G also had that super fast pace, it looks like a dry take outside, but they're just launching smokes to like under window and inside mini and garage. It's not the standard wall of smokes, but they're still throwing 3 to 4 smokes outside. And both teams had such different looks, and it was cool to see.
Well, one of the rounds you guys were excited about was round 7 on Nuke because it showcased something.
Yeah, it did. So this was one of Dig's fast upper rushes. And at this point in the game, I honestly thought Dig was just going to run away with it and win because they just looked so tactically deep. They immediately throw a wall of smoke outside. 2 guys are going immediately on Twinkie, 1 Forest, 1 Freiburg. And these guys are just dropping Mini as quickly as possible. In lobby, they blew open the door and mollied Mini. The molly Mini allows Force to peek behind it and also forces the guy into the site. So it works as two ways it benefits Dig on this round. This is kind of a misplay by Som.
Such a mistake here.
Yeah, he shouldn't have even peeked out a little bit as he threw that smoke. If that smoke goes down, he's likely able to just stall out the round a little bit. But I love the change of pace from Dig, because before this, we hadn't seen anything like that.
Let's talk a little bit about the defense of Gen.G at this bomb site, though, because even though Dig did a really good job, like you're saying, the variety of how they attacked it, how consistently they attacked it, I have to say, the 2 players who were playing around here, some massive fundamental errors. Like, Som did a really poor job of just staying alive in the site, which is one of the main jobs of the guy who plays that spot. It isn't just to kill people with a great kill. It's just to stay alive so that you can get your teammates rotate in.
Well,
the other guy was obviously, like, Bentet on all Gen.G CT sides looks a little bit dodgy anyway. And I get the feeling, unfortunately, you see it again in this game, there's clearly a comm issue there.
Well,
like, not on the same page.
We can just literally ask Som about it because we actually have him right here in front of his PC. So you can just ask him.
All right. Are you familiar with how the inner player on Nuke CT side, you're supposed to stay alive, mate? You're just going for one and done.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely made a lot of mistakes that game, but I mean, this is the first team that I've been playing silo on, so I definitely need to learn more, but yeah.
Did they catch you off guard with how many upper hits they had? It seemed like everything was upper by the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think we knew, basically we knew that we watched the demos, we knew they were going to go outside a lot, but we didn't expect that many upper hits because when we watched the demo against Orgless, they went lower a lot against them.
I noticed on T side, like late in the half, Daps busted out the op. Is that something you guys are running in prac, or is that just something he just wanted to do like on the fly? He's just
Honestly, like he picked it up and he couldn't pick up a rifle, so he's like, I'm just gonna keep it. And then he just got
at the end of the round. That's just what he happened to find.
Yeah.
One of those convenient mistakes. Eh? When I said he was like the NA MSL, I didn't mean to take it that far. Come on.
How does it feel when Daps is in a different facility from you guys? Because you guys are all playing still at the Gen.G facility, right? And he's all the way in Canada. Is there any kind of disconnect, or the vibe is a little different than if it were at LAN?
I mean, the vibe's definitely different if it was on LAN and online, but it doesn't affect us as a team, I would say. I think it just sucks that it's still online, but it doesn't change anything for us.
So did like in the beginning of the train game, it kind of felt like you guys didn't have the same kind of discipline you took for the rest of the game? Did he have to yell at you? I know Daps is not the loudest guy. I mean, how did he put his foot down? I'm curious.
Honestly, he didn't really say anything. It was on us individually. Like we were all like, yeah, that was just like, we're all warmed up now. Let's just get it going. You know, it was just on us individually, and we all knew.
Sam, I noticed on train you guys played super loose, like more loose than you guys do on any of the other maps. It looked like, you know, Daps was jumping at T-Con, Kusta was waiting behind the sandwich smoke, people were walking up Ivy, and then when you guys went inner, you guys also played super aggressively. Was that like a kind of counter to Dig? Were you guys like overconfident as far as aim goes against them? What was the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the biggest reasons. We know our aim's better, so we honestly just took the fight to them. Because there's a couple times on train in our scrims where we would be too passive, so we would just lose the rounds out and not even get a chance because we were too passive.
You calling Tim out for leaving the bomb in T-Con? Who did it? Who did it, man?
I don't know,
Call
but
him out.
that's the demo review for sure.
Okay.
That's where the coach, if they're a really good coach, is like, look, we as a team have to take care of the bomb. Like, whichever one of us has the bomb, you just keep saying that over and over again while not just pointing at the one guy who clearly everyone knows it was, right?
Yeah.
You guys need to get pretty much a top 2 finish in your group if you are hoping to sort of solidify yourself into Flashpoint playoffs. You're going to be playing the winner now of Orgless versus MIBR. How do you feel about these possible opponents coming into the winner's bracket?
I think losing to MIBR and Chaos for Phase 1 definitely was like a wake-up call. So going to Phase 2, we know we can lose to MIBR, so we definitely can't take anything any lighter than we were. And for Orgless, I mean, we'll get to that.
FNS, put him down.
So who would you rather see?
I would rather play MIBR for the storyline, just so we can get our revenge, but, I mean, the most convenient one would be Orgless.
So, since it's pretty rare that, you know, you're playing an online game with everyone in the same room and stuff like that in a group like this. Are you guys all going to gather up now and watch the next match? Because it's going to be your opponent.
Probably not. I think because most of the people they're more to like their individual self, so we like spread off and do our own things.
You want to play Pummel Party or
They were
something?
doing social distancing
Basically.
long before stuff, guys.
How do you think the communication between you guys and Bentet has improved? Because I know when I talked to you guys at Anaheim, that was probably one of the biggest concerns for you guys. And there was a 2v2 situation at the lower bomb site on Nuke where Bentet was supposed to swing off of Tim's contact, but he was really late to do it. Was that a talking point, or was that an issue? Is that one of those moments where it was poor comms, or do you think Bentet just kind of like took too long mechanically? I mean, what do you think?
I think, yeah. I think communication's still like a minor problem. I wouldn't say it's as big as a problem as everyone else makes it to seem. I don't remember that round specifically, but there's definitely rounds like that where if it gets really chaotic, it's hard for Bentet to like really understand. But I think it's to the level where it's not affecting the rest of us.
All right. Any other questions, gentlemen?
I'm good.
All right. Well, thank you, Sam, for taking the time to join us here. Congrats on your win. Hopefully you guys do end up in that top 2 finish so we can see you in playoffs.
Hopefully. Thank you, though.
All right. Well, that's going to wrap us up for the first match of the day, Dignitas versus Gen.G. We will take a little bit of a break and come back and discuss MIBR's resurgence versus Orgless, a surprising dark horse here in Flashpoint number 1. See you in a bit. Here is our Dig measuring contest bracket. Dig has been measured and they have been found wanting. Gen.G with the bigger dig in this scenario, 2-0, although the games were close. And up next, we will have our second match of the day in this group, MIBR versus Orgless. So a surprisingly interesting situation, actually, considering that we may not have expected much from either of these teams coming into Flashpoint 1, and indeed, MIBR disappointed in their first match, but has since just lit on fire and come through, running through the lower bracket to take first place.
Yeah, MIBR has looked a lot better ever since this tournament has gone to online, right? And that's not calling them online players, because obviously they've won majors individually, but I think they just haven't gelled yet as a unit, and that could be what you were saying earlier, Mari, that, you know, just over comms, Mayor not feeling comfortable in the system, him being used to other systems, but you can see Fur and K&G have just stepped it up to another level, and that's propelled them and got them these wins.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how K&G has kind of meshed into this team so much better once they started playing online. I feel like he's actually not changing too much of his playstyle. He's just hitting every damn shot. It's like this guy has changed mechanically so drastically from the LAN to the online portion. And because he's now just fitting into their system, hitting every shot, sometimes their mid-rounds, they look a little confusing. They're a little off-center, just like, I don't know why K&G is on this island by himself and playing aggressively. But if he hits every shot, I mean, it doesn't matter if the strat works or doesn't work. I mean, if you hit every shot, you're making the right play, right? That's like the golden rule of Counter-Strike. You hit, if it works, you're doing everything right.
And we've got some emergency update breaking news. MIBR actually has a home map now. It's Overpass. They played it twice to good effect and actually looked legit on it, had big halves. You saw before in the map pool, one of the weirdest things about their team was not only were they losing, but they were switching up the map that they would choose every time.
They were picking Nuke.
They were even going to formerly weak maps. That's how little faith they had in the rest of the pool. So even the idea they have one map they can go to now, and a map that not everyone plays, actually gives them a better chance in this tournament.
So we do have to talk a little bit about Orgless too, who made that run all the way into one of our finals, and we've had some standout performances, especially from Wardell, I would say, who has been a really bright spot as the op player on this team.
Yeah, Wardell and Infinite, the young star. I think Infinite should have risen up through the ranks in NA a long time ago. Actually, he's had chances and just hasn't panned out for some reasons. And then Sabrosa, obviously,
you know the reasons.
Yeah, I know the reasons. And Sabrosa on the screen. He's also. I feel like the riflers on this team, Ye, Sabrosa, and Infinite, and then Wardell in the op. It's one of the strongest young cores we have in North America right now. So if they can just stick together on an emotional level and not have a meltdown, I think this will be a very, very good team about 3 months, 4 months down the road once they iron out their map pool.
I'll also just throw this out there. This is FNS versus Gen.G.
Ooh.
It was a spicy matchup. Yeah.
I've been waiting like years for this game.
Was it
That's
Montreal or something when that happened? Yeah, there's a lot that went down there, but I mean, this is still now, thankfully for FNS, he doesn't have to worry about his safety. It's going to be an online versus online matchup, and he's got some onliners on his team as well. Orgless, I mean, some of these players like Sabrosa, for example, we've seen some ridiculous highlights from him in the past, and now he's been actually maintaining that kind of form. Still some crazy clips from him here and there, but I've been really impressed with Infinite's come up as well. This is a player that has been kind of like bouncing around the scene. He was on. I remember he started on CLG Academy, and he was asking me for like $20, and I lent him some money sometime, and he did pay it back to his credit. Thankfully, I got some CLG money, I guess, coming in, but. At the same time,
being on CLG Academy, like being homeless or something. Hey man, you got any money? I'm really hungry. Oh, what's wrong with you? You don't want to work? I'm on CLG Academy. My God, man.
Well, thankfully, his current IGL FNS was making sticker money, making it to major, so they were able to funnel that down. That was the trickle down effect. I mean, we've been saying
trickle down economics.
That's hopefully what we're going to get in the economy soon enough. Just unless too many billionaires pull out of But regardless, bringing it back to the game, I'm really excited to see just how Orgless stacks up here because they do have a lot of firepower, and he abuses players that he doesn't respect, but I think Orgless, he's going to have to respect them in ways that he's not ready for. He's not going to be able to just push wherever he feels like on overpass because Sabrosa, dude, sometimes Sabrosa is in the wackest spot ever, but he just hits the fastest headshot I've ever seen. So we'll see.
Well, we're going to get into our map draft right now to see which maps these teams are going to be playing on. And so here we go, kicking it off with the first ban, which will be
the ban Vertigo. Orgless has no choice.
The fact that MIBR we know does play that, it's actually one of the few edges they get in the veto, which is that a lot of people do just ban it immediately against them. And as you see, the obvious scenario. Oh, they actually wait a minute.
The MIBR has banned Nuke, but that's because Orgless is actually quite good on Nuke.
So we've actually honoured the Nuke ban finally.
Yeah,
gone back.
I like this because it forces Orgless to play Inferno, which MIBR has looked a little bit better on. I mean, MIBR isn't losing to horrible teams on. They're losing to top teams on Inferno, right? That'll be a pretty good matchup.
Gen.G, right?
You have to throw in as well, though, that on that map, one of the issues they have is that they're having Taco play the big site. And so, listen, Fallen's doing a better job at B, but you can go in that A site all day long. If you're Orgless, there's a lot you can do on this one. I think it should be obvious at this point in time, the pick that was coming. Like I said, it's somewhat telegraphed. They had no map before. Now they've got map. I think this is the series that will really decide if that's going to be the home map. If they win it this time, they're going to be all in on Overpass. I hope we get Dust 2 as they decided, just because of the fact that if you look at the way it played out before, I actually feel like August would have a great chance if it goes here.
I think normally MIBR would want to play Train as the third map, but the opponent tells me they should go to Dust 2. I do think MIBR is better on Train, though, personally. Okay.
Oh, it's going for
So that's the confident pick coming out of MIBR. I think this is a very good map pool for MIBR, and like you, I'm just thrilled to see MIBR having a home map to pick because it's actually been so long since I've seen them pick the same map, 3 series in a row.
That's why it's so key they win it this time so they don't just lose faith and then swap up again. If they actually have a go-to map, now you can look at them as a potential champion of Flashpoint.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see Train because I think the way that FNS and Fallen Call is both kind of similar on that map where they like to clash at Ivy a lot. And that's just a spot that, I mean, we might see some fireworks there. It's going to be interesting to see the little mind games, the smoke plays that Fallen goes for, just how crazy Gen.G can get with the op on there. But yeah, bringing it back to Overpass, it's going to be sick to see just if Fur can get away with everything that he's been able to do so far at this tournament.
All right, well, we're going to get into predictions next, and we do have Semler and Bardolph who will be casting the game for us, so they will kick off our predictions here.
What's up, bitches?
Filling club.
What's up, bitches?
I'm going to
indeed.
go with
Going with the
MIBR.
classic.
It's funny, if you look at the stats on paper, I think Orgless are winning. Their percentages are better across the board, but I think MIBR are generally playing a higher caliber of opponent, which has to be taken into consideration. I think matchup-wise, I think MIBR are more comfortable with a team such as Orgless.
Sure.
So I think they'll cope with them better than some teams at the upper echelons of Counter-Strike.
This is the tough one to predict just because MIBR, if they go up against a team that they respect, they struggle tremendously. But then they go up against a team where it's like, what have you guys done? That's where we could see Fur, we could see Fallen, we can see those guys pop off. We saw it not too long ago where Fur was just going ham. So I think MIBR are going to look a little bit better in this match, and I'm actually going to go with MIBR.
Nice. Over to you guys.
All right. Everybody's just joining Sean Gares and the MIBR prediction train here at Flashpoint.
Here's what I'm actually going to predict what the predictions will be, which is I think this will be an example of where we're going to get 5 MIBRs, but I actually think that all the analysts think there is a potential actually for Orgless to win this match. I think actually the veto's even nice. So I'm kind of torn on this one. So I'm just going to go with MIBR on the logic that it's a real team. It's got the experience. They've looked pretty good. I think certainly Orgless has real chances in this series, though.
Yeah, like you said, I have to go MIBR, but there's definitely a chance for Orgless in this series. MIBR, when they lose, they try to overcomplicate things. And playing a team like Orgless with these young riflers, when you overcomplicate things, people are going to be pushing all over the place. It's too much randomness, too much variance. They can't have that. But still, I think MIBR is the better team.
I'm actually going to go Orgless 2-0.
Oh, here we go. 2-0.
I think it's
Zip them up.
Okay, couple reasons. One, because Zeus has gone off MIBR.
I was going to ask how much that would affect
Their
things.
prep work is now dog shit. And now they were already trying to just fix little things with their game plan, but now Orgless, they have a coach as well now. That's going to bring some ability to anti-strat for
Who's
them.
their coach?
It's
Tailored.
Yeah. Taylor, he used to be Envy's analyst, but I know he's going to be doing a great job for them. FNS puts a lot of faith into him. The prep work for Orgless is actually going to be better than MIBR. And MIBR, it's the saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Fur is still going to try to be aggressive, but Orgless, they're going to look for it. They're going to be ready for these kind of plays.
All right. As the leader of the Brazilian rebellion,
Listen,
come to Brazil.
A lot of people they could handle that aggression.
Yeah. So here, the real question is, was FNS's new move to get rid of Zeus that he could win this match? Because if he can get rid of FPX and Zeus to get wins in the same tournament, that's going to be pretty impressive.
Yeah, FNS comes off as this very unassuming guy, like, oh yeah, people should underestimate us. You know, I'm not going to shit talk at all these opportunities to shit talk. But back behind the scenes, he's scheming. He's pulling all the strings and things like that. He just tries to be this really to himself guy. He's keeping to himself, but he's like not like that at all. When he's in the server, he's a monster.
I love it. Well, I enjoy the boldness of your prediction, Maui Snake. As we can see, a slight fan advantage there, 59% for MIBR. We're going to get right into our first map, which is going to be Inferno, Bardolph, and Semler.
Thank you, gentlemen. One of the players is actually taking a dump right now, so it's going to be a minute or two before we start. That's what they wrote in the chat, man. Look, that's the information I have. I won't say who.
The thing is, now that the players are home, that is really what happens a lot of the time here. If we're delayed, even by just 30 seconds to a minute, most of the time it's, oh yeah, it's a timeout. Yeah, the player ducked to go take a piss real quick.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, guess we're just waiting on him now.
Yeah.
So, whereas, you can't do that on stage.
Yeah,
so, land difference between online.
I'll be right back, guys. Yeah. More pajamas and things.
Still, I mean, what do we think? I admire Maui for sticking to his guns on that one and following through on the Orgless prediction. You look at the maps, could be. I just think that we're going to see the MIBR that crushed Gen.G. I just think that we're going to see the MIBR that showed no respect and just smashed them because they knew that those aren't players that they should be respecting. For Fallen, they shouldn't respect these guys.
I don't think Zeus being relieved of his services in the short term is going to impact them that much. I would imagine they're going to be playing a similar game, probably not the same game. But I think long term they would. I think sometimes you just need change, right? And I think that much is clear from MIBR. Is Zeus the change they needed? Time will tell. Definitely need some different ideas there for sure. So we'll see if that's going to make the difference here. But these are the maps. Inferno overpass with Train as a decider. And we'll see what kind of Fallen turns up for Train. He calls himself the king of Train. Sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't. And partly that's up to the opponent to determine if they can stop him or not. But again, that will be our decider if it is required. I like the series of maps.
Booma, booma, hey.
You know, I was looking at the decks and stuff yesterday, and I wanna do that one day.
Oh, it's such a sick idea, right? Imagine that you're just, oh yeah, don't worry, I'll take care of the audio for you guys, no problem. And then in the breaks, you're just there mixing, you know. Just,
yeah, that's amazing.
Fat track.
I used to be a bedroom DJ, UK Garage, with vinyl in London. With the Mandem, obviously.
But that's what everybody's doing now. I was just going through different stuff on Twitch, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, wait, hold on. There's a whole music category here on Twitch. And it's just guys just setting up shop in their apartments right now because obviously everybody's home.
Yeah.
Just mixing. Works perfect. Great idea.
It's awesome. It's really good fun. Anyway, the game's about to start, and MIBR are going to be starting on the CT side of Inferno, it being the pick of Orgless. So we'll see what Orgless have to offer now. Glocks are out for the pistol round. One thing to note, actually, especially with these closer quarters on Inferno, is if Orgless are on an eco round later on, look out for FNS with a Caesar 75. He tends to get a few frags with it, so he can get some big impact frags in an eco round. Got a flashbang for Fallen to make a play. Made the right play, didn't work out. They couldn't quite find that headshot. Ye certainly did, which makes it a 5 versus 3. Taco trying to do what he can, but there's still Orgless going in both directions.
Oh man, they just cannot hit a shot. They cannot hit a shot. I mean, 16 damage, that's all Orgless have taken right now. Yay. He got shot in the shoulder or something. And now they're just going to be moving on through. Yay assassinates Fur.
Oh, he's going for the ace now. He's going for the ace. He's taking damage, so nothing to lose there.
I admire his teammates for letting him have the chance, though.
Yeah, why not? It's a pistol round, so 5 versus 1, the risk is limited. FNS gets on the scoreboard as well.
Oh boy. Well, it's looking good for Maui right now. I'll be straight. I'll be straight. That's if we read anything on the first pistol of the series. Confidence is looking pretty good here for Orgless. Man, they just murdered Fallen. This is such a feel-bad moment for Fallen where you're just all your shots are missing.
It's nice to see look how patient Ye was on all of those engagements. He wasn't spamming the pistol. If you shoot as fast as possible, it means you're inaccurate. So if you do have the level head to have some patience with the pistols, then it will reward you, as evidenced there. Nice HE as K&G. He can't really peek mid now. 45 HP. Only 2 bullets away from disaster. There we go. Speaking of patient pistols, Taco gets a headshot onto Sub Rosa.
What? That was mid-air. That is so sick. Taco getting a little bit of a chance here, and maybe he needs to be the hero here for MIBR. Not usually a good thing if Taco's leading the board for MIBR. You're looking again for Fallen, K&G, right, to be carrying on the frags. But Fallen, or at least Taco, has shown that he can hit some shots throughout this tournament. Always has been, but he just tends to be put in that position where, hey, you're going to be in the position where you're most likely going to die 9 times out of 10, and good luck.
Well, KG's been smoked up for show some presence, but he's forced to rotate. There are still a few grenades here on the CT side for MIBR, sitting on their man advantage for now as Infinite tries to peek. Not the best tool for the job, though, with the MAC-10. So what is the time that Orgless are waiting for? I think they're imagining someone's surely going to re-peek them and make a play somewhere. They may assume that Khan's been compromised. Nice play from K&G, but FNS is ready for it, running low on bullets, though. Speaking of low, FNS and Wardell are low now. So with these deagles out, things could change dramatically.
Indeed. Body shots, nice nade usage. That's what you need to be doing. Making use of your utility there. The Molotovs forcing Mayern out into the open. Missed opportunity there for FNS. Right? Oh, Infinite just takes a drop on him. Taco down as well. But there's Fur chiming in with the... Oh! Fur with the second headshot. 1v1, just like that. Fallen's got a Galil, but Ye, he's got the Krieg, and Fallen always gets spotted. This is it. Fallen's got to be a dead man. And yes, there's the headshot. But what an expensive round for MIBR and for Orgless both.
Man, 1 bullet away, Fallen at the end there. That was an interesting one. So Orgless, they tried to use the time to give MIBR a chance to hang themselves, but they weren't overly aggressive. They were patient. K&G went beyond the smoke. He took a gamble there with the scout. So that was a pretty hairy one, but they did come out on top, and indeed, that was very expensive for Orgless. Fortunately, MIBR will be on eco territory now. Fur's got the flashbang for a pot flash play towards B. Other than that, there's nothing doing, so unless there's catastrophe here, Orgless can make some of their money back. Being on the T side, it's a little easier to survive with that 1 player alive.
Mm-hmm.
It's not nearly as expensive as it is to fall by on the CT side.
MIBR just crossing their fingers, hoping, please come B. Please walk into this. They've stacked up 3 pistols just facing, but it's looking like Org, for now, are kind of chilling out. and scoping out towards A. Taco's there alone.
It's interesting the rifles are clearing the apartments with Wardell bottom mid with a MAC-10. I would imagine the MAC-10 would be moving close range through the apps a little bit.
Sometimes they don't really, they'll buy SMGs and they don't play around SMGs. And that is, if you want to min-max CS, that is one thing where teams could improve. Putting your SMGs, you buy the SMGs, put them in positions where they're going to be able to get kills. And actually try to have the rifles avoid getting kills just so that you make more money. That's the whole point of having SMGs. You make more money.
Okay, scoped in, dealing with the matter.
In the same way that you have a Krieg, the most valuable gun for a CT to pick up alone over there in B, where he could potentially get overwhelmed and lose that gun, right?
Yeah. Virtus Pro are actually one of the best examples on Inferno T side specifically of using Sanji with a MAC-10. You'll see him burst out of Boiler with some pop flashes from bottom mid and swing with the MAC-10. So they're a team who actually have designs around the SMGs, which sometimes they buy as out of design rather than necessity, but they're not doing very well at the moment. Anyway, MIBR on the buy now. The first buy round for both squads, 3-0 for Orgless. Plenty of grenades, no AWP or Ps yet for MIBR. We'll see if they go for 2 later, if they've got the money for it. Fallen and Maya not on the scoreboard just yet. The Pride of Brazil on the CT side. Starting with 3 towards B bomb side. Exchange of flames from MIBR and Orgless. An early smoke down Banana. Orgless will have to play the slow game.
Fantastic HE's in there. Orgless, great use of utility there to do a lot of damage to MIBR, who were challenging. And now that's really going to have costed them. And Taco's still hanging around, only just now going to rotate back over towards that A site. But he's taken half damage already and leaving Fallen below. So the defense is weakened, and we'll see if Orgless, once that smoke clears at bottom Banana, if they want to re-aggress into Banana and take control of that part of the map. Usually what you want to do. And follow T-side Inferno in that way, but now it is going to be taking control of top mid. Another one of the steps here you're looking for, as it's Ye just clearing solo Banana, not even using any utility, just lurking his way on up.
Yes, Orgless have Banana and top mid with 4 smokes in the hole, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, they're going to have a lot to work with, whereas now you only have Fur with the smoke on MIBR. That's it. It is towards Banana. It is towards B, so if they do wrap back towards B, it's going to get hairy for Orgless, but it is looking like right now, at least, they want to try and put some pressure on the A site.
Yeah, they've got Subrosa making his way into CT spawn. 30 seconds on the clock now. So it's not clear necessarily where they're going just yet. Fallen wondering now because they don't have information towards Banana, so he's falling back thinking it's a B split. But in fact, it is going to be the A bomb site. 20 seconds now as FNS waits for the smoke to drop. Mayen's in a tough spot by double stack. He's got Taco to try and cover his back, but this is so awkward. The numbers advantage is not for them. We've got a 4 versus 2 on this A bomb site, but only Wardell pushing the site at once. There'll be an exchange. That bomb has to get planted now, though.
Oh, man. It couldn't have cut it any closer. Gets planted with 2 seconds left on the clock. Now it's the late rotate from Fallen and Fur, but it's a 2v3 into one of the most difficult bomb sites to retake in CSGO. The A side on Inferno, so many angles that they have to worry about. So many places for the T's to hide now. And so for MIBR, it's almost a matter of just getting in here. If you can catch them making a mistake quickly, punish, but otherwise just save your guns for the next round. That's looking like it. It's going to be Fur backing down to bottom mid. Fallen should be backing off into T apartments soon here. Hoping perhaps to just catch somebody out on Orgless, but right now just save both of these rifles. Do what you can to save both of these rifles.
Yeah, you've got to prioritize your own economy here.
Wow, I have finesse.
You might get an AK out of it. There we go. Not too shabby. That was a pretty cool round from Orgless' point of view. There's 30 seconds left, and MIBR have no idea if Orgless are going towards the B bomb site or the A bomb site, because as far as they're concerned, MIBR, both options are available. They don't have any information towards Banana whatsoever. There's no information towards top mid. There's a T in CT spawn and a smoke up here in front of library, so they could be bursting on the A bomb site. They could be going towards B, which limits how much they can rotate MIBR without taking a massive risk. Now the AWP is up, but for Wardell, the Brazilian squad will have to wait. Outmaneuvered by Orgless in that round prior. Now they've got even less grenades. We didn't see any late plays. Again, once the AWPs come in for the CT side, if they've got one lane, they may go for that kind of that classic late creep late on in the round, up boiler and so on, to see if anybody's top in, to get that information. But right now, they might not feel like they're in position to do so.
Yeah, MIBR are picking up on the fact that Orgless aren't putting up that much of a fight early in towards Banana, so they're trying to play with a crossfire here in mid to punish Orgless, and it's going to work. 3 players set up, Fallen finding the first kill on Wardell. They even had the boost. There was information gains though, and so you can see Ye on the other side of the map now trying to figure out, can I get up here to Banana? What can I cheat here?
Fallen's made his way all the way back. He doesn't really have any grenades to help out his teammate though, because Ye's already through this smoke. Fer will win that duel, which leaves FNS in an awkward position with that AWP. He'll take Fallen now, who was seen on the A bomb site. What do they make of this now? Infinite taking Mayan out by short. So 2 players who were A have been taken out though. One of course has rotated, so I'll probably assume.
But you know Taco's still alive, and so you know there's at least one still on A. Usually the anchor for A on the CT side for MIBR, and so Taco, I mean, it's information that you can go off of here for sure. FNS is thinking about it, but 25 seconds left. You have to make up your mind, and it's looking like we are going to wind up back over towards A. We have a single Molotov on Sabrosa. You could use that to clear out pit. And so Taco might be in a really hot spot here in a moment. Waiting to see.
Oh, that off angle.
Yep, sure enough, there it is. Molly goes in, but he still gets his pound of flesh, and he gets 2 on top of it. Sick play. FNS now, you're just backing off and you're saving this gun. That's actually what's biting Orgless right now. It's the clock that's coming back to haunt them.
That's a great angle from Taco. No peeking whatsoever. A lot of people are hiding in the pit, peeking every few seconds or standing on the bike, looking over the wall. He's just got the off angle, false sense of security. Molly comes in, but they're not waiting to see if it lands and touches anyone.
Well, they didn't have time. That's the thing. They were just down to it, where you have to get on that bomb site.
Wasted for that rotation from their teammates, but you got to give them time.
You got to give credit to Fallen there. That was a good read on his part. That was a great punish on Orgless. You know, you want to come up to top mid every time? Cool. We're going to set it up, and we're going to let you walk right into it. So well done there.
3 start towards Banana once again for MIBR. Orgless managing to hold on to the AWP, keeping it out of the Brazilian hands thus far. MIBR with a few more grenades. Mayan with an off angle now.
And the aggressive banana smoke from MIBR this time. So it's the step-by-step, it seems. Last was MIBR predicting the top mid push, early aggression from there. Now they were trying to put up they were trying to preempt any kind of early aggression into banana from Orgless. But Orgless willing to once again just focus on A and go together as a group this time. Ye is a part of this, so all 5 players taking over mid for Orgless.
Yeah, and 4 or 5 players are here for MIBR because Fer's got a smoke in the hole as he keeps an eye on Banana. There's no pressure for him to use that, no flash or anything. A minute mark though, which might be plenty of time for Orgless. Infinite gets a cheeky kill onto Taco. Can't have been expecting that. We all know the angles. That's a big opening kill. Look at the increased pressure immediately on Arch.
That's crazy that they get the kill on Taco, no less. If they get Fallen there, it's a totally different picture.
Oh no.
This is gonna, they don't have no idea that there's still an extra man over here. They're gonna be worried about Fallen rotating over from the B site. Now they've spotted Fallen out, and that's Fallen dead, and that has to tell them something here. Yep, Mayan. They figure it out. Orgless just powering onto that site together as a unit. And this time works out perfectly for him. 20 seconds and they get the bomb down.
That was a dissection. That was a dissection. This is looking real rough for MIBR at present.
Talk about that clean spray from Infinite, though.
Yeah.
That's a tough one for Taco. Didn't show much, but it was more than enough for Infinite.
Yeah, if balcony's not covered, there's not much room for maneuver there. And surely Fer is doomed now. 1 versus 5. The money's not great for Orgless, but they're winning all around, so they will definitely want to take the Krieg away, and they'll do that.
Even saved it. There you go. Thank you, sir. We'll take that back.
We've seen an increase in teams not buying so many Kriegs of late. Definitely want to keep them out of those CT hands. Yeah, man. MIBR unable to respond to any of those kills. And at what point do MIBR get more aggressive and try to make some pop flash plays? I mean, Orgless are keeping most of their personnel towards the A bomb site. So we'll see if things turn around. We've got the hero AWP actually here from Gen.G. An AWP and a FAMAS, a mixed bag. Gen.G is fully invested in this round, whereas Mayan, Fallen, and Fer have left money in the hole. So I'm curious as to what MIBR will do if they lose this round.
That is an unfortunate one, but hey, Gen.G does you one better. Yay, definitely not expecting that. Not expecting an AWP after a round like that, that's for sure.
And the AWP is immediately rotating towards the A bomb site as well. As is common in a round such as this, keep the location of the AWP surprise. Here we go, from B to A. There's a second kill immediately. Now it's gone from long to short. just keeping on that rotation, and Orgless immediately abandoning ship, going towards B, it seems.
It couldn't have gone better for MIBR. That AWP is perfect. Now you have that smoke that you'll be able to pick up from Ye's body, so you could still just go for a full all-out execute. And Wardell catches Fallen peeking, and they have no idea that they're alone here, that the B side is wide open. Going to be trying to move in here quickly now. For hard rotate, but the smokes are up. And no, I mean, Orgless right now are just taking their time setting it all up because they had that wealth. They even had that extra smoke drop by Ye. So they're going like coil smoke, CT smoke, just get it all down. But Fur was able to rotate over in time to close the door on him with this smoke. Infinite. He stopped in his tracks, and these smokes are going to clear.
Yeah, now Taco's boosted, Infinite spotted in the pool position. No one actually checked this, and there's the bomb now in the pool. That makes it cool, but that buys time for more rotation. We've got MIBR by construction now. First got an angle, Wardell trying to plant the bomb. Everything's a gamble, but you've got to do it before that time is too low. Another boost coming in, looking for it. Taco's taken up at 15 seconds. Surely you're going to get burst on if you don't plant this bomb. FNS trying to cover all the angles off the bomb plant once again. 10 seconds now. The smoke's dissipating. Are they going to charge again?
There it is, and now it's on Wardell, but Wardell is perfectly capable of clutching this. Smoke goes down, he hears the footsteps, he knows he's passed. What a choke! What is this? Nice! Oh, he gets him! 1v1 now, Gen.G, Wardell, op on op, and Wardell, the bomb is playing his way. He knows where it's planted. He planted the damn thing. And so he has no idea. Gen.G close right. There it is! The clutch for Wardell!
No. Ace, he aced
He
it.
gets the ace clutch. Unbelievable.
Oh, that's rough. What was Gen.G doing while Main was dancing around with a knife? He seemed to just be... I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was watching from construction with an angle, but... Oh, that was a catastrophe.
I don't even... That was all over the place. How many times did Wardell fake that plant?
I can't believe they planted the bomb and won the round. There were so many things that could have gone wrong there. That was absolute madness.
Oh.
Somehow, MIBR have got 2 AWPs out in this round, and everyone's got Kevlar, so they've done the mathematical jiu-jitsu.
Not only that, that was with such a strong start from Gen.G. Talk about demoralizing for MIBR. They had that round in the bag, and they threw it. And now Orgless are just like, right, time to head up towards B, get full control banana early. They've got it. Fur and Fallen just giving ground. How do you come back from that round mentally if you're MIBR? That is incredibly frustrating.
Yeah. Well, they went into it with an AWP and a rifle, and they've still got a good buy here. Grenades were sacrificed for the big guns, the AWPs we've been waiting for. And both snipers... Actually, no. Gen.G's towards long. Fallen by the coffins, Fur ahead of the smoke. Orgless now. It's the first round we've seen the entire team on banana like this. Moved away from their defaults, presence in apartments and top mid and so on. Although MIBR are playing passive towards A. But they've been expectant towards B here for a while, but now Taco's rotating away at the wrong time. If he does make it to the well, he's got a flash though to try and help his teammates. If he can make it there. And back he goes.
There it is, Fallen with the first shot. Sabrosa's down. Oh wow, just running right on through, and they're through now. Passed with 2. Fur is gone. 4 players remain for Orgless, but Fallen, he's playing this perfectly. Great flashes coming through from his teammates as well. Taco murdering him, and this is how it's done. Quick rotate from MIBR. Good support as well with the nades, and Fallen just playing it perfect around the pillar.
Yeah, great support flashes from the top. Flashing deep into the site in front of him. Avoids the flashes, pops out, takes the players out by the pool. It's a really awkward fight otherwise. It's basically a headshot angle, so those certainly came in handy. MIBR had a good read as to what's going on, and we've seen that in some rounds towards A as well, although the results haven't really reflected that. Only their second round now from 8. But they have had the 3rd or 4th person in the right place, or the right bomb site at least, in a few of these rounds, but again, it's been rare they've found success. But now they've got the AWPs, they're in their most comfortable position. Fallen and Gen.G with the scopes. Starting with a more traditional 3-2 setup.
Okay, let's see. As FNS is taking the hit here, he's dropped for his teammates, and wow, right on through, unbelievable. Fallen missing that shot, but Ye showing no fear whatsoever. Straight up to top mid, just catches Fallen completely off guard. Mayern up in apartments though, has to hit that shot, Infinite, and he's gonna miss it. Mayern bringing it back to a 4-on-4. But there's Wardell with the angle, and Wardell just doesn't miss, and he knows the second man is here as well. So much information to go off of now for Orgless, but getting caught by Taco over towards Library may throw things out of whack.
Wardell's got some real nice frags in this game so far. He's come a long way in a short space of time.
This has just been the Ye show. I mean, he needs somebody else to show up and help him out here. Ye has got 15 kills so far for his team.
Subrosa with a second AWP now. Doesn't see the player moving towards double stack, and that's Taco. Now, what does he make of the situation? If he walks to the other side, oh, Subrosa gets tagged actually. Taco still by double stack now, repositioning, rings the bell through the wall for almost no damage. In the meantime, there's a push towards that B bomb site first. I think he's just got some sound cues. Too late to use a smoke grenade, but he's got a rifle versus a pistol. He has to go into this with confidence, and the bomb's been dropped. He can drop the smoke ahead of it now. His teammate can rotate. Off Taco goes, just waiting a few seconds in case of a flank. 25 seconds, we'll see what Subrosa can do with this.
He kills Wardell first. Well, now you go on through. There's the flash, and he misses it. Ooh. Fur with the hero save. Big rounds coming in now for MIBR. 3 on the board now. Orgless still sitting on 6, and this is going to force Orgless to go for the save. No bomb plant, no bonus money. Just chaos. I mean, it's just a series of duels right now. You start that one off with Ye just getting the drop on Fallen. And then it just turns into tit for tat, back and forth the entire time.
That's such a big early loss for MIBR as well. Like, you have to have your snipers playing confidently and so on, but if you miss that shot, the cards really do collapse. They'll have 2 AWPs out once again. A few more helmets this time. That's a nice HE from Taco. Deserves more, I feel like.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it was going to do it a bit more justice.
Now, with the damage that MIBR did on the round where they only had the sniper and the FAMAS, that has at least worked out to put Orgless on an eco here. Because they took out so many players.
I mean, these have been high fragging rounds.
Oh no, not again.
Wait, Fur's lying in wait. There it is. Subrosa watching though. Wardell, not able to confirm it. So Fur barely survives.
It's really good trigger discipline from him. Take out the second player, clean up the first one. And he's got the bullets left for the third one as well. Very nice work from Fur. And that really limits the damage for now, at least, for MIBR, which is important because they need to build their money. Mayan looking for the transfer. They've seen the last player now. See what FNS chooses to do. Won't go for the rifle. That will buy himself some precious seconds to try and catch somebody going deeper on a rotation, or try to at least.
Yeah, so FNS has got the chance, but right now MIBR are too disciplined. They've got bomb control. No reason for them to take any unnecessary risks by going out and hunting. Ooh, missing shots though. There we go. Gen.G collects it. 4 rounds on the board now for MIBR. And that's 3 in a row. So Fallen will get that op saved for him. Fallen is he's struggling right now, James.
He's not quite warmed up yet.
It's a rough one. 4 kills, many opportunities as well to get kills, and he's missing shots. So not a confidence-building start here to the series for Fallen.
Yeah, he might need to be a little reliant on his team to clean up in the short term. I'm sure by map 2 he'll be landing the shots, but don't want to give up on map 1 for free. So we'll see if his other teammates can pick up the slack. Got Ye with some initial grenades. Once again, we've got that fast smoke down banana from MIBR. Now, we'll see if Orgless go back to their defaults that we saw earlier. This time it's Gen.G who gets taken out. One of these snipers is dying early every round for MIBR. Now Fallen really has to pick up the slack. Got fast plays towards that long area. Oh my god, I think he tagged 2 of them.
Yeah.
Subrosa's been taken out now, trying to hold position. That's a big spray from Mayan. And Fur cleans up as well. What a turnaround from that frag.
Do they manage to quickly pounce in here? There can be no hesitation on the side of FNS. And yeah, sure enough, they'll get that smoke down. Blocks Fallen off. Fallen is rotated through. And now this is all about Ye. Ye needs to hold these angles. He needs to watch his teammates back while the plant happens. And 2v4, it's possible for Orgless. By no means easy, but it's possible.
They're in such a horrible position. They need something fast, because this is only going to go from bad to worse. Fallen spots one. FNS now up close to take Fallen out once again, but a trade is there. The snipers can be rescued. 3 survive from MIBR's good enough. Fallen wants to delay that defuse a little.
And pick up as much as he could. I mean, where's the second? The second op died on the other side of the map, though, so there's no saving that. And Taco's got the money to drop the op, so he might do it and give it over to Fallen. It's such a huge economic investment, but he is going to hand over that AWP to Fallen. Both oppers for MIBR right now sitting pretty low on the scoreboard. But you know who's kind of absent right now is Subrosa. On Orgless right now, not hitting any shots, not really hitting anything.
Yeah, had that AWP in apartments. That's all I can remember, really.
Yeah.
One of the 2 kills.
Then getting bopped by Taco midair. You're supposed to hit the shots of Rosa, not take the shots.
Fur makes his way over towards A. So we've got a 4-man investment into the A bomb site at 1:30 for MIBR. They are expectant, but will they be right? We've got Ye creeping up with the Deagle up banana in the meantime. Fallen hoping he doesn't get popped again. See how long Ye waits here for. Now Fallen can't really spam the wall because if he takes a shot he could get swung upon. No one's there to clean up. There's no rifle support. So Brosa can hear this.
Close enough. Dancing. Oh, wow. Flash isn't going to work. Ye survives. Or Ye is going to take Fallen? No. It's Sabrosa who dies. Fallen go for the repeat. There's the jiggle.
Oh, man, trying to clean up in the meantime. The bomb's been spotted at least. 2 versus 2, however. Orgless have put in big work with these pistols. Infinite now considering his options. I don't know if he got a sound cue on Fur, but Ye's about to run into it. That's going to make things a hell of a lot harder. But there's time for Infinite to go for something. He could have tried to pick up that kill. He'll go for the bomb plant instead. Planted for everywhere. He knows roughly where Fur has come from. Moving into the apartments now. There's a grenade from Long, so he's got some of the information. But is that the same player? Is that Fur that he sees on Long? He knows he's being baited. So now he's looking for the second player. It's very obvious what was going on there, but first being real patient while Fallen continues to distract. He demands the attention. Smoke on the bomb as well, continuing to creep now. It's really well done by MIBR, but someone's got to get on this bomb. They've both got defuse kits. Infinite now in a 1 versus 1. First still dancing, still trying to find him. Oh, he picks the time where he jumps. That's greatly played by Infinite. Really nice work.
Is that not how it's done, how it's supposed to be done? You're treating the bomb as your second player. You're just focused on staying alive the entire time. You know that as the clock progresses, MIBR are the ones who have to make the play. They have to come to you. They have to figure out where you're playing from. That could not have gone better. I mean, that's a clinic. Infinite, what a beast.
He's a really good player. He's going to definitely be a name to watch in the coming years. Really nice work, especially he detects immediately that he's being baited. He's being distracted to put the creeper in position. Distractor and a creeper. Now MIBR are broken. Fur with the AWP, which I presume would be spawn-based. Still looking towards second mid. No one with Kevlar. Now, he may just hold this position until he gets something.
What time do you just? At what point do you just back off and hand that over to Gen.G or somebody else?
Yeah, the problem is he's kind of exposed to boiler here. So once he hears people going into the apartments, he can't just hold this angle.
Smoke goes off behind him as well, so they may not even think about this angle. We'll see. Bomb is there. Sabrosa has gotten spotted, and that's 2 at top banana right now. This is different. FNS catches Fur out, so there's that off. And you're pointing it out. I mean, he was vulnerable. Okay, mid-air.
That was a disaster. There was a player on short, Gen.G. He started rotating as Fur peeked down the middle of mid. Took a shot, missed it, was swung on from boiler. So the cover wasn't there for the swing at the very least at the time. The timing was kind of awkward. So it didn't really work out. We saw some great plays from Gen.G with the AWP. Yeah, with no one having Kevlar, I think at some point you got to give it to the guys who spent more time playing those kind of rounds with the AWP.
And also, I mean, Gen.G, yeah, backing off, leaving boiler. I mean, you hit the nail on the head that you're vulnerable at boiler, and if you don't have somebody watching your back there, you're at risk. But also, 2 at top banana. MIBR had a lot to consider in that round. With 2 at top banana, that's not been the standard here for Orgless so far this match. Might have thrown things out of whack for him.
There's a giant gap in that smoke from MIBR. Molly on Kara as well. Orgless swinging through the smoke. Got some flashes from the entrance to Apps, but Fur might have a superior. Oh, no, we have to check this properly. Oh no, Subroside's here now. Ye gambling through the smokers. Taco's on the reload, and there's more disaster here for MIBR on their CT side. Only 5 rounds from 13, and this one doesn't look good for a 6th.
This is getting out of hand. Hey, now you've managed to pick up a smoke. That's fine. 3 players still probing over towards A as well. Gen.G is here alone. Let's see if he can react in time. Nice flash. Impeccable flash right over the top. Mayern, only man alive here on the A site. Orgless just plowing through. Mayern takes FNS with him, but that is perfectly fine. FNS will take that trade every day of the week. And the bomb is backing off. This is interesting. It seems like Orgless themselves aren't even really sure on what is going on.
Maybe it's identifying the information. Where was Fallen last seen, if he was seen? He has fired some bullets in this round. Infinite creeping into the smoke now, and Fallen will get taken out. Orgless looking pretty good on the T side, it has to be said.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Apart from those 4 rounds where MIBR were looking like they were coming, starting to get a grip on things, some of those rounds were just the closest of margins, too. Clutch rounds that broke MIBR's way. It's not like MIBR just stomped Orgless.
I think Orgless are like an easy team to meme on, and I think an FNS-led team will often never get enough respect. But that plays to his advantage as well on the server. If you don't get that respect, then you're probably going to have a psychological advantage at least. MIBR now with a broken buy, it must be said. Mayon's down to the Mag 7 now, double MP9, double Deagle. The grenades are here. Doesn't feel like they've had many opportunities to try and catch the plays off guard, but that's one way to do it. Falling with the Deagle, changing position now, trying to control the half wall, but yeah, he's got the angle already. He's deep enough.
Hesitation. Fur peeks in now. This is getting out of hand. That's a Krieg left behind, and nobody there to back him up. But slowing it down, it's going to spread the defense out by the looks of things. Now, do Orgless realize what's happening, that it's a 2-2 situation right now for MIBR? The only issue is that they're still having to clear out all these angles on A. And Mayon, ooh, clean.
2 pairs of footsteps heard. They must know both players are there if they're listening carefully. Although we know some of the players have got the hearing's not perfect.
What a call from MIBR as well. They realize Arch could be vulnerable. Just push down. They've got banana control now. They're at bottom mid. Orgless are boxed. Which bomb side are you going to now? You've got 35 seconds left, and it's looking like they're going to commit to A.
Right, Scope has heard more confirmation, but only of one of the 2 players. Ooh. The Scope is really compromising now. I'm not sure if he was seen there, but there's definitely footsteps on the bomb site itself. 20 seconds. They've still got a 2 versus 2 for the time being. A smoke to try and give themselves some cover, but it's the Max 7, of course, to do more damage. Wardell doesn't know where to look, and Orgless make it to 9, but MIBR catch up to 6 at the very least.
Unreal. Well, Orgless putting up a fight. MIBR, they've given themselves 6 rounds on the CT side. T side, they could bully them, they could get in there. Still haven't given up hope on our predictions just yet, I'm sure, James.
Fingers crossed. We'll see what they can do after the break. MIBR start the T side now, 3 round to the bad. Trailing Orgless, who are 9-6, moving to the CT side. They've been strong. They've been kind of setting the pace for the entire game, I feel like. We didn't see a lot from MIBR. It took a while to get their money in place, and they couldn't stabilize.
Right now, MIBR, they're missing certain pieces. What we saw from MIBR when they play against teams they don't respect is that Fur, Fallen, Gen.G, they pop off. Right now we've got Fur's popping off for MIBR, but Gen.G and Fallen are sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard with no frags, no impact, no nothing. So you got to wonder, MIBR right now, if you're going to have any impact at all in the second half, if you're going to run it back against Orgless and have a chance at winning this, you kind of need Fallen and Gen.G to wake up here and start playing some CS. Because Orgless are just running all over you.
Fallen and Taco to be the grenade men. Smoke Flash HE, respectively. There's the Flash for Banana. Front of the stairs, top left of the window. But the call is it's not required. They get to the half wall for free at least. You can look over to some degree from the logs. Mayan creeping, trying to hold on to as much utility as possible. Got to check the sandbags properly as well. And 3 Orgless players in the meantime, they just wait. Infinite's got a HE grenade. He's waiting for a push. He's waiting for the call to throw it. They've got a combo meal deal here. The Incendiary on FNS. Infinite with that HE grenade, which could be devastating. So FNS is going to spot the push. Then Infinite's going to dump this grenade on their ass.
It's going to be messy. This is going to be messy. It's going to be all over the place here. Making a bit of noise. Let's see. Can we get a response? Can we bait any utility? Any response at all? And so far, Orgless are just made of steel. There's no flinch. There's no give.
Fur's going fishing now. Making it to top mid to see what's what. Try and get some information. They haven't seen anyone anywhere. No one's hiding under porch. He doesn't know if anybody's in the cubby. Oh, there's a ding-dong for Ye. And now things will activate. Now they start. FNS still trying to spot, though, and still they're not pushing. In fact, they're going towards the A bomb site. They have so much position now. They're rotating. They've got the information they were looking for.
There it is. 3 across. You know that Fur's there as well. This is done deal. MIBR going to get it all off of Fur. Again, play to Fur's strengths at this point. He's the one who's been hitting shots. He's clearly got a read on the situation, and so MIBR, now they've set themselves up to just win this pistol and get a great start in the second half. Post-plant, it's just going to come down to Orgless. They've got a kit on Infinite. FNS goes down initially here. Wardell and Infinite trying to take point. Wardell with the brilliant headshot. Looking for another, but Mayern's going to snuff him. And that's it. 7-9. MIBR win the pistol in the second half on the T side. And, well, I mean, just give Fur a hug if you're on MIBR, because the man deserves it. He's doing everything he can right now to keep you guys in this map.
Very nice work. Very patient from MIBR. Allow the fishing to go on. Gen.G took no damage. He gets a cheap helmet and an AK-47 and some utility. Pretty good spot for him. We've got triple MAC-10. So let's see how they use them in this anti-force buy situation. We've got Deagles and a Scout on the likes of Wardell. FNS with that CZ, again, very notable. Seen that in this tournament so far. He is very dangerous with that CZ. Orgless start with 3 towards the B-bomb site. Molly up top. Taco looking to swing. Clear the banana position. Make sure no one's behind sandbags.
Already a very big difference here in how these teams are approaching their T sides, which part of the map they favor. Oh, I thought that was going to do so much more damage. What a shame. It is going to be powering straight onto the B side. Here is a bomb. Please take it, my friend. It dropped so far into the site as well. This is wild. Mayern and Taco going to find the kills, though, and there's Sabrosa going down. And so they do succeed in cracking the site, MIBR.
It was a nice attempt, bouncing a smoke off the fountain at the front of the site. Steel used to do that a lot years ago. I think he still does from time to time. Just to cause some mayhem, force the T's to run through smokes, give yourself a one-way. Now going up the barrels, of course, I think Infinite may have been compromised from there. Tried to stay close to the smoke, perhaps for that reason, but MIBR were able to overcome. Ye and Wardell will try to hold on to what they have or invite MIBR to give them a rifle or something. We'll see what happens, but it's a good start for MIBR, the start they needed, start they were looking for. They'll have to win the game, of course, on the T side. CT side was lacking with only 6 rounds. But now we can see what they have to offer. And who knows what MIBR will look like 3 to 6 months from now. If they'll get another notable coach. Many questions to be answered. 2 for 2 MIBR, both sides winning their T pistol. Not much for Orgless to do now, of course. This is the eco round before the buy to come. Wardell's got a reasonable spawn to try and headshot someone mid. Yeah, he can run around with the Deagle. Maybe have a look towards the window. I think he picks up an Incendiary and a smoke grenade. So he spent $900 in this round. Why? Oh, I'm not sure about that. It's a lot of money for an eco round.
Yeah, it's going to put him behind. Certainly going to put him behind unless he obviously survives the round. Wardell missing a golden opportunity to catch MIBR lined up there. And again, stylistically, these teams are just approaching this completely differently in terms of their T side. Orgless, a lot of focus mid, a lot of focus A. MIBR just fighting to get control of Banana, at least at the beginning of these rounds here. Trying to open up this B site, hoping that somebody's going to peek into them. Sabrosa is at risk, obviously. Take this magic apple.
Right now he's got MIBR swinging on the B bomb site, which has been taken. So maybe Ye gets to save his money now.
I think so. Infinite dies, that's all right. Ye and Wardell can if they can survive, that's solid. I mean, obviously Wardell would want to buy an op next round, so holding on to the scout a little bit less important, and so I think that's why you see him out there. Let's see for Ye though. Kit, Kevlar, Dig, even a smoke.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to why he invested so much money into this round. If the plan was to like try and bait the opponent into a concentrated B bomb site, but then we saw the rotation towards A, leaving only one player on B, so that was a curious one.
Hashtag.
But it seems he might survive.
Yeah. Good on them. Oh no, never mind. Spoke too soon. He still goes for the peak afterwards. All right, now Ye, because he held on to all that gear, his buy is going to be very solid. Even has the kit for the team. Wardell has been upgraded to that AWP. Couple of kits in play. Very solid nade count. So this is it. Tied up 9-9. Can MIBR push through and take the lead? Or Orgless going to slam the door on him? Keeping an eye on things. It looks like Orgless have picked up on MIBR heading towards B early. And so 3 players top Banana at the beginning of this round for Orgless.
Wardell, AWP, no Kevlar. Got to be real confident to do that on Inferno. Especially with those aggressive angles.
There we go. There we go. Delayed HEs to take him. Marin not giving it up. And it's like, sure, okay, now you can go ahead and have Banana. That's fine. We got our kill.
Finesse will make his way towards A. 3-2 set up for Orgless at the minute 15 mark. Third just, oh, that's very painful.
So frustrating.
And you can do nothing about it. You just got to accept it. You got to hold the L.
Wow. Very early smoke from Sabrosa, though. Oh, I suppose because he saw this smoke, he's trying to react to it.
Yeah. They're trying to creep up without showing to a potential sniper at Coffin.
Infinite has got a smoke as well. I'm just trying to keep track. What you want to be trying to do here towards Banana is really just keep track of the smokes and how late they're holding on to the smokes, because every second matters. But as that smoke clears on the T side, that's going to bait out Infinite smoke, the last one here left to Orgless on this side of the map. And in the meantime, MIBR, they've still got 2 to work with here.
Orgless playing with no information, no one top mid. So again, you can see Wardell is on lane, but he's not creeping up as I've mentioned before at the beginning of the game. Not just yet anyway.
Imperfect smoke. They screwed their smoke up.
Oh no. Oh, this could be a complete catastrophe. Especially if Sabrosa starts firing from up above first as a bait. But it seems that Infinite will do that. Falling back now, and that takes distraction away. So it works the other way around. Falling gets his bell run, and the smoke's completely gone. Falling now with 10 HP, desperately trying to just plant the bomb. He'll do that at the very least, but oh dear. That's a complete disaster.
Wait on it. Let your teammates... Yeah, there you go. You got kits. Let your teammates gather up all the guns. I mean, you want to get all the AKs, and if you can find Kriegs too, that'd be great. Ye needs... yeah, there it is.
There we go.
Oh, Ye's running over. This is great. This is exactly what you should be doing. Exactly what you should be doing. Diffuse comes through. Everybody's got AKs now.
Get them upgrades.
That was so sick, but MIBR, what is that? An unforced error messing up a smoke? And especially a smoke like that, a CT smoke, that's brutal.
Yeah, one of the most standard smokes in the game. Orgless win their first round and a half. Wardell has armor now with his AWP. And again, we've got those AKs on deck. The Kriegs are coming out for the likes of Mayan and Gen.G. Gen.G may be finding some comfort in the scope. Fallen going for a very aggressive play, and he's just back on the sea in time, but the trades will favor Orgless and then some. Infinite with 2. Got flashbang support. 4 versus 2, and MIBR don't really have position anywhere. Only 2 players now. If they slow things down, if they're lucky, they'll get a 2 versus 2. Taco would love an upgrade, though. sure he can find one.
That was brave of both teams as well. Neither team wanting to give there. Both of them just in it to win it, in it for that fight. Infinite sticking it out, gets 2. That's big. And well, now what can we expect? Smoke goes down to block off CT, and it's the 2 players stuck together. MIBR, that's what they do. They're working as a duo now. They have to work their way onto that bomb site. Somewhat limited as well in gear.
They have to figure it's a 2v2, but time is of the essence for sure. So they're not going to smoke CT, it seems, but they're going to create Taco, who are doing a huge gamble, maybe expecting both players to be on the site there. Didn't quite work out. Infinite now creeping by the fountain. Infinite's not fighting, so definitely can avoid it because his teammate's there. He'll just be the bait and enable Infinite to take it for free. Very nice play, 2-man setup from Orgless, and they make it 11-9 now, putting MIBR into eco territory, although Taco's got $8,000 somehow.
He's he held on to the Mag 10 for a while, didn't he? And they don't have a coach anymore.
No.
But they're still going for the tactical timeout. I was just thinking about that from MIBR. Are we going to see any tac timeouts from them, considering Zeus is no longer a part of the roster?
It's calculator time. Got to figure out what they can do with this money.
Yeah, I mean, credit where credit's due. I mean, Copenhagen Flames were taking a lot of timeouts yesterday and no coach, so obviously you don't need a coach to know to take a tac timeout. But right now, I mean, MIBR calling it, slowing it down a little bit here. This is the big round for them because Taco just spent all that bank you just talked about. So if they don't win this, that's it. They're into pistols and eco territory, and it's not pretty.
So we've got a CT timeout following the T1.
Interesting. And what is that? Orgless extending it? I don't think I've ever seen timeouts get chained up like that.
No, me neither. But maybe they're trying to figure out, looking at the deaths and how much money they might have and what they might be doing. Why have they taken a timeout here? What are we expecting? What are we going to do? Maybe we'll see some rabid aggression from Orgless to try and take the game away.
I would feel like if you're FNS, though, you're just giving MIBR more time to figure out a plan.
True.
You know?
Yeah, pros and cons.
So pros and cons to that. I think it would outweigh, I think the cons outweigh the pros in this case just because you have MIBR on the ropes, they're feeling the pressure, and now you're giving them more time to breathe. Could be that in FNS's way, now he's like, no, Similar, we're giving him more time to stew. And just...
Potentially.
They're going to get in their own heads, and we're going to crush them.
We got good utility from both teams. Orgless at one point pulled out 4 incendiaries at once there. Main still makes his way towards top. Oh, they're going for it? No. Just being very, very aggressive, trying to see if he catches the CT off guard, eating a flashbang. But they fall back safely, Orgless.
Little does he know that would have worked. He would have actually caught him and actually gotten a kill on Infinite.
Scurrying away. This may force a lot more early utility from Orgless. They may be left lacking late on. There's a minute 20 to go. There are 3 smoke grenades and an incendiary for now. FNS has made his way towards B. He's at the well position with no flashbang, which sucks for him, but there's no play coming, so it's okay. Basically, if you're at the well position in CT spawn, you've got a really strong flash for the pool to allow your teammates to face because they're protected from it. Anyway, MIBR now taking top mid, so they've got all the map control they need. They've left no lurker towards that B bomb site, so we might see a fast play here.
I think they just want to stack everything up and hit the A site hard. 3 rifles, a pistol, and a Mac 10 is what they've got to work with. And so it is going to be Taco catching Yay. There's Wardell with the point-blank shot. We do not expect Wardell to miss shots like those. Oh, he's getting flanked. Can't turn in time. Wondering where his teammate was. FNS gone. And a successful round for MIBR. Turns out, just run onto the site.
For a brief moment, we saw they ended up in a similar situation to Orgless's T side, where it wasn't clear if they were going A or B because they had no map control, and the T's had Arch. But MIBR sped that one up. Take out the A bomb site with 4 players surviving. Wardell caught between a rock and a hard place. Now, Ye's got 6k, but there's not much else to shout about. With 2 rifles saved, we'll see if they choose to buy between them. Actually, this is a safe situation, a safe position rather, which Infinite's trying to jump on, which you don't really see in Pro CS, but it's a really good one because no one's expecting you to be up here if they come swinging and hunting. Definitely one to note if you're watching. Just practice it a bit more than Infinite has.
Man, you get an op out of that. You even get your own AKs and Kriegs back if you're MIBR. Talk about a second wind right now in the sales. They're going to be feeling so good now going into this double digits T side. And Orgless going for FAMASes so they can afford nades here in this round. As far as lost bonus, I mean, still a couple rounds of lost bonus for Orgless. But now, I mean, it's still the battle top banana with the nades, and MIBR might be at risk because maybe they don't expect to have this much resistance from Orgless. Orgless are pretty much full bought up on nades.
Despite the double HEs earlier on, Mayan will stay in the same position. There's no smoke this time.
They're baiting them, and it works! They show no presence with nades. Gen.G gets antsy and peeks into a boost. Sick play from Orgless.
That reload will be heard, so MIBR will have an idea of the potential setup from Orgless. First or second oranges, which might be why Taco's creeping here. So I think this is based on this reload, honestly. Infinite now, pushing forward. They avoid the flashbang, but it'll go 1 for 1. Now, they might think that Infinite was at Sub Rosa, so there might be half a chance here for Sub Rosa if he can avoid the usual grenades. Gets the 1v1 of Mayan, falls off, drops a smoke on the side to create some space for himself, and buy some time for the rotation.
Now Fallen knows that there's somebody on the bomb side, and he knows that somebody's rotated over quickly as well, hoping to actually sneak his way through into CT. Yay, caught with his pants down, but Wardell's there to trade. And that leaves it all on Fur, and now he's boxed into Banana. About to get shipped in like a crate. Oh, buddy. Got nowhere to go.
Just needs to frag out.
Wardell's watching CT. Every angle should be watched now. Now it's on patience for Orgless.
Yeah, Sub Rosa is not looking to fight to the death here. He just wants to see Fur coming because Sub Rosa is the only blind spot here for Orgless. But it won't mean a bomb plant.
Look at that. FNS is backed off. Is he thinking that Fur managed to sneak through somehow? I mean, clearly it must be.
Oh, that's... well, this gets awkward now, but surely Wardell's about to peek. He's waiting for it, but it is a stereo peek and a little spray as well from Sub Rosa. So they get their Orgless. There were so many interesting situations there on Banana, as you mentioned at the beginning, then hearing the reload, trying to punish it, thinking one person's the other, Sub Rosa getting killed, buying some time, not dying, putting the smoke up. Fallen almost, well, he did land a shot with the Deagle, not a headshot though.
It was such a cool detail. And now we're going to get the tech timeout rather. But that was such a cool play from Orgless. Didn't see it coming at all. I thought it was going to be all-out warfare, like, surprise. We have all of the nades, and we're just going to go at you, and maybe we catch you off guard that way. But Orgless went the complete opposite way. They didn't throw anything, and they set it up so that Sub Rosa could just get boosted and find a kill.
Yeah.
That was so cool. What a clever play from Orgless.
Yeah, that was a round of many chapters as well.
Many plays.
That was pretty cool.
I'm growing to really enjoy watching FNS and his team play.
Yeah.
There's a lot here to this team.
Yeah, and this particular matchup seems good for them so far. Again, this is their pick of Inferno, and it's been pretty good for Orgless so far, but the score is still close. MIBR just 2 rounds away. They will have some rifles in this round, it seems. Oh, they'll have a lot more rifles now. Got the Galil out for Mayan as well. So let's see what they can offer. They're somewhat light on grenades here, MIBR. They got flashes and smokes though, with the odd molly. One will go towards top banana, so Orgless will see nothing untoward just yet. This time it's Fallen to be the man focusing on banana rather than Mayan. That is a deep molly. Orgless were maybe expecting something fast or try to thwart it. FNS now rotating from B to A. Ye and Wardell in the lane and apartments. Ooh, that's a big win for Taco. FNS in trouble now. He's got his bell rung, and he's been smoked off. There's position on both sides of A here for MIBR, but Ye's in the pit, and he's proved to be a problem from there. Got to smoke up to create some space. They're looking over the top, but Ye's just shutting everybody down. Looking for the last one as well. Leaves Fallen in the pit with a MAC-10.
Oh, there's 2 here as well for Orgless. Fallen has got time, though, and he's, going for the op. All right. Got to find that confidence sometimes, now or never. That as the smoke clears. Orgless right now are just trying to make sure they've got him boxed in, but there is that point of egress. Fallen could back off through apartments. And he had the time, so he's trying to split. He's trying to divide the defense up at this point.
He's got to make a sound cue, though. There we go.
There it is, and now the gig is up, and there's the bomb plant. So time's a ticking. HE, so close. I thought that would do way more damage given where it went off.
There we go. It's got his 1v1. Had a bait attempt coming in there. Now Sub Rosa is trying to pre-fire. Might realize that Fallen is low. Got the jump peak as well. He's elevated Fallen. He's got the AWP, and he's finally turned up to the server. MIBR just 1 round away now. That was a tough round for them in terms of their buy, but it has worked out very well indeed because they've broken Orgless at a very crucial time.
It's such a difficult match to predict at this point. You're thinking Orgless have got everything going their way, and then just individual plays right now making all the difference for these teams. Fallen, the hero, coming through in the clutch. Orgless deciding to split, to separate in that retake. And so now, once again, a little bit of, well, I mean, this is just going to be the round of anti-eco, and so there isn't a whole lot that Orgless can hope to do apart from...
They bought pistols, but not one flashbang.
This is just the hold angles and hope that you can make it expensive for MIBR.
Gay and Wardell on A with the pistols. You can see MIBR. They've taken, more or less taken top mid. And they are going to approach Banana at the same time. So unclear just yet for MIBR as to what is going on. But here comes Infinite. No fatalities though for MIBR.
Boot to the face. Now, well, MIBR are just going to gather up and mow him over. This was a round of eco. They saw no Kevlar. They saw no helmet. And Yay, man on a mission, P250. Not going to hit the headshot. He needed it. And so MIBR fixing to tie things up, 12-12. FNS, though, with the headshot on Fur. That was against a MAC-10, no less. Wardell takes down Taco. What is going on here?
Subrosa with the Deagle now. Needs to have the round of his life. Doesn't really have much to lose. I'm sure he'll be going for it unless he picks up a big weapon. It's crouch peeking for now. Now, Mayan's got AWP basically on T ramp, which is a pretty strong angle. I can't imagine Subrosa will look all the way down there. Almost does. Almost. But there we go. 12-12. That was the eco round for Orgless. Very nervous territory now for both teams.
Subrosa's seriously lacking in funds as well.
He could pick up an MP9. There we go.
Name of the game for him. But the nade game is so light right now for Orgless. They've got nothing to hold off Banana.
It's really interesting, FNS and Infinite prioritizing the M4s over a FAMAS and grenades. They're going to have to play aggressive here, surely.
FNS taking Kevlar, I mean a helmet.
They've got 2 flashbangs. Yeah, why has he picked up a helmet?
Well, let's see it. What's going to happen here? I mean, what little nades you've got, you got to make good use of. Right over the top. And MIBR, they know the economic situation. They know what's going on here, that Orgless don't have a whole lot to work with. Of course, last time this happened, they got shot in the face. This time, MIBR, we're not taking any risks. Right over the top of the wall. If there were any shenanigans, Orgless weren't going to get any joy.
Very strange one. Wardell alone on the B bomb site. Can't go for the second peek because he's eating the chain flashbangs. Now, you do wonder with... Next, they don't really have all the utility in the world. 2 players aren't rotating just yet. So, I feel like maybe they want to save. As weird as that sounds.
They're not sure. They're not sure yet of if this is a plant or not. You can see the rotation coming in now as they hear the bomb go down. But you still have Ye worrying about a lurk.
MIBR actually have 0 utility now. They can smoke off Banana, Orgless. But I feel like it might just be expensive round for them. Subrosa has the angle, but he's only got the MP9. Yay and Subrosa remain. Yay creeping up. It's a weird one because you're on a 5 versus 4, but so I don't think anyone's ever saving there, but it just like looks super awkward. Unless they make something happen from that construction position, I feel like it just ends up being a super expensive round. But there's a lot of questions at the beginning of that. So Broza gets some nice damage at the end and actually gets the AWP out of it, which might get taken away because Fur is coming. Oh, he's having a look. There's a swing. Oh dear. But yeah, like why the M4s over FAMASs? Why no grenades? Why a helmet and no smoke or a flash? There's a lot of questions. Maybe some buttons were fat-fingered. That was an unusual one for me.
Well, FNS had the helmet, you're right. I mean, that's an interesting one considering AK. I mean, the helmet isn't going to do anything for you. AK, Krieg, one-shot, headshot, done deal. Doesn't matter if you got a helmet or not.
Yeah.
It's $350 that you waste.
There was one Galil, but still over like a smoke. I would prioritize the smoke versus a full buying, more or less, T side.
And now this is set up. MIBR to take this first map in the series. 3 rounds away. Broken economy for Orgless. MIBR going to start feeling good about themselves.
That was a really big round.
The same shenanigans. And this time they're ready for it. You only get to do that once.
Yeah, he's got the off angle. Nice from Taco.
And he's looking at, we saw the animation, yay. We saw the animation.
Sees Wardell running for it. Taco's trying to entertain. Doesn't matter if he dies. K&G's here to clean up. Again, you're the expendable man. He can offer himself a sacrifice in order for the team to take position. 4 versus 2 now for MIBR as they look to close out Inferno, which has felt like, for the most part, like Orgless were going to win it. But I really think that situation in that last round was a pretty big one. However, they'll be on the buy soon enough. FNS now with that CZ once again. Didn't pick up the weapon. He picked up the smoke, and I think he thought it was the sound of picking up the weapon. So, oh, that's really unfortunate for FNS. He ran over the weapon, and it made that click sound like he picked something up, but it was just a smoke, and he's like, oh no, I've made a terrible mistake. And that cost him everything.
It's all gone wrong.
Yeah, who knows if he would have escaped, but they're back on the buy Orgless.
Yeah. So 14-12 now. Full buy both sides. Nades are going to be there this time for Orgless, so we'll see if they can take the fight to him. And double up. This is how they decide to change up the strategy. Double AWP in play for Orgless. Sabrosa's been fairly quiet this series so far. We expect a bit more from him. We expect him to be one of the heavy hitters here for Orgless. But now with an op in hand, we haven't really seen this from MIBR. Fast second mid to mid. A lot of pressure early on. This has been a lot of banana control for MIBR so far this T-half, but here we go. A players getting a little bit of action early on.
Wardell taken out real early. Sabrosa has an AWP, but the 4 versus 5 with so much time on the clock. MIBR making loads of sound towards top mid, but it looks like they're going to go back to take banana. And there goes Sabrosa as well. This has turned into a disaster for Orgless. Doesn't look pretty for MIBR, but they're moving towards game point now. Infinite trying to do what he can, repositioning to try and avoid the spray. But do they risk losing everything? There's a flank from Fur, FNS aware of it. But what is Infinite going to do here? Because if they lose everything, they're losing this game. He's been taken out now. That's the round over.
Has to be.
Yeah, and once again, the point of no return has well and truly been crossed by Infinite in that round. So if they're lucky, they'll hold on to 2 rifles. This would be a damn shame if Orgless were to lose this map, but it's starting to look that way.
It is. It's looking like it's just slipping through their fingers, and MIBR finally showing a little bit of a lack of respect towards the end here. You know, just getting in there, charging in, finding battles, Fallen starting to feel some confidence. He's winning duels, takes down both Oppers, Wardell and Sabrosa. But I also like the change. Second mid to mid. We haven't seen that yet from MIBR. Not that quick, not that aggressive. And of all the times to go for a call and change the strategy, Fallen chose the correct one. So Orgless now, I mean, now your back is to the wall. What can you do? Man, Wardell still manages to get an AWP.
For 24 for 18. Taco's been doing great work as well, 20 for 17.
No, he saved that from last round, didn't he? Attack timeout, okay.
Yeah, 22 for 16 at the moment, and indeed there's a tech timeout from Orgless. Last chance saloon, they need 3 from 3. It's possible, but it's looking damn rough, man. Infinite's got 2,400, Ye's got 34. I don't think there's any weapons on the floor for them, so they're going to have to make this work, spread the wealth. This is a real tough one for them. Real tough. I think it was just so awkward, that buy where they had 2 players with 0 grenades. Just awkward situations, because like it's 5 versus 4, but I don't know, it just seemed like they didn't really have position, didn't have any mollies to force people from their positions, and it cost them everything, and now they're in this position. They've got a pretty reasonable buy, actually. Looking at it, they've got the MP9 out for Infinite, a bunch of rifles and grenades. In some ways, it's better than that round we were talking about.
Yeah, no, it's crazy, actually, the extent to which they actually do get a buy out of this. They saved that up for Wardell, so that's solid. Missed that in the last bit there. So they do have Wardell opping. He has been hitting some shots. He's not dominating the game outright. But MIBR map point, and they've slowed it back down again. Need to make some noise here. Need to try to draw some of this utility out earlier on. That's going to be the play. Flash in. Let's go. Take care of top of mid. Put some pressure. They spotted Wardell. He is stuck. FNS takes Taco, but now they know that 2 players are here. Boost. What is that? Is that not was it not communicated?
That's absolutely beautiful.
What are these comms for MIBR?
And K&G now, all of a sudden, is 1 versus 4. Tunnel vision on the swing up the stairs. Schoolboy football, chase the ball.
Yeah, but all right. So there have been talks talks of communication issues with MIBR on the team, recently. But I mean, is that just a clear case, as clear as it can get? I mean, how do you, if Taco dies or Taco gets that kill there, or no, Taco died. Can we get a replay, please, if at all possible? Just because what happened there? That is, I mean, it seems so clear cut for MIBR to punish. They know that 2 players are there. They should just punish those 2 players and just get it done. Doesn't look like we have a replay, but I mean, yeah, maybe some miscommunication, not saying that there was a boost and that there was a second man, in fact, waiting in boiler. That just threw everything for MIBR out of whack.
Wardell flashed off his angle. He loves those peeks down mid. And he will reposition. Still 3 players towards the B bomb site. Are MIBR looking to take advantage of this? Do they read that there's probably 2 here? Wardell forced from the angle once again. We've got 4 players here creeping up top mid now. Possession very early indeed. They know Wardell's towards long, and there's a CT in the pit. They've only got 2 smokes left here. They've left the bomb behind though, and Orgless are at the bottom of Banana, so this is strange, and I think they've realized that Mayan's going back for the bomb, and he's been taken out. They only have 2 smokes left in MIBR. They've thrown him towards the A bomb site. Now Fur's gonna have to gamble and pick up that bomb. If he's heard, maybe they realize that is the bomb on T ramp. Fur just facing now, he might want to start rotating to mid. Fallen's come to help out as well, and while it's stuck top mid because the bomb was on T ramp, it's all falling to pieces here. This is a complete disaster. 2 versus 4 now.
MIBR were looking so good to win this first map, and then Gaben said no. Nothing is working for MIBR these 2 rounds. Orgless. There's Wardell finding it, and that's it. We're going 30 rounds, no bomb plant. Force buy scenario for MIBR.
Oh my god. I honestly thought they were going to go for a fast round there towards A. They pushed Wardell back from 2 positions. They knew a guy was in pit. Probably had a read that there's likely 3 towards B. They just left the bomb behind.
I think it's you and I though, James, as well. The first map of the day that we cast together has to be overtime. It's in the rules, actually. So.
Oh, they've really opened a door here for Orgless.
This is where we're at now. I mean, smokes and flashes and a total lack of fear from MIBR. Charging top Banana, trying to get through. Gen.G, he's braved it. And he gets to the top. Successfully alive. Now, however, do they fully commit around the corner? Follow-up flash. There it is! Oh, and the golden opportunity.
More grenades. No smoke, though. Smoke would have been right. Oh, my God. The swing from Sub Rosa. Outrageous. He's up top again. He falls off. There's a smoke to create some space on the side. Does allow MIBR to try and push without being seen from Coffin. So we've got to swing into pool as well. Wardell keeping... Oh, my God. How has Fur done that? Wardell at the angle. Now Fur once again has taken arc. She's been crucial. Some impact rounds. Gets a tap onto Ye as well. Ye's got live, but it's a lot harder now at 15 HP. He's being charged on by 3 players, 2 with pistols. He's got to deliver something here. Takes 1 out, repositions, just trying to buy time for the rotation. FNS is creeping top mid. He's leaving Ye to die.
No, it's good, because now, okay, what's going to happen here? Man advantage for Orgless, fair enough. They've got AWP for Fallen, who's been hitting shots. Time enough to plant, but Infinite catches Fallen in the open. Fallen a step too far. And now it's a 1v3, and it's just not meant to be. Overtime! Unreal!
That's a really hard way to maybe lose a match.
Yes.
That's
Imagine
really brutal.
They're going to tilt off the face of the planet. This is going to be unreal.
That was really rough, man.
All right, we got to take a break. We got to take a break, and we're going to see what it looks like in overtime.
Yeah, the game's not paused though, so I don't know if we're going to break people.
But we are listening to the music.
Yeah, the music's cool. Okay, the match has been paused, so I guess we are going to break. Bye.
All right, bye.
Gaming chairs for pro teams.
back to the show. It is overtime. MIBR had a great opportunity to close things out. I think that, again, that round towards B for Orgless was a weird one because I feel like they were most likely to get to a point that they kind of had to go for it, but I think in most cases they were going to get to a point where they would lose everything, almost everything, and kind of just ruin themselves at a really bad position, which more or less happened. And then MIBR had some issues. They left the bomb in a place, and then there was just a catastrophe, running for the bomb, the smoke dissipating, bottom banana, and so on. And we find ourselves here. They had 3 game points, and Orgless have kept themselves in it, or MIBR have kind of helped them do that, you might argue.
Missed comms on multiple occasions there for MIBR. Coming back to haunt them. Another key figure for MIBR that has not shown up to play is
It's Jesus. Oh.
No, that's true as well. All right. And we are Gucci. So as far as Gen.G is showing up, not hitting shots, and that's where we'll leave it for now, because as far as MIBR are concerned, it is still the slow approach through Banana, and they have plenty of nades to work with.
Fur creeping top mid. Just having a look for something, but only Wardell is in that top mid position towards Arch. You can see Ye in the pit, FNS as well, or the balcony. 3-2 set up for Orgless. Now MIBR cut noise. Obscuring information. Now, do Orgless go for a play? They're trying to find some information somewhere. Infinite looks to be rotating towards A potentially. Got 27 seconds now as the charge comes in from MIBR.
And FNS is in perfect position to screw him up. And now you're going to get the actual utility getting put into play here by Orgless. They've still got a few nades to work with. 3 smokes, in fact. If they start to throw those in, it's going to get real nasty here for MIBR. And MIBR getting the door shut on them. Ye finds Gen.G, but Fallen takes Ye. And there it is. Wardell from the site. The man doesn't miss. It's all on Fur. You're lurking, sure, but you're in a 1v2 and the bomb is nowhere near you.
That's quite a turnaround for MIBR. That is a real strong turnaround for them. I mean, for Orgless, sorry. Obviously, MIBR had so many people around that A bomb site, but it ended in disaster.
MIBR, I mean, they did have, in a way, they did have a turnaround in a way. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, the wrong kind of turnaround.
Strong direction, right? That 180 back the other way. Yeah, you're not what you're hoping to see. So one of the 3 rounds in this first half of overtime picked up by Orgless. They survive it with double op, so their economy is just super duper solid. And it's MIBR right now who are trying to find a way, and it's looking like what worked for them in the 28th round. Second mid to mid, very quick. MIBR trying to rinse and repeat, and it might work, and it did. Mayer, though, there to save him.
Very fast opening frag. Look at this rotation from Orgless. Everybody's making their way towards the B bomb site. They know it's going to be a fast one. Wardell now trying to defend from the side once again, but he gets taken out. FNS is still here. Infinite top mid as well. Very fast exchange. Minute 20. We've got 4 players left. 2 Ts on lane and 2 CTs on long.
Smokes are going to be a clear and pretty soon, though, and we're going to get a boost over the top. Does this work? It would be wonderful if it did, but on the other side of the box is Subrosa. Not going to spot him out. Just barely spots the movement as the smoke right over the top, and he's not going to hit the shot. This is getting out of hand now. A fresh smoke forces him back, and now it's right on through. There's the flash, but Fallen's not going to miss. He hits that shot, and this is all on Infinite 1v2. No point in saving. You'll be able to buy the next round. And so it's all about clutching it out now.
He's got a kit. Falling back, or indeed he's going to fall back and play the bomb instead. Default bomb plant. There's no grenades here for Infinite. He's just got to go for the hold. Fallen shows an elbow. He can just wait now. Just baiting with the rifle barrel. Gets taken out, but surely it's too late. I don't think he got it.
No time. Second off. 1 second off. Using the barrel like that?
I love it.
That's crazy.
That's really good.
So good from Fallen. Little details, man. Details are everything in this case. And so 16-16. Orgless looking to take this final round of the first half of overtime. I mean, CT rounds is really where you want, but I mean, both of these teams have been able to pick up so many rounds on the T side. It's a bit out of hand. So, you know, CT, T side, you know, it's just chaos on this map right now between these 2 teams. They're just swinging.
That was quite the wild round, but we've got to move on. Round 33.
This time it's a charge. Oh my god, Mayhem's got stereo frags on Banana. That might shut down the round right there, but there's still presence here from Infinite. Mayhem's going for it. They've got the personnel to do it. Trying to get around the corner, Infinite, but he's going to get taken out as well. There's a flash, they notice a fourth player, and now there's two of them, but Finesse turns it around, dies for the cause, and that might be too much. Wardell just staring at the walls on A. It's the last round, he's got to go for it. Looking for a lurker, but it's time to start moving.
Just be brave at this point on both of these teams. Go all out, top banana control, no fear, get in there. And it works for MIBR. Wardell still worried about a lurker. And sure, I mean, Fallen and Fur, Fur really has been the one who's been playing around Arch this entire game long. And so, sure enough, Wardell going to be a little bit worried about him. But Wardell, you're in a 1v3 retake on B. And MIBR don't even need to save the guns. This is the last round of the half, so they could just go up with the bomb. They don't need to do anything.
Spooked by a poltergeist. We get some stats at the end, but it is MIBR now in their lead once again.
So 17-16 T side, just looking so good. Looking so good, James.
They've really. It's just I can't believe that we're in overtime. I can't get over that. It's crazy, but I got to let go, man. I've got to let go.
Well, no, that is, like I said, it was no joke. It was actually in the fine print of the contract that the first match, you know, when you and I were going to cast together, we had to have the first map go to overtime. And so, you know, MIBR, Orgless, they were kind enough to oblige. And MIBR now is switching to the CT side, straight into the action. We're looking for the first team to reach 19 rounds on this first map.
The snipers are here again. But now Fallen's warmed up, which is a key difference. They've made their mistakes, MIBR. They can forget about them. Sometimes things go wrong. Definitely time to make amends here as they look to hold on to their lead in overtime.
This is Orgless showing quite a bit more respect to MIBR. And we did see quite a bit of focus towards apartments in regulation time for Orgless. A lot of focus on apartments, a lot of focus on second mid. That was their wheelhouse. And MIBR playing to that right now. So no change in strategy, it seems, from Orgless. I mean, very patient. But again, it's looking like it's going to be mid, and MIBR are cheating this. They've got the 4 players on A. We saw this in regulation, and it worked for MIBR to pick up a few rounds versus Orgless. And so once again here, top mid take from Orgless. Now they have this part of the map to play with.
Need to clear out the arch position though in Cubby, where Taco is waiting. We haven't seen too much of that in this game thus far. And he's got Gen.G by the library as well, who's just been smoked off. So there was a bait setup, but now Taco's been isolated and there's flashbangs to try and buy some time, but there's no response. Oh, Sabrosa's got to check for it, kind of, and there's flash. Oh my god, what's happening? Taco's got 2. There's a third one. He's seen the bomb as well. So close to the headshot there. Still winnable for Orgless though.
That molly is just a second too late. Yay. And he's even surviving. He's even just not even going to back off. Just holds his ground. 3 players still here, though, for MIBR. Fallen is yet to rotate off, but Infinite goes down. There's Gen.G taking Wardell. And just a clean round from MIBR. Orgless have got to feel like they got read like a book, that one. MIBR with 4 players on that A site from the very beginning of the round, just knowing where Orgless were going to take it.
MIBR with another opportunity here. 2, in fact. They had 3 in normal time, 2 in overtime now to close this one out. Orgless must be feeling the pressure. We've got 4 AWPs on deck. Subrosa with a second AWP. I think he's playing a spawn here. Maybe he's got a rifle. In T-spawn. He's going all the way with this one. Flashed off, though, by the logs. Now what does he do? Does he hold on to it? 2 AWPs on the T side of Inferno is very much a tall order, but he might get something out of it. Indeed, he'll tag Fallen. Hey, cheese there as well. Fallen hasn't fallen back, but he's somehow still alive.
Saw it coming. Fallen. Step ahead, man. Step ahead. Sabrosa does get the wallbang kill on Fallen in the end, but Fur is there to trade it. Takes down Ye. And so once again, back into a 4-on-4. This still favors Orgless, and so FNS right now, he's computing that. He's definitely got to be thinking, this still favors us. Let's take our time. Let's force MIBR to gamble and spread. Wait, what?
He's going to go get a rifle.
Okay,
yeah, he's dropped one there. There was one on Banana though, but I guess that one's safer.
That's interesting. But I mean, you got the value out of it already, so just go ahead and change up.
Yeah, just leave Wardell on the AWP. Swinging up top mid once again. We've got a 3rd man here in Fur. Taco left alone by the coffins on the B bomb site with AWP. And first starts to creep into the cubby hole. Surely they wouldn't do the same thing again. Apparently they would, but this time FNS is ready for it.
And he runs immediately towards the B bomb site. They're going to split. They've made the right decision. First going to be in a 1 versus 4. No rotation just yet now. Orgless hopefully don't outmaneuver themselves and just go with this. Taco with the off angle. Not holding the higher one of the from the coffins. Oh, he's gone through it. Takes one out, but that's it. There's no one else there.
Impossible situation for the remaining members of MIBR at this point. You're going into a retake on B. You have 2 flashes, an op, and a Krieg. It's definitely looking like it's time to save if you're on MIBR.
There's no save here. It's overtime. They got the money. They have to go for it.
I mean, they could. All right, fine, fair enough. As in, like, just save for the next round, right? You could try, but
I mean, you could save the Krieg, but outside of that, they can fall by everything.
It's a very good point.
Mayer now swinging. There we go. 2 versus 2. They've got kits. They don't have grenades. They've got to find these players. They know one's in construction, but where's the other one? It's FNS now. There we go. They'll get taken out. It was almost inevitable, but again, next to nothing to lose here.
You're right. You're right. Absolutely. So just looking at the money, it's like, okay, yeah, no, they're definitely fine to buy, of course. But once you're in there, once you're in those certain sites, you know, man advantage on B of Inferno. Hell, a man down on A, an Inferno.
Yeah.
You know, there's some sites are just odds of retaking are so tough.
You're walking to your death, but it's that weird situation in overtime where you kind of have to.
Yeah, you're going for it.
Well then, Orgless, can they make it overtime number 2? MIBR will start with 3 towards B once again. We've got 3 mollies down, make it 4 as Ye deploys his. Infinite moving up second mid, keeping the CTs on it, but there's no aggression here. Just more grenade exchange. MIBR being entertained towards B, but now Fair will start to rotate, and apparently Taco as well.
The Sub-Rosa walk into this crosshair, though. They think perhaps that they've cleared this out, the angle, but he saw the gun barrel.
He's got to know there might be a pop flash play coming here on a swing. Now he's got Fur, who's moved to the sandbags for help. Fallen going to be the bait. Down he goes. This will be checked for, but Fur will deliver the kill. 1v1 now. FNS is going to try and trade the frag. Fur trying to buy time for his teammate. The flashes are there. He swings and Taco's here to hold position. That gives him an advantage. Orgless top mid. They've left the bomb T ramp, so they're going to have similar problems now as well.
At least they have the time. And there's Gen.G. Been very quiet this match, but he comes up with a key kill that could turn it all. It's Wardell 1v3. And just hoofing it towards the B site right now with 35 seconds on the clock. He wants to get in here as quickly as possible and just win this duel. Like Gen.G is close enough to have heard it as well, and so the rotation's coming in from Mayer, and now Wardell is boxed on the B site.
He's baited the shot and he received it. MIBR fixed the mistakes from normal time. 19-17 in overtime, taking it over Orgless, who I felt like should have won that map.
I think that they definitely had a real chance at the end there. You're thinking Orgless have got it, but MIBR showing that grit, showing that they are capable of still running it back. Fur played excellently the only reason MIBR had any chance at all of even taking it to overtime was Fur, and that just continued. That gave the opportunity for the rest of the team to catch up with him and get something done.
We're heading to a break. There's plenty more action to come, so stay tuned. We'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Well, most of you selected MIBR to win, and indeed, Orgless can still win here, Maui Snake, but unfortunately, I appreciated your bold 2-0 prediction. It was very close to coming true, at least on the first map there. What happened with Orgless? How did they let you down?
Yeah, it felt like that one round by Fallen where he had that nice 1v3 clutch was pretty much everything. After that, it felt like Orgless never really truly got back in the game. They kind of made a run to make it to get it to OT, but once they got there, they fell pretty flat. And something that really ticked me off is that Orgless were doing pretty well with just kind of having 2 rifles at B here and there, but Subrosa started picking up the op because once they started having money in OT, but he only got 2 kills with it, and he had it for maybe 5 or so rounds. And it's pretty inexcusable for one of your best riflers on your team to start picking up the op and not succeed with it.
Yeah, I think this was a game where MIBR showed really, really, really good resilience. I was surprised that they were able to squeak out this win because when they lost the ace clutch to Wardell, I believe it's this round actually on the screen right now. This was an ace clutch where Mayron has his knife out, looks really stupid, and then they also lost an ace clutch 1v2 to Infinite. They lost some ridiculous rounds to individual plays in this game, and everything said they should have lost, but Fallen winning that clutch kind of propelled the momentum in their favor, and then when it went to OT, they squeaked out 2 rounds, and those 2 T rounds were enough to get them across the finish line.
Yeah, the thing is, it wasn't even just one comeback. Like you saw on your screen there, it was 6-1 Orgless. Then still they follow through and get the almost double digits round lead here, 9-6. And then all of a sudden it's MIBR who's the one on 15 way before Orgless was anywhere close. So like I actually think, bearing in mind, this has been the problem child map for MIBR for literally years at this point in time. This is a massive sort of character defining win, I feel like.
And they won on it earlier in Flashpoint as well. I mean, Sean, you called that out before it happened when a lot of people were doubting whether they could take the victory. Now they have back-to-back Inferno wins.
Yeah. This is a vintage Fallen clutch as well, that one that he wins there, because who else goes for that box jump in that scenario?
Yeah, that was a gorgeous clutch out of Fallen. I think Fur and Fallen at the B bomb site is the best thing that I've seen out of MIBR and Inferno in a long time. Their A site has tons of problems, and Orgless exploited that time and time again at the start of this match. I thought they were going to run away with it when it was like 6-2 or something like that, but they grinded back, and hats off to them.
Yeah, the problem with what Orgless did in OT is that they pretty much gave Banana up a lot easier on their T side. They let MIBR have that 4-man A setup, which you really just hate seeing. And one time, MIBR, they even gambled when they were in a 4v4 situation to just leave, I think, Fur at the B bomb site so they could have 3 at A at one point, and they just trusted that they could maybe retake B. Regardless of why they made their decision, it worked out because they had more players at the A site, which was the weak point for them for most of that game. Orgless was doing a great job exploiting it. And yeah, we saw the same kind of characteristic mistakes. We saw Gen.G out of position a couple times. We saw a disconnect between Taco and Mayern. It just didn't seem like they always had the best setup that they could have possibly had, but they still prevailed.
You know, the most brutal thing is when we saw that scoreboard there, FNS's narrative, which again at this point in time it's like some sort of Lovecraft thing. It's overtaken reality. It started as fiction. It's now reality. He was going to win this LAN game in overtime with the top frags, the most ADR, the least deaths, and Gen.G would have been bottom frag for MIBR. So how do you like me now?
That's pretty. That's pretty good. But it is interesting to me that Gen.G and Fur have been cited as the primary drivers of MIBR's resurgence in the last couple of weeks, and yet here we have a game where Gen.G is not really showing up, and yet MIBR still is winning this map that they've struggled on.
Yeah, that's the most surprising thing about this game is Gen.G has looked really good, aim-wise, mechanically, over the last week or so. But this game, he was completely MIA. There was that time he was on Arch side, and he was just sitting in the corner as the smoke faded. And I really don't know like what he was thinking in that scenario. That was a weird scenario. He's like you said, he's just disconnected from Taco and Mayer in every round on CT Inferno. It's not his strongest spot, that's for sure.
Yeah, it just seems like they let him do whatever he feels like, and they just hope for the best. And on other maps, he can get away with it. The aim duels are a little bit more, I'd say even 50-50, but on Inferno, Orgless was able to manipulate the map in such a way that they were able to, put a smoke down right there, FNS just sitting in the smoke, using a classic FPL trick where the person sitting in the smoke, as it dissipates, they'll see out of it better than the person seeing into it. And he's able to take out Gen.G. And if Gen.G's just in a normal spot, graveyard, pit, site, anywhere that's standard, that wouldn't have happened. He probably could just take these 50-50 aim duels that he's been winning so much in the last week. And but no, it was really confusing how he decided to play with his teammates there at that A site.
So coming into this next map, we do have Overpass, and this is a map that Gen.G has been really good on with a lot of these long flanks, getting behind the enemy team. If he's having an off day, how does that affect MIBR's performance potentially on Overpass?
I think Fur is the player to look out for in Overpass. It used to be the case. He went MIA for a long time, but now when I watch him lurk up connector on T side, I don't know how he's doing it. He's knifing his way in, like finding these tiny gaps in the defense, and he ends up in the A site. And then on CT side, he's just bringing the aggression straight to playground exactly like he used to do, and he's successful again. I mean, this is so refreshing to see as like someone that enjoys watching, Brazilian Counter-Strike at the top. I think Fur and Gen.G have shown a really good level on this map. I don't know if they even need Gen.G because I'm not sure what Orgless is going to be able to do to stop Fur.
What really impressed me about this is kind of a week ago, but what impressed me about Dig is that they were able to manipulate Orgless with how they use their nades, how they use their utility in order to try to manipulate the rotations. What's crazy about and so different with MIBR facing against Orgless is that Fur is basically going to do this by himself. Now he's going to be moving up connector, trying to manipulate the defense, read off of what his teammates are communicating to him, and try to find those gaps, like Sean was saying. We saw him a few days ago just get that triple entry onto the A site because he just kind of surprised everybody. It's going to be interesting to see if Orgless is able to catch him with these kind of tricks, or does it have to be utility manipulation in order to try to throw Orgless off their game?
I'm interested on the Orgless side how Wardell will perform on this map, because an AWPer can have so much control, so much impact on Overpass, but you more think of the traditional style of AWPer, like the guy who holds his spot, holds his line. Wardell's the guy he's a super all-in AWPer. Like you always see he's in close quarters with people, he peeks into the angle as opposed to just holding a line. So that style, you could either take over this map or you could throw the whole map, because I feel like you have to be very responsible with the AWP on this.
I think Wardell and Sabros they're going to be in the A site right now. They're the A site players on Overpass. They're going to be under so much siege this entire game. And Infinite is the rotator. He's very inexperienced. He plays Heaven a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if he dies to the MIBR like 5-man boost in T-spawn at some point in this game.
All right. Well, we're going to head right into Overpass right now. And back to you, James. And
thank you, gentlemen. And putting out quite a few good points there in terms of the main engines of this team. We touched on it as well. MIBR, Gen.G not really showing up on that first map, and yet MIBR still able to sneak a win. Do you think it's going to be any different for Overpass? Because, I mean, this is, if anything, Fur is going to be even more powerful on Overpass.
Yeah, I think that I think MIBR are going to be happier with the sniper play. I think they're going to be more comfortable across the board. Overpass is where they want to be, and it's where they are right now. They'll be starting on the T side, of course. I would expect their strengths to come more on the CT side with the luxury of all those CT sniper angles. We can see there is a boost towards that B bomb site with Ye spotting Orgless now on the CT side. So it looks like this is a bait situation. Wardell looking over the wall may try to run distraction if play comes towards B, but for now MIBR have most of their heat map in connector. We got Taco lurking outside Monster, but Fallen is falling back, it seems, away from the A bomb site. So, oh no, apparently not. It's going to swing from up top, so not really clear what the ultimate intention is here from MIBR.
YOLO onto the A site, I would think. Through restrooms, just peel on in. They're hoping there to catch somebody. But so far, Orgless are just fully focused on that B site. They really just are expecting MIBR to be rolling through over there. Instead, it's still just Taco solo, holding for any information towards Sewer, towards Monster, to make sure that Orgless can't push for info. But a very patient play here. There it is. Now he's going to show himself. Now he's going to try and figure it out. spots the boost. That's 2. If he sees one at yep, and now he dies there. That's got to be the go signal for MIBR. That's 3 players on the B site right now. MIBR needs to just charge through.
Yeah, it's such a fast rotation though, and we've already got Wardell on the site now. He was the one who was boosted up in the first place. He sees the shadows, but can he find the headshots? There's one. That's a lovely second one. 27 seconds now to plant a bomb with almost no cover. There's a flank coming in as well, but look at the stereo frags here from MIBR. They got a 2-1-2. Sub Rose is coming in from the back. They go for the truck plant, which is the only safe option for the time being. Quickly becoming unsafe if Sub Rose can get that kill, but he can't quite. They know where he is now. They can play 2 versus 1. They'll all fall back. I don't think he can hold the bomb defuse here, even if he had a kit. There's a kit in front of him. He's got to go and gamble to go and pick it up. He'll do exactly that. I don't know if MIBR have realized that that's why he was pushing.
Fantastic. Nope. 1 second, and they're not going to make it in time. Sabrosa with the defuse. Gets a kill in the end, but that's fine. He just played that perfectly. And MIBR, you're absolutely right. They have no way of knowing that he just picked up the kit there. Yeah. Unless one of their teammates notices that, oh, that's where the kit, you know, all in the detail. And then again, in the communication. But towards the end of Inferno there, it felt like, MIBR were making some errors on the communication side. Can't really count on that right now.
It looks like he's just trying to get one of them up the stairs. You know, he's touched the bomb, he wants to invite them, but no, he's defusing the bomb. He's got the kit.
So sick. And that's Sabrosa with a big save. And if Sabrosa starts to show up and get some confidence off of that play, starts hitting some shots, that's really going to make life easier for Orgless, because he also was one of those players that you expect to see do damage for Orgless, and he didn't really show up on that Inferno. So Yay to kick things off against Taco, wins that duel. And this is a force buy out of MIBR as well. Krieg's scouts, stronger buy than on the CT side. Still. Odds of this working, though, funnily enough, there was that HLTV article, I think Stryker put it together, if I'm not mistaken, that pointed out that the odds of this working, the force buy with Kriegs, are not as high as we all tend to think.
Yeah.
But
and there seems to be some change in the waters now with regards to Kriegs and AKs. From some teams, we saw it yesterday. We're not really seeing it from MIBR.
Reality is listen, we've been here before, boys. We had the AUG back in the day, and we had a gentleman's agreement to stop using it. At any point, the players could decide that too, but what are you going to do?
FNS with very forward play. That's a lot of information that invites the rotation, but that's a nice shot from Mayan. 3-on-2 now for MIBR. They have position. They've got some reasonable guns as well. There's a smoke and a molly to be deployed. There goes the smoke. Sabrosa with some hopeful spray. That is such a meaty grenade. That might just shut everything down here. 42 HP. Are you still going to go for this? Well, they'll exchange the weapons. FNS now going with the FAMAS, but surely this is doomed. Sabrosa now. I think he's taken enough damage and will be falling back.
Indeed. No
he
way
actually had a skin equipped at the beginning of this game, but MIBR politely asked him to unequip it, and he obliged. So they're all playing with the stock skins.
Oh yeah, was it him who had the skin on Inferno as well?
I would assume so.
I think so.
Yeah, they asked at the beginning of this game, and he switched it out. I don't know which one it was, but
because I do believe the players are given the choice.
Yeah, the orgs can't. I believe they can't tell them not to play, but they can agree amongst themselves.
And it's crazy. We could be doing that for the AUG as well. The AUG, the Krieg. You know, we could be doing. Well, I mean, we've done it in the past. Obviously, it was very early days.
Yeah, when York had no recoil, literally no recoil.
It was a laser beam. The teams decided, hey, let's not use this weapon. There was one guy who broke that rule in a competitive match, Delpan. I was casting that game, and he was thrown out. Essentially,
Delpan,
they got rid of him, dude. They got rid of him. He never showed up again. So you know, the players could decide, hey, let's just not use these broken guns. But that's just not the case, because some teams thrive on them, and you know, it's tough. You can just say, oh, but it's in the game.
Oh my god, the damage! They were in the red, now they're dead. There's only one rifle to be collected for the time being, because Yay and FNS are on the B bomb side. So this could still turn around for MIBR if Taco can do it. That's a lovely burst with the Krieg to take FNS out. Yeah, Yay's on the rotation though.
The redemption.
Yeah, but they've still got more work to do. The bomb is inside connector. They know one player was there. I don't know if they have any information on Yay. Not sure if they realized that he was on B. So this is a ropey one. Infinite's not going to try and defend the bomb, and he's going to reset the situation. They have no idea where he is now, but now he's the only man left. With 1 HP, Mayan may gamble to try and find the information here, but they're going really slow about this, MIBR, and you can't blame them, but that clock is ticking. Infinite could choose to lurk around the bomb somewhere, or he can go to a bomb site and gamble that way instead. He takes out Mayan, so now Taco's got the information. He's got 30 seconds to pick up this bomb.
Oh, the incendiary drops on the bomb. It should clear right as Taco gets up here. But again, valuable time burnt off of it, and he has no way of knowing. 24 seconds. And we already have the hard rotation coming out from Infinite. He's gambling on that lower site. Really like this play from Infinite, but Taco's just, it's one step ahead and one step. It's so convoluted now. And Infinite is picking up on this, not having seen Taco short. He's going to be ready, and there it is, the headshot. Another clutch goes the way of Orgless.
They're both super smart. It's dangerous to be in connector when the CTs are lacking. Very, very dangerous stuff. You'd always see God be on the CT side if they were on the winning side.
We don't talk about them here anymore.
Oh, yeah. Never mind. Well, 2-1 to Orgless. They've turned things around pretty quickly. Let's see where this is going. That is not a smoke you see every day. So rather than a Molotov, they're just going to smoke them off, but surely they just run through it. He's missed it as well. That's unfortunate.
That's unfortunate. That's such a clever smoke. You're right.
So, we'll talk about the molly later. Sub Rosa's taken Mayan out at the very least. I see that the smoke is gone. The transfer is glorious from Sub Rosa. Surely he's hacking Semler.
What was that? I didn't even see a lock. Oh, man, what a beautiful spray. Infinite finds one as well, and now it's on Taco, and Taco's just not going to pull it through. So Orgless smashing him. 3-1.
Full spray Sub Rosa.
That was nuts. A full clip as well, like a full magazine? That's not something you see every day.
No one knows the full spray of an M4A4.
Maybe, what, Get Right? Still trying, yeah. 20-second sprays, but I mean...
So the joy of the incendiary is that it forces the T side most of the time to use a smoke grenade, and then they have doubts as to the situation. Is there a CT by a fountain and so on? So the smoke is an interesting one.
I thought he was going to miss that one too.
Do you know who first made that smoke?
Who?
Me.
Which one?
That one.
The monster smoke.
That's bottle smoke.
Get out of here.
Yeah, it is.
I never knew.
Yeah, my one was more potato than that one though, so they've upgraded it quite nicely.
Well, right now MIBR feeling pretty potato. Oh, no, not the ace. An ace to Wardell with an MP9.
Another
he is
ace.
so filthy rich.
A man of statistics.
He has made so much money now. 7,100 in the bank now for Wardell. That's your opper who's floating that kind of cash as well. You're feeling pretty good right now if you're Orgless. Well, congratulations, Bardolph. That's a cool smoke to have, actually.
It's a useful one. The point of it is, if the smoke's on the other side, it's easy for the T's to burst onto the site because they can be inside a tunnel. Obviously, you can spray it, but...
Where do you throw yours from, then, if it's less potato? Or more potato?
Well, when I first made it, I had to do this line up here and then walk forward and throw it. But now it's like, change. So in the corner, jump throw, a lot faster, less fiddlier. So it's been iterated upon to a much better position now, where it's a lot more useful.
Ooh, well, here we go. MIBR, they've changed it up straight out onto B side. Getting greedy, with that smoke, but he survives. He's dodged every bullet.
Oh no, he can't dodge the flames.
Burned to death.
FNS has a lot to do, but he can't do it on this occasion. 5 versus 3 now. How many more plays do Orgless want to lose? That might be the question. Fighting from a short B position. Wardell, if he was able to get that, then who knows? But now Orgless have a decision to make. But maybe Fur will take that decision away.
He will. In their backs. Oh, the door gets closed. There's no backing here, gentlemen. There is no backing off. You take the fight and you lose the fight. Fur with the double. Even saves his Krieg. So second round on the board here for MIBR. They've had a couple of rough breaks here at the beginning, couple of tough rounds, but they're showing some fight. This is their map, after all.
Yeah, this is their map pick. And MIBR were always a great team to watch in terms of AWP and rifle support around the A-bomb site. They had so many mentally stimulating setups, which they don't really use anymore. So we'll see what they have in store once they move to the CT side. But Orgless is still in the lead. This is a very important buy for them. They've got no money left. This has to work out. So let's see what they do to try and enable that. They will have 3 players to start with towards that B-bomb site. Orgless with a 2-man setup towards long. So in terms of that rifle setup, you've got Sub Rosa here to help out Wardell as required, but for now it's not required. MIBR seem to like having a number of players in connector. They'll swing out to take short B.
In the dance again, Gen.G just creating a little bit of distraction over here towards the B side, hoping to get the wall bang. You're trying to always figure out, does the opponent like to go for that wall bang? Woohoo! Infinite with the boost catches Fur in the open.
I love that boost.
That is such a nasty boost, but to spot him through the window like that, get out of here. Got a good set of eyes.
Taco core creeping. jumping off the barrel, still gets the first kill. Spots Ye on the barrels themselves. The molly will come in. That might be enough. He's only got 11 HP. He's by the pillar already. He's managed to escape, and he's looking to do more than that. Falling back into the water now. Infinite up top. Orgless waiting for the right time to rotate, but Sabrosa gets caught looking for the flank. Fallen knows that means no one's on the A bomb site, and the rotation begins in the meantime. Mayon's cleaning out B.
And Ye is still there, but he's got 10 HP, and Wardell is rotated in. Mayern's still on his own, hunting down Ye. There it is. Oh, unreal!
No.
Ye with the double headshot get laid out.
Another potential disaster here on overpass for MIBR. Fallen was rotating towards the A bomb site, but with that kill, they stayed towards B, and now he's got that 1 versus 2. Ye's just dancing around. He's got to plant the bomb. He's got 10 seconds. He can't find the kill. Both peak at the same time. Both survive as well. Again, that was a must-win for Orgless, and they'll make it happen with 2 players surviving.
Unbelievable. It's the margin of error that these teams have right now. It's the same thing as Inferno Bardolph. It's happening all over again. It's just coming down to these 1v1, 2v2 scenarios where it gets messy, and then it's all about comms and communication, really. Just making sure you have as much info as possible to make the right decision at the right time.
So this is the molly I throw for T-Ram. There is a slightly faster one, I don't know myself, but that one is fast enough as we can see, and indeed it forces MIBR to put that smoke up. Now, often you'll need someone to throw a flash through the smoke for you to peek party. So Gen.G will swing on a flashbang here in many cases, because you don't know if there's a CT party holding an angle. He's going to go for that dry peek. They use a Molotov instead. But these are the kind of problems. It forces you to slow things down in case CTs are aggressive, use more utility and so on. So it's quite a nuisance Molotov thrown by a CT side. And while they haven't followed it up in this round, maybe say 5 rounds from now, there might be some aggression behind that, but might catch you off guard.
Oh, and well, here we go. Flash setup. Sabrosa steps in. Fallen still sporting the AWP. Hasn't gone down. And Mayern with the Krieg, but there's Wardell. And Wardell is just popping off this map so far, 10-5. And he was looking really solid on Inferno as well. So Wardell, you can't sleep on Wardell. And there's Mayern getting punished. Wardell realizes now he probably heard the scope. He knows that Fallen is here with something that can do some damage to him. Taco recovers the Krieg, and Taco with the double. Again, chaos.
Yeah, 35 seconds to plant this bomb. You've got a rotation in, but there's only one player. Puts the molly down in default in a very scary way. There is a specific molly without showing yourself so much, but anyway, it's done the job. Now going for that default plant, but oh my god, Fallen to be taken out for free. He's made a terrible mistake by the bank, and Taco will soon follow him. A disastrous post plant there for MIBR. Didn't quite have the angles, or maybe they just weren't expecting Orgless to peak. They wanted more respect, but it didn't get it.
Oh, and they're going to save both AWPs here. So that's nicely done here for Orgless. A lot of firepower, a lot of money saved by giving out Kriegs for ops. It's interesting. You can definitely do the double op on overpass. It's a big enough map to make it work.
Speaking of AWPs, by the end of Flashpoint 1, I would love to see like a power ranking in the eyes of the analysts on like a top 5 snipers who are here for all the teams. Because I think Wardell would be pretty high, and from Flashpoint 2 onwards, you know, with the likes of Halzak to come, that could get even more interesting. But I think Wardell is putting out a pretty good performance today so far.
He's fascinating, no doubt about it. He's definitely stood out. And the guy is... Well, let's get into that later, because right now, there it is, the aggression. You know, again, he's just getting in there. Confidence plays coming in here from Wardell, hunting for kills. And this instant eco round coming in from MIBR. So MIBR, they've invested some pistols, a couple of nades, but this is them still saving for the most part. Yay, getting aggressive, gets punished. And there's a man advantage now for MIBR, moving on to the bomb site. Infinite keeping his cool until Fallen steps in and 1-digs him.
Yeah, Infinite had a lot of problems there. Too many man on the road. 3 pistols for MIBR causing problems. They're swarming. How do you find the angles to find the kills? FNS creeping. Gen.G on the site delivering. FNS had to land that one, and he did. Moves towards the water. Up against 3 pistols now. They're a man down. Trying to create some space for smoke. Create some cover. FNS distracting. Sabrosa looking for a transfer again. Running out of bullets this time. Now he's got a 2 versus 1. Mayan trying to do what he can. Lands a headshot. So expensive for Orgless, but they do convert the round.
This is getting out of hand. How many sprays is Sabrosa going to clutch through with as well? I mean, come on. Last bullet spray that time. Saving one of the ops as well. Going to pass that off with the Stewie sticker, no less. But 7 rounds on the board now for Orgless. 2 for MIBR. And Orgless... I mean, it all kind of starts off with Ye going aggressive, doesn't it? The aggressive short peek with that AWP, he gets jumped, and it all kind of spins out of control from there.
MIBR, they're getting the post plants. They're getting close, but Orgless are making it happen. Whether they survive with one person or two, they're winning the rounds and consecutively. Mayan alone now lurking towards long. Look at the aggression now from Orgless so far. Speaking of aggression, Taco charging up short B. Maybe fast forwards Orgless on long and Taco gets a kill. Sorry, Mayan gets a kill towards A. Taco looking for another one, doing some damage. Gen.G looking to swing, but now things are collapsing for MIBR.
Now they can still move in here, though. Only one player, and they know where the other one is as well. And so right now, MIBR, there's only one player on B, and they're looking to capitalize on that as the smoke clears on Toxic. Mayan is holding. Bomb is waiting in sewers, but now they can move up short and just take advantage of the extra body. There it is. Molly forces FNS into the open. MIBR picks that up easy peasy, and Sub Rose is going to be able to save Wardell's op over here. That's going to be the name of the game here. Just save the sniper rifle for the next round.
Finally, MIBR can turn things around now. The score is horrible, but again, they've left Orgless with one player alive, two players alive. Finally, they can break the money now by winning the round with only one player alive in Sub Rosa. I'm not sure if he was seen long when Wardell was taken out, but he wasn't able to do anything with his position. MIBR slowed things down, isolated the player by the barrels, and then away they have gone. Now the question is, can they get some momentum going in their favor and start to catch up here? You would imagine yes. Now, if Wardell is able to get a pick with this AWP and MIBR don't react fast enough, I could see problems happening in the next round, but we'll have to wait and see.
Indeed. Luckily for us, we don't have to wait too long. So Bro has also been having the op, though, so I'm curious, does he hand it over or not? Yeah, looks like he might be. Going for a force buy off of this. Sub Rosa's going to have Moss, but this is a force. I mean, it is a double eco scenario because they have no loss bonus Orgless, and so perhaps that's why they're going to just go ahead and throw it. The AWP, Wardell's been hitting shots, he's warmed up. Sub Rosa's ready as well, and so this is it. Can they get value out of this full-on aggression here, top of mid for Orgless, hoping to find a kill? They need something early, and Sub Rosa's already posted up at Fountains.
I like this. It's a fountain play with no molly, as we spoke about before, so this could catch them off guard, but I'm sure they can hit a scope from there. I'm not 100%, but maybe Gen.G was deep enough. And again, they may want to get somebody to throw the flash to swing. So it's even more warning, but Wardell's lost his angle now. Sub Rosa's taken out in isolation, and surely the round is shut down now. Wardell is taken out as well. They must have heard the scope. That may have given the game away there for the likes of Orgless. MIBR dealing with the main threats. At best, maybe Infinite picks up a gun, but it looking unlikely in a 5 versus 3. Ye trying to press forward, he'll get taken out as well. Very strong position now for MIBR. This deficit should be getting squashed pretty soon.
Bomb has been planted.
Infinite and FNS remain. Well, after the force buy, Orgless are going to be in a crap situation for a while now. Infinite holding on to the Krieg. So we gave the narrative of Wardell with AWP. Maybe Infinite can do something with the Krieg in the next round. I don't see much else happening for Orgless of what they have. FNS, though, as I said, is dangerous with the CZ. We haven't seen it just yet, but it's not too late.
And as the bomb goes off, Infinite will be saving that Krieg, as you pointed out. Definitely what you want to have. Yeah, that was a nice shot from Fallen right through the legs. You kidding me? All right. But that was some good patience getting shown there by MIBR. Just figuring out what Orgless were throwing at him and just picking it apart. So T-side overpass, I mean, you're still looking for like 6 rounds, 5-6 rounds. So it's definitely doable here for MIBR to come out solid in this first half after that overtime map of Inferno. So MIBR now, this time a bit of a focus towards the B side early, hoping perhaps to catch a pick. And it is going to be a round of eco coming in here from Orgless. Expected, obviously, after they spent all their money in the last one. Okay. Fallen did not spot that, or he did? Yeah, he knows.
He's a leg man.
Misses it. Gen.G does not. And that's the Krieg down in the open as well. Orgless can't even use it.
Yeah, that's the real big frag. Yeah, he's doing what he can at the USP, but the numbers are here. Gen.G being careful, knows he's exposed to the water. Okay, Sub-Rose up. 1 versus 2 for now on the B bomb site. He's going for it, and why the hell not? He'll get taken down eventually. That was sad. You're kind of hoping for the highlight there, but
you know, he's been hitting some shots this game, so you're definitely thinking he's a threat, right? Wardell, he is not long for this world, and that's 5 rounds on the board now for MIBR. Oh, doesn't get the bomb plant. No bonus, $300 for you. But another round of eco? No. This is going to be a buy round coming in from Orgless. Now we have to see what they're capable of. No fanciness here, though. As in no AUGs, no AWPs. Somewhat limited in the nades, and not even a single kit picked up. They have to get it done. And FNS still persists in buying helmets for whatever reason. Is his bind broken? What's
He's a
going
helmet
on?
man.
He's a helmet man? Oh, that nade, though.
That is 10 out of 10. I wonder if we'll ever see like double nades there, or triple nades on an eco from a CT side.
Why not, right?
Gen.G Wing all the way up long. And he keeps on going, starting to walk now before the sound cues are given away. Maybe FNS just feels more secure. Maybe the helmet is like a security blanket for him.
Oh, yeah, I can see what you mean there, right? You know, he sleeps better at night.
He's like, I'm extra strong now. Well, haven't really counted anything here, Orgless, being aware that long was open, caught completely by surprise, unable to respond. Now Ye will try to do something, needed to, only found one. That's a very unfortunate round for Orgless. They were just caught completely unawares, unprepared, with their pounce down, as they say.
And Fur's just hitting shot after shot. So FNS now left in a position where he just has to try and hold on to this M4 save. And the wind is pretty much completely shifted in favor of MIBR at this point now. They're going to have the money in the bank for the rest of this half pretty much. They've got the confidence. Orgless, it was looking good. But now, I mean, they've gone aggressive and they've gotten countered. They've tried the passive route here, and they've gotten just picked apart. And so Orgless right now, FNS, the mind of FNS has got to be worrying, trying to figure out what it is that they need to do differently here that could actually work to shut down MIBR, apart from just click on heads.
That round was so simple for MIBR.
Yeah, just walk up long.
And look what it's done. It's devastated Orgless. It's devastated them. All they can buy is toys. 4 rounds in a row now for MIBR. What a turnaround, as we said. Monster Smoke is out once again from FNS. Some throw it standing, some throw it crouching with a slightly different angle. And it's the USPs for the most part. FNS is on B with the M4A4. And Gen.G is creeping once again. A lot of dry peaks from that short B position. Again, confident. They know how weak the CTs are. So the cover is there, but Taco's been taken out. FNS delivering, and Ye will do more than that. So now we've got a man advantage of rifles to be collected. The man advantage goes away, but the position and the rifles are certainly there for Orgless.
And there it is. Ye steps in. He's just hitting, he's getting in there as well. But that was such a clever setup from FNS. A huge off angle from him, holding in front of Monster so long as that smoke lasted. And takes full advantage of MIBR getting aggressive on short. Now Mayer's going to move on up to the site. Checks long. Good thorough stuff from him.
Ooh, I don't know why he delayed there to pull out a grenade versus a USP. But he'll get a kill anyway. Smoke towards bank. Will there be a swing? There will. Fallen misses a shot, but he has half the information. Now, where is the remainder? Where is the other player here? Ye creeping from the stairs. He sees the barrel of the gun and scoping in. Fallen can hear that. He knows exactly where Ye is now. He had the element of surprise, which he lost with that scope. But maybe he can still find something here. Sees Fallen's shadow. Fallen creeping forward now to expose him. Oh, the taps now from Ye down to the Deagle. He's got no kit though. He can't win this round, but he could get an AWP out of it at the very least. But he won't get that either. Up close, Fallen will blast him in the face. And it's 7 apiece.
What are these rounds? What are these shots? Ye, that headshot on Marin. One tap, so clean. And then Fallen with the Deag. Are you kidding me? This is nuts. All right, let's see it. Okay, that was nuts.
Satisfied.
So Fallen with the big plays there. 2 kills in the clutch, and MIBR putting themselves in a position to win the half. Although, after that, Orgless have now got double AWPs. Wardell, yay. Didn't work for him last time they went for this. Have to see if it's going to be any different here. Just great anti-flashes. Everything coming out here from MIBR to just hold Orgless at bay. Push him back. And now you have to give up so much ground on the side of Orgless. Still have Wardell hanging around restrooms. And Sabrosa's there to back him up. So this time they're like, all right, you're not walking up long again on us. But that puts them so far away on the rotation now from the B site. MIBR, they're in a position to really take advantage of this.
Orgless have good information towards A. They've got Wardell in the long toilets looking towards connector. And Sub Rosa on long itself, so it is good info. But still, Infinite seems to be wondering about toilets, even though Wardell has it covered. In the meantime, Ye will hold down the short B position. So I'm surprised there aren't more people here towards the B bomb site, considering their positions on A, but maybe it was a timing thing. Ye is in a lot of trouble now. He's got some flashes behind his back as he looks to swing, but they're up close already. Nice flick. There's one more by the pillar, looking towards Monster. Sees Fallen's shadow, which really helps him. Now he's hunting on the site. How on earth is he still alive? For 1 versus 4 now, as this push from MIBR has collapsed.
And that is 3 kills on the board for Ye. Still here, still watching Monster. And it's going to be the long-range flank from Sabrosa that comes in and finishes the half. So 8-7 in favor of Orgless. CT side. Now we get to see what is FNS going to be capable of on the T side. Is he going to have any aggression to play with?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good turnout for MIBR, all things considered. That was a big round they won. Lots of rounds on their T side. We'll see if they're strong on the CT side after the break. SoundCloud, please. Can I get SoundCloud link, man?
Wait, hold on, we're back.
Getting mixes out there.
Dude, fire tracks.
I'm so happy to be here.
I am actually really happy to.
The music is so good.
Thank you for the breaks.
It's so good.
Charlie.
We are here for Counter-Strike, though, as much as that is good. So MIBR are moving towards the CT side now. Now, this is where I'm most interested to see MIBR, but a pretty good effort on their first half. Would you say they're in a stronger position?
Yes, right now I think they're looking pretty good going into the second half. And keep in mind, 8-7, that's with a couple of very, very close clutches going the way of Orgless as well. That determined even more rounds. It could have been a completely one-sided affair for MIBR if they don't lose that pistol clutch, if they don't lose the 4th round clutch. I mean, it could have been a completely one-sided affair for MIBR. They still managed to show some grit and fight back in that first half. And so right now, I'm thinking it's all right, but we need to restore the pistol round, it looks like.
Yeah, just a brief tech pause. Is my
I can't
So
tell.
turn my mic
yeah,
off.
there your mic's on.
You just
now.
turn my mic off. Why would you do that?
He was,
This is not
he was
what I signed
sampling
up
it.
for.
He was sampling it for a remix later.
Can't believe you've done this.
That's what he's gonna now. I expect to hear Bardolph clips in the break. Just giving you a challenge. It's easy to put. Hey, you just line up the beat, right? Anybody can do that. Now I'm asking you to try something hard here.
I'm trying to find space to pick up some decks like that.
Oh, it's so cool.
All my desks are covered in like drones and crap at the moment, so can't even fly. So.
I did see that picture you posted, the spaghetti cables.
Oh yeah, that was a death trap. I chopped my thumb up with. So I did a propeller test with the propellers on, which you shouldn't do. So they all went to 100% while I was holding it and just cut my thumb to pieces. So I'm trying to fix it. Long story, but I'm trying to fix my death trap. It might even fly now. It's never successfully flown. It just kept flipping upside down. But that's the one that I built myself. But I think it actually functions properly now. So
okay.
So we'll see.
I mean, it is pretty entertaining to watch you fly the little mini drone that you have.
Yeah.
It's about that big, and it just flies around the room.
I'm gonna bring it back and try and go in between the chairs on the desk on the player stands.
Mm-hmm. You know who's trying to go in between right now?
Who?
The defense.
Who's that? I was wondering where you were going with that.
They're
could go in between a few different things.
Through the defensive positions of MIBR because we are actually live with the second half. It's time to hop into the pistol. Orgless definitely looking to put up a bit of a fight here on the T side of Overpass, hoping to recover due to the fact that they lost in overtime on Inferno to MIBR, first map of this series. So they are fighting to stay alive here.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out for them. I'm happy to see that Wardell's being made a raid boss. He's got a P250 to go along with his Kevlar. We got some early boosts towards that short B position while Fallen and Taco just walk into their position. There's no grenades here or anything. All Kevlar for the... Oh my god, this could be a complete massacre. Oh, Subrosa takes one in the face, baby. And they're going to run into all the CTs here. The boost is still active. What a disaster for Orgless. The bomb's been lost and so many lives as well. Someone call the parents.
Oh, this is all over the place. What is going on? Still a man advantage for MIBR, but the bomb gets recovered here by Orgless. And you still have Fur on a flank, of course, as Fur does. This is how the Fur do. He just goes on the flank. But it's looking like Orgless are going to be able to work their way out of this. They realize that connector could be risky. Anybody rotating over from A, they've lost control of that part. And so now they're going to work their way back over here towards Monster. And eventually out onto the B site. MIBR, are they going to hit the shots? Mayern is ready. Spots him first time around. Gen.G continues to whiff. But there it is. A nice clean headshot on FNS. He got him in the end.
First class delivery from Gen.G. Wardell traded a great setup from MIBR. Orgless tried to chase one kill, ran into a 4-man setup on short B, which just kind of brutalized around, almost turned it around though, but they didn't ultimately. So Taco opens the proceedings and look at his swing into 4 players, and it just goes from bad to worse to disastrous for Orgless in that pistol round.
Can I just give a shout out to our magnificent observer as well? That was a seamless transition from Taco to Fallen. We did not miss a bit of the action there.
Nice.
Prius, you're a boss. All right, but now, whoa, there's an HE.
Oh my days.
There's an HE, 7 HP. You got no health left. Gen.G gets 2. Further to back him up. So be careful, doesn't want to be dropping this M4 out in the open. Yeah.
Oh dear.
So that's the M4 down. Wardell's alone, so they should be able to recover it, but this got expensive. This got way more expensive than it needed to be against the hard eco. Ooh. They saved the M4, but that's 3 players down for MIBR. Let's pump the brakes here, fellas, and not give too much away in these rounds that are supposed to be clean.
Yeah, no real time to switch the weapon to Fallen, who had full health there. But it's all right. It'll have to be. They've got the rifles out in the AWP. Main will have the UMP. So maybe there are some shortcomings in the buy from MIBR, but let's see how it plays out. Orgless with a full buy. In terms of weaponry, they're a bit light on grenades. They've got the smokes and flashes for the most part. So Broza has a flash towards party. Again, that nuisance molly is out early from the CT side, which again slows down the intentions of Orgless, but they got 3-man on road in that playground position. Starting off very cautiously indeed. Fur just about staying alive in connector. Now he can rotate up towards A through B, but it seems Gen.G will do that with the better position, and maybe Fur will stay on the B bomb site. We'll have to see.
Furs, you can tell that Furs thoroughly enjoying himself on this map as well, with how aggressive he is, all over the place, taking fights. This is playing to Furs' strengths, and it's exactly what you want to see from him, considering his performance on Inferno, dropping a 30 bomb pretty much. You need him to be swinging heavy here right now for MIBR.
Yeah, he has the smoke he could use to try and run distraction on the B-bomb site. Indeed, he's deployed it to the balcony. So he's trying to invite rotation, but it's just that one grenade. There's a crouch pick from Fallen. He only spots Sub Rosa and not the bomb, but more has been seen towards Zayn. They're lining up for Gen.G. He takes the bomb out. There's a swing from Connector. But Sub Rosa on the site's the one to get the kill. 34 seconds, 2 versus 3. He needs to hold position while Ye rotates in with that bomb. And Molly for default, once again, he can go for the truck plant. Not sure if it's safe to cross though, because you can be on the bank stairs and see someone crossing towards truck, which is often a position for last man standing on the A-bomb site. They were an exchange, and Sub Rosa now in a 1 versus 1. But where is Fur? He's in that bank position. Sub Rosa has absolutely no idea. Switches out for the AK, 180 straight in the face. Very important delivery. He goes back to try and find AWP, and he won't get there. But he did get the round, which is more important. First round on the board in the second half for Orgless.
Quad kill in the round as well, so huge clutch plays. And now MIBR are kicking themselves for letting it get so expensive against that eco round earlier. This is what you wanted to avoid. You having to rebuy all that gear means that your buy now is going to be so weak. And a good chance here for Orgless to get into double digits and just extend that lead from there. So now Orgless are the ones who are powering forward. They should be aware of the situation, either an eco or a weird buy coming in from MIBR. And there it is, sure enough. Taco and Mayer and getting taken out on short.
Yeah, that exchange was on fast forward. For feeling very vulnerable, hiding behind a rock with an MP9. Fallen tries to create some space. He may not survive much longer. Orgless not going crazy though. There's the Kobe. RIP. 4v2 for Orgless. 2 players low, which is maybe partly why they're being very careful here. But I'm sure they will converge on the B bomb site safely. Although, that said, the bomb is... FNS is just moving further and further and further back away from the B bomb site. They have no map control towards A right now. They're in a 4 versus 2. And Fur still has an angle just watching around Connector. So they're going to use the minute they have to make a play towards A, where they've had no presence just yet. And Gen.G, he's got a scout. Now, does Fur allow them to go past to let Gen.G maim them, and he tries to finish them off? You can see the rotation on the radar. Oh my god, it's going to hurt so much. Yeah, he's not looking the right way. He's going to get 2 at the very least. Fur, oh, there's 1. And is he going to find the bullets? He is! Picking up the upgrade as well, the 180. Oh my god, someone call the cops, because we've got a disaster on our hands. They had no map control towards A. They're 4 versus 2.
What a clutch! That was so sick. And you see it coming too. He's just rolling in and he's patient. He's patient, James.
Man.
He sees one. He doesn't just pull the trigger like any noob. No. Waits until he gets maximum impact.
The trigger discipline.
So sick. Fur is a monster right now. Oh, that's going to fire MIBR up.
Yeah, and maybe Orgless just outplayed themselves there. Okay, they had no information towards A whatsoever. They're in a position to split the B bomb site, which they can do, or have to make inroads all the way towards A. I mean, they're playing against the rotation, but they weren't sure if it was there or not. And here they are now with Deagles and a Glock for Wardell, obviously saving for the AWP. What a turnaround.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Unforced error there by Orgless, you might say. 4 versus 2, with 2 frags very, very quickly on the B bomb site. No presence towards A, rotate towards A, get flanked from CTs who were given all the sound cues in the world. And now you're on pistols.
Well, that's it. The boss has been defeated. They've taken Fur down, so they got that. They can give themselves a pat on the back there. Oh, that's the bomb.
Yeah, he's risking getting overrun here with the AWP, but he's fallen back now, no pun intended. He fell back. Mayans here from the back. Fallen, trying to stay alive. Oh my god. How? They've all died. They've all died. FNS has got 35 seconds. AWP will make things a little awkward. Waiting for Mayan to rotate, but the bomb is on the A bomb site.
Yeah.
So Mayan doesn't need to go down there.
It's a 50-50 right now. because they've got that bomb out in the open. Mayer knows it, and he's put himself in a position now where he's tried to eliminate the 50-50. And I like this positioning here, is that he catches him in the end, and that's him going aggressive. But he could have put himself so that he just cuts him off in a line, both entrances to the site. But still, what a close round for MIBR. Orgless so close to pulling that off. That would have been a massive win for him. But now, once again, they've put so much pressure on the economy of MIBR. They keep getting these kills. They keep these rounds close. And so MIBR just never managed to get a bank going. Orgless, however, themselves now, they've got the full buy going into this round. A little light on the nades, but still. Split second too late there for Fallen, unfortunately.
Ye's found a gap in the smoke. Ooh, that's a significant gap.
Yeah, they've been kind of messing it up depending on how you throw it, it looks like.
Yeah. So again, some throw it crouching in one angle and some standing at another. But you've got to make sure you're pretty on point. I feel like the standing one is easier. Reference point is thinner, so it's harder to get it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I always missed out as well.
Getting clever.
1 out of 20 times I'll get up there. But I think it's better for CTs up there. If they put a smoke-in connector, it is of less use to a T. 1 minute mark now. Orgless with 4 players in the upper area. Ye rotating away from B. Going the long way round. Bomb left back to be collected by Ye, it looks like. FNS creeping on long. So there's going to be a huge burst onto the A bomb site, and MIBR have committed towards B. They've lost all position towards A, so I cannot expect they'll go for rotation here because they'd have no money left if they lose. But they are starting to do that, so they're going to be spread thin across both bomb sites. It's a pretty nice HG actually. It is Ye with 9 HP, but again, I think it would be suicidal to try and achieve something here.
Yeah, better to take the gamble. It didn't pay off this time. Back off, save your guns. It's not the first time that we've seen them throw that nade. I think Fallen's got that one dialed in pretty much. And so now, I mean, it should be a nade that you have dialed in. I mean, come on. Like, it is the default plant. You could just be putting HEs on that all day. But instead, it is going to be MIBR just backing off. Orgless, very clean work on their side. And still just throwing a fight. And still, it's going to be tit for tat between these two teams. Exactly what we saw in Inferno, we're seeing pan out here on Overpass.
11-10, just 1 round now. Some of these rounds have really been on a knife edge. Some due to massive error. Some just a war of attrition. So MIBR took a conservative, like a coin flip save there. If they come B, they come B. If they go away, we save. And indeed, they do hold on to full weapons, and MP9 is pulled out to complete the look. Now we'll see what they have to offer. MP9 with plenty of utility on the CT side, very fast firing, moving accuracy, best jumping accuracy of the SMGs, or at least very up there. I don't know if the barrel of his gun sticks out to the player who's in connector, but Ye will get taken out. Not expecting that one. Infinite was playing it super passive, playing the pixel angle. But with the silencer, if he was down there, I think maybe he would have seen something. Gen.G taken out in the meantime. Going for those dry peaks. With the smoke, Attacker can trade. Looking for the transfer as Infinite. He knows how important that situation is. Everything suddenly speeds up. So Bros are trying to take Fallen out around the toilets, but he'll get shut down. Now, the bomb, I don't believe, has been spotted just yet. And it goes to join Infinite in the hands of Wardell.
Well, Gen.G tried to make plays, and that nearly threw it for MIBR. Now, gonna line up for Mayer, and he couldn't have asked for a better opportunity. That is just a painful situation for Wardell and Infinite when you're right in front of each other like that, one in front of the other. But yeah, Gen.G, that's a rough one. He nearly cost his team. If Fallen loses the duel versus Sabrosa, that's the round down the toilet.
You're allowed to go out for exercise, Gen.G. I'm sure we're saying on the comms after dying there. We can go for a jog, it's still allowed. 12-10 for MIBR, back and forth we go. Can they pull out that consecutive round? There's a nuisance incendiary from MIBR. This is the fountain push we were talking about in the first half. Great cover, but Wardell pops Mayan immediately. Very good response. 1-for-1 isn't enough there for MIBR, unless they can do something with the rest of the position they take. You can see Fur falling back from the party area. Gen.G was deep on long as well, and he starts to fall back, and Fallen will take out Infinite, being cheeky in connector. So now things start to get better for MIBR. Gen.G hoping he's got an off angle. We'll see if FNS falls to this position. Oh my god, FNS having the shot of his life there.
Dude, FNS is no joke right now. Wardell as well, dude. Wardell just, his frags, he just seems to hit like a truck. But that is now a man advantage for Orgless. Very quick plays. Yay going to even be able to back off, and a lot of this is riding on Fallen now. The in-game leader for MIBR to suss out what Orgless are up to. Smokes are going on to the A site. He's close enough to hear the footsteps as well. He knows this is an execute, and Taco's now rotating up from that lower site. That's the bomb down! Doesn't realize, but still, that bought valuable time.
Yeah, I'm surprised Taco didn't rotate faster with the information he saw. 35 seconds, they can still go wherever they want to. Ye's swinging now. He knows FNS is in the smoke. Surely knows, he's got no idea! Oh my god, he still clutches it anyway, Taco! He's the man! Oh my god. Knife edge again. Everything is a knife edge here. But somehow, MIBR have won 4 of the last 5 rounds, but that doesn't feel like that with how many back and forths we've seen.
How is this happening, James? Every single time. So Fallen kicks it off with that kill. Fair enough.
Nice.
But this kill right here drops the bomb carrier, so that bought valuable time for Taco. But this is just insane. How does that even happen?
Down to that. That's such a narrow margin there. That really is anyone's. But once again, it's MIBR's. They've got a nuisance more lead. This time there's a HG behind it. Orgless on the pistols. That'll certainly help. Look at the bait set up there for just covering his teammate in case there's a push from short B with an off angle. Easy frag for him. And he should go back, but it's first, so he doesn't. He continues going forward.
He's fighting his way through this now because he doesn't have anybody at his back in mid. And so now, I mean, FNS and Wardell, they're past connector. They could move their way up onto the site itself. Fallen trying to keep an eye on things. Pretty sure he spotted him there. Yep.
Oh, they're landing up!
Oh, I thought they got it too. I thought it was the collapse.
Ooh.
14-10 MIBR, 2 rounds off of taking the series. And Orgless, no bomb plant. So, man, it's Wardell just going straight op Kevlar. Nothing fancy. It's
been a wild ride.
Yeah, it's been a wild ride. I mean, just stressful rounds.
Fallen 23 for 13 now. We saw at the beginning of the first map he needed some warm-up. Looks like he's warm. Smoke is out once again. Looks much better this time. There we go. That's a clean smoke. All right, we've got the AKs. 1 Krieg on the likes of Ye. Wardell looking for something long. But MIBR, you know, they've had some aggressive rounds. They've had that molly on T ramp multiple times. I think it was here as well because there was a smoke in the same place from the Ts. But no aggression this time. They've got 4 players in the B bomb site. They're expectant. They are waiting for a play to be made. They're convinced it will be B. In the meantime, no one around toilets. Fur is sitting on long with Gen.G to spot on the A bomb site. Fallen's taken out though. And the bomb could still go towards A here. We've got Ye keeping the plays honest on B.
It could definitely go towards A, and the big thing here is that Infinite is close enough to hear a rotation from Sewers on that B site. Oh, this is just timing from Fur. That's unreal. Just putting shots through, and it tags up Soroza. Down to half HP. Gen.G gets his head taken off, but now there's Fur trying to join the fight. Bomb isn't even committed to this as well, so this is all on Fur, and you really want to go fighting Fur right now, dude. He is on fire for MIBR.
The cavalry is so far away for Orgless. Subrosa's got to be real careful, but he's about to eat something he doesn't find too palatable. That's a flashbang from Mayan and a headshot from Fur. They're so far apart now. Look at Orgless on the radar. One is long, one is short B. He's looking for an opening somewhere. But look at this angle from Taco. Execution of Infinite. Now we've got the bomb heading towards B alone, which Taco might see soon if he picks Monster. Yeah, and there's 8 seconds, so Wardell falls away, and Ye just...
Oh my goodness.
What can he do? Pulled from pillar to post, tried to make anything happen, nothing really did. And it's match point for MIBR.
No bomb plant. This is just going to be one of those buys. They're so light on nades. FNS, you can see, just Kevlar AK. No nades at all. Interesting decision here by FNS, and well, the rest of his team kind of following suit. You're just going to do what you can here. Double AWP setup, however, for MIBR. Full nades, everything you need, and MIBR now on the edge of taking this series. They took the first map, Inferno, in overtime, and they're looking very good here on second map, but Orgless, they've been showing just how scrappy they can be. Not done by any stretch.
Yeah, Gen.G's in an awkward spot now, but he is a battle sniper. There we go. Rifle support appears just in time from Fur, and suddenly there's a 5 versus 3 with the bomb dropped. Infer looking for 2. Labored spray, but he just about gets there. All of 2 HP left. Maybe some nerves now for Orgless as they face match point.
This is the remaining. They know now where both players are. That's the shot from Fallen. What a shot. So clean. It's on Infinite now. 2 HP clutch. 1v3 with an AWP. Anything is possible, James.
Yeah, he has some clutch in him. Maybe has to go for elimination here. Might gamble that the bomb hasn't been seen. If he goes to collect the bomb and comes back, it kills so much time. But he's just hoping that somebody jump peeks here from behind default. 49 seconds on the clock now, and no one is near him. He has no idea that that's the case, though. Bomb on the fountain, so he will go for it. But look, again, this is just slaughtering the time. He's lost half of it at this point. No good choice here. 35 seconds. A smoke towards B. He's going to have to kill at least 1 player before he can expect to plant the bomb. He's actually baited a rotation here, even though the smoke is on barrels. It's a random smoke that has to be identified. Taco has the angle, and MIBR have the match.
So, 2-0 win. Sorry, Maui Snake, you can't win them all. I'm sure we'll hear about it at the bar. You went for the prediction. I like it.
I respect it. It was a good one. They had a reasonable performance here. They had a good performance odds.
I know I'm throwing him under the bus there. Really enjoying his analysis so far. Not just messing with him a little bit. But that is MIBR taking the series 2-0. 1 map in overtime. And, well, that map pretty clean towards the end. But definitely scrappy. Definitely a real battle.
Yeah, MIBR came into that one cold. Almost threw Inferno away, but came out on top eventually. Congratulations to them. They will press on. It is time for a break, if I'm not mistaken. When we're back, it's going to be the blind spot. So stay tuned. We'll see you soon.
Check up my body, join the flow.
Our last match of the day ends in a 2-0 for MIBR. Some close maps, though. I think much closer than many people would have expected, given that Orgless doesn't have a pedigree.
Not as close as I expected.
Well, clearly.
Moral victory.
Yeah, Orgless, I mean, at the end of the day, it seemed like the experience was a big factor for their loss. I mean, you can see on these pistol rounds, like this highlight right here, like they had no problem matching up in the firepower department. Sick shot by EA, by the way. And but at the end of the day, sometimes when they slowed the round down, MIBR were able to just pick them apart.
Well, both games we saw Orgless jump out to some pretty good leads. What happened? How did MIBR adjust to come back in these games?
They had some miracle clutches in these games. Like that one that Taco wins earlier on. We were talking before. I'm like 95% sure that was like accidental, pretty much. Like he just saw a guy as he was backing into that smoke and just killed him just randomly.
I think a lot of what keeps MIBR in these games right now is Fur. Like he is having some heroic plays. That play he had with the MP9 flank on Sands, short A, where he gets 3 with the MP9, picks up the AK, sprays down the last one. That kept them in this game. Yeah, the Taco clutch too was huge. Big plays coming out of their individual stars.
Anything else you want to see from MIBR moving forward?
I would love to see them activate Mayern a little bit more than what they have right now. I don't know if that's just him not being comfortable in the team yet. If it's just over time he'll find his place on the team. He was a lot more. It looked like he would have a lot more mechanical impact on this team and be a player like Fur, but he hasn't really adjusted all that well. I think it'll come.
In a perfect world, who would you like to see on this MIBR team who isn't Mayern if they had to make another pickup?
FNX.
Ooh, no way.
It's just me. It's just me. The obvious answer is like either Queserado.
I think it's Queserado.
Or Yuri.
Queserado.
Two obvious ones, right?
Yeah.
Queserado's insane.
Queserado would fit the role pretty well. He's kind of that like
the Brazilian cold
player. Yeah, he's that
Brazilian cold.
Brazilian cold. Yeah, great name for him. But
by the way, spoiler: MIBR would also like to see those players on MIBR. They tried. They tried, guys. They tried.
So as for Orgless, they did send the first map into overtime. They kept things a little bit close on overpass. What is the deepest run you can foresee these guys going at Flashpoint 1? This is a team that seems to be getting better and better over time.
We get top Dig Orgless match again.
Yeah,
we do. It's the third time. A nice little rivalry developing here.
I think even putting Dig out in last place would be a pretty nice accomplishment. That in itself is a big deal.
Yeah, I think Orgless could probably finish top 4 at this event, actually. I think the teams that are ahead of them, clearly, well, MIBR beat them here. I think Mad Lions would beat them. But other than that, I'm not really too sold on any of the teams just yet that are going to beat them. I thought Gen.G would come out as a strong favorite, but it doesn't seem like they've been hitting on all the cylinders that we may have expected. So Orgless, they have upset potential.
Well, I do think we have Fallen to chat with after that win from MIBR. See if we can actually get him here. Hello, Fallen.
Hello, how's it going, guys? Hello.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for Fallen, Jens?
Yeah. Gabriel, I noticed you guys have Fur in more of a lurking role now. He's literally tearing it up. What was that decision like to put him in more of that hard lurk role? And yeah, you guys have looked really good on Overpass. So how does it feel? Is that like your guys' home map now?
Overpass is doing pretty well. Despite the last match we played Liquid, it didn't went our way and we got pretty much destroyed on that map. But despite that one, I think we had some good performances. We won some maps and it's pretty good for us. And about Fur, we have been trying different lurkers over the past months to see how we would adapt. And because when you choose someone as a lurker, also you are moving the core that's moving and getting map control together. So every time we try to make change on that role, it's because we're trying to make some tweaks and see if the map control gets better and all the things like that. So lately it's been fair on a couple of the maps and I'm liking it so far. I think he has good reads on the game when he can catch people off guard, when he can be effective. And of course there's room to improve for everyone, but he's doing well so far.
I'm curious with your CT side, who is your secondary site caller? Because I'm sure at your site you're calling it, but for example on Inferno, it's Gen.G, Taco, and Mayern. Who is the big voice over there?
Basically on Inferno, we pretty much decided where our strength is going to be in the beginning of the round. Like you can go for banana control. Sometimes you can use 2 or 3 persons, and that's basically me and Taco doing those choices. And then when it goes to the A side, it's Gen.G and Taco deciding how they're gonna how they're going to be there, which setup they're going to use, where they're going to be aggressive. So I don't have much voice on that side. And pretty much on mid rounds with me and Fur, you can go either way. Like we choose the way we want to play, we want to approach, always trying to help each other, just on the default based on how Infernus played.
Has it been tricky to integrate Mayern into the team? Because even in some of these wins, it's not that he's playing bad. He just he's a bit invisible to us sometimes. We can't really always tell what he's doing in the team.
Mayern is a guy that has a lot of skill. Like skill-wise, he's very prepared for this level of CS. But when it comes to some things that we're very familiar with, so let's give an example. Inferno, for example, like we're gonna discuss how to take mid fully with all the nades and really do a full control using all the tools we have. Sometimes he can struggle with that because communication is pretty fast during the game, and he doesn't really. It feels like he never really did that too many times in the past. And for us that have been playing for so long, it's something that should be super usual, you know. So there is this usual thing for us that's not so usual for him yet. That we always need to catch up and need to tell him how we like to do things. That sometimes might hurt him a little bit, but I think he's doing a great job nonetheless. He's getting more sense on how to be a good player and also help other teammates to do well as well. It's not only about himself. So I think he's developing fast. I think his last weeks he's been super great because I can see a lot of progress. So we're very satisfied with it.
I can check this with Monty, but I'm actually pretty sure, being as you guys won the first group and can now at worst finish third, I think you're actually already in the playoffs.
Yeah, basically.
Whether
yes.
you'll have a high seed or not, obviously, is what will be determined by whether you win the other games. What do you think about that? Obviously, coming into this tournament, even though it's not the craziest field of teams, a lot of people didn't have MIBR as a top squad, thought maybe you guys are in a slump. What do you think about the idea of making the playoffs and actually looking like a team who maybe can win the whole thing?
Well, it's pretty good to actually be qualified for the playoffs already. That's the first goal in this tournament. We have high expectations for this tournament because we have been used to play on bigger tournaments over the last years, and we know that Flashpoint is going to be a super great tournament in the future. It's already been doing a good job, but we know that the level of the teams we're playing should be teams that will be having a good time and should be actually reaching playoffs as we did. But we did start with a defeat on LAN, and we had to recap from that, had to really get our heads high and then keep working in order to qualify. So overall, the feeling is that our first mission is accomplished. We got the spot we wanted on the playoffs, and we're going to keep working from here, and hopefully we can get even further. Our goal is to win this tournament for sure.
What happened with you guys with a major turnaround between your loss initially to Chaos, and how did you guys turn it on to make the lower bracket run? Did you make any adjustments or changes in attitude?
And did their trash talking affect you guys at all in that first matchup?
Well, I'm going to talk about myself because I have been playing this for so long, and there have been times when I was this guy. I was like Smuel, for example. I would be talking a lot of shit and speaking out loud so people could hear me. And then there was other time when I stopped doing that because I felt like there was no reason for it, and other people would do it. So for me right now, I really don't care. Like I have been on for so long in Counter-Strike that I really don't care. I don't even hear it, to be honest. It might feel like a lie, but it's not. I don't care. What I mind the most is like if I see some of my teammates being affected by it, you know, like just by answering back or by showing that they kind of frustrated about what he's doing. Then I was like, dude, why are you caring about it? It doesn't matter, like in the end. So it does affect a little bit. Some of the players might be a little bit frustrated, they might be a little bit irritated about it. But in the end, I don't think it plays a super big role on the defeat itself. And I think the other question was, what did we change after the first defeat against Chaos? I think we had some talks, and obviously Zeus is out of the team right now, and that's a change on how some of the things are being run. But I think every defeat we're trying to understand what can go better. And against Chaos, we felt that we needed more energy during the games. We needed to be more vocal. We needed to put more intensity during the communication-wise and also the way we're playing. And we try to pay attention during the practice and during the next matches on how we'll be doing about this thing I just talked about. So it's improving, and we felt a little bit improving in our game because of it as well.
Cool. I also have a question. So it's been a while now that you guys have had this double op setup with you and Gen.G. Obviously, when Gen.G first joined, he was kind of primary opping a lot more. Mm-hmm. Now you're taking over that role, and you're doing a great job doing it. How do you feel the dynamic has changed since he joined the team? And do you think you finally found like the right mix of roles, or are you still tinkering with things?
Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with the rules we have right now. I think we tried 2 or 3 different cars already during the last months, and mainly on the boot camp we tried some stuff. And there are a lot of picks you can go on all the maps that are respawn based. So sometimes you can see me giving the LP for someone to go for a pick and stuff like that, because I try to play in a way that I can make everyone comfortable. Like, I don't want Gen.G, for example, to never touch the AWP just because I'm AWPing. I'm not gonna do that, even though I want to have it most of the times. So sometimes he's feeling it. Sometimes I see that a play can really be good at that moment. He has the best spawn for it. He's just gonna do it, you know. Like, and I'm gonna be pretty satisfied doing another role. So we try to adjust like that. But overall, when we don't have all those options to go, and it's gonna be pretty default, it's gonna be something normal, then we try to use the roles we have.
Last question. I promise.
It's okay.
You said your communication was a little bit weird with Mayern. Is that part of the reason? I noticed you guys are just destroying, taking sites and getting opening kills, and a lot of times you guys are failing in like post plants and weird like 3-on-3 scenarios and mid game scenarios. Is the communication breaking down in those mid game scenarios for you guys right now?
It's been a problem. I don't think the last games it has been a problem, but if you take out the last 7 or 10 games, I can definitely say that we have been struggling on ending rounds. I think I actually mentioned that with you on the backstage, but I don't think it's only communication. It's actually bad decision making as well. Like, not playing some situations on the most basic way that kind of gives you the round already, you know, like trying something too differently, or not really holding positions instead of getting nades on hand, or really trying to plant bomb when it's not necessary, like all those things. So I think it's a little bit of bad decision making, but of course there will be one or another round where communication plays a factor. And with Mayern, communication wise, it's not that he doesn't understand it, and the problems he has, you could be seeing in other players that speak Portuguese as well. You know, like, it's not the language itself, it's just the fact that sometimes he's not gonna really pay attention fully to what's going on, and not gonna understand exactly how to complement, you know, like how to add something into what's being played. So it's kind of a game sense thing that is being proven. So it takes time. He's a very new player, has to play a lot of situations to really understand them fully, and to be on one step ahead for the next times.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Fallen. Good luck in the rest of Flashpoint. Oh, you have another question?
No, just bad luck in EPL.
Oh, jeez.
What did you say, Tori?
Bad luck in EPL.
Bad luck in EPL?
Bad
Dude,
luck.
If you wishes just bad luck, what's going to be next game? 16-0?
Let's
Come
see.
on, bro.
Let's see it, right?
He wishes you good luck in Flashpoint, but bad luck in EPL.
You know, evens out.
So come take Flashpoint's money, Fallen. Anyway, thank you for joining us. Good luck in the rest of Flashpoint Phase 2, and bad luck in EPL, according to Thor.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good time. Thanks for having us. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Gabriel.
Gotta keep it honest.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't mind it. All right, we're going to go to a break real quick, and when we come back, we'll be talking about our matchups for tomorrow, as well as playing some fun games. So we'll see you then. Welcome back to the Blind Spot. Thorin's very excited to be here. I asked you guys to play a little game, which is I asked each of you to take one of our groups in Phase 2 and assemble a roster of players from all of the 4 rosters in that group and then present it as a quality team here. And I said, doesn't matter if you guys are picking for just fraggers or if you're trying to actually put together a team that could work well in a theoretical sense. So we're going to start with Thorin, who took our Humega LOL group and made his team.
Worth pointing out as a disclaimer at the beginning, I didn't get to choose what
This was
group.
his choice of the group.
I let the other 2 pick.
He was so excited about Cloud9 and
I
Envy.
took the only group that was left. The Humega LOL
straws.
group. So let's see what team. Do we have a graphic for anything? Right, so I'll give you the reasons. So first of all, the name obviously is just banter because most of them are quite young and inexperienced and they're all onliners pretty much. So I actually started, this is actually the order I went in because I tried to make a functional team like Monty said that. I didn't just pick the 5 best players. So the reason I picked JT is actually it says it all about this group actually that the in-game leaders in this group is a fairly weak group. It's like Nifty, the Saw from Havu, who people barely know. Who was the last one that I would have there?
Copenhagen Flames?
Oh, Copenhagen. I don't know who is the in-game leader for Roblox. Does anyone know?
Is it Hooksy?
Could be. Anyway, so the reason I picked JT, even though he's not that skilled a player, is I actually am fairly impressed with what he does in Cloud9. I think he does a good job actually as an IGL. Seems like he runs a decent team. And obviously being from South Africa and playing with North Americans, he can speak many different languages. So then I took another player from his team, Floppy. I actually think, first of all, jokes aside with it being online, the last few months has been way much of a step up for him. One of the more skilled players in the group, got a lot of potential, and he's worked with JT. So there's the Cloud9 part out the way. I took Calix because I actually think in terms of this group, he's probably one of the best fraggers in the whole group, like more skilled players. I will say, as I was building this team, I might have some problems with like the entry end of the equation. I've got a lot of like lurkers here, I noticed, but well, whatever. just the first person to see him shoot him.
Who are you? Who's coaching your squad?
Obviously me. So.
Are you going to bring Leggy in, or?
And then Tesses. I actually think Tesses is also a very skilled player. I think he's already shown it. He's in one of the worst teams in the whole tournament. He's looked pretty good. Don't know why MSL didn't want him, but whatever. You know, MSL didn't want a lot of good players, so problem solved. I'll take him. And then as my last player, I wanted an AWPer. I actually think this guy is the best AWPer in the group overall. I mean, the guys... I didn't pick anyone you noticed from Havu because the problem is I don't actually think it's individual skill that's really gotten them that far their group. So mine wasn't even supposed to be that funny. It's actually just a legit team that could work.
So now evaluate your team. How far could Thorin's online youths, which just sounds horrible.
I think this team could win Flashpoint.
This team could win. You think?
Look at that team. First of all, I've destroyed half the other teams, but then secondly, this is pretty good.
You got 2 players on one of the worst teams.
But okay, all right.
So what?
In our game of the mind here, where we're putting the competition up, we have to assume that these are clones of these players playing against themselves in their original rosters, right?
Yeah.
To say whether this would be the best team or not.
Yeah, this team would beat Cloud9 and Copenhagen Flames, but yeah, they'd probably get out of their group. They would make it out. I'd barely though, just barely. I think Cloud9 might even beat this team though.
My team would bang. I can't wait.
I think the current Cloud9 could beat this team. Yeah.
Wow, that is. So Thorin's saying that they could win Flashpoint. You're saying like maybe if they're lucky, like
win their
top
own
6.
group.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe the improvement over Cloud9 right now is that
Let's just
Calix
wait and see some of the
little
garbage
better.
they pick. I guarantee they've got people like they've got 0.6 KDR like NA players. Like, it's actually good.
All right, I'm ready. This is already. Just
I thought this was gonna be fun, but I'm gonna tear yours apart.
All right. This is already a great exercise. All right,
Who's
so
next?
now that we're shit talking, Maui, please present your team, which is the dig replacement or dig measuring contest.
So this
contest.
is
Wow,
the
I
Maui
fucked that up.
Skanks, because they're a bunch of sluts. I got Fur here, known slutty player, like roids up, juices up. You know, he's looking pretty good all the time. Wardell as well, also at the gym all the time. Dudes are just buff, so like, yeah, this is all fitting the image. Infinite doesn't really play along with this, but we must digress eventually. Infinite, just a really snappy aimer, rifler. This guy doesn't miss shots that he's supposed to hit, just really consistent. You could put him in a lot of different situations and he's gonna hit it. Kusta, I think this may surprise a couple people. Secretly a little devious player there, just a nice like sly anchor player. He's been actually really impressive so far at Flashpoint. Good, just like does everything right. He actually is the highest rated player for Gen.G right now as well. And I've never seen Kusta be out of position, never making the wrong choice. And then you got here FNS. the final IGL. Overall, from the group, just kind of thinking about their leaders. Didn't want Fallen just because we don't need another Opper. We got Wardell, and Fallen with a rifle is not something I want to watch. And FNS, he actually whipped into shape the Orgless crew so quickly, and it was so impressive to me that I thought, okay, why not just whip together this ragtag bunch of skanks, and you know, we'll see what he can do with it.
We tell you could pick EU players?
No.
What is going on
That's
here?
what I mean. I told you. It's all Americans at this point.
Also, no Dig player.
Well, no Dig. Okay,
Not a
well,
single
you wouldn't want anyone from Dig right now. Maybe
Forrest?
maybe Forrest, but who would you replace with this? You can't. I can't take out my boy Infinite. He's on my Steam friends list. Can't take out Kusta as well. Also on the.
Is that a real sentence? You can't take out Infinite to put Forrest in your team.
Just slide that in there.
Okay,
like-
Infinite's looked better at aiming than Forrest when they went head to head last week. So I mean, I've got to give it to Infinite there.
Are you thinking about the social dynamics of this team?
The social.
This seems like a team that could fall apart from the inside.
No, there's a good amount of hype on this team. There's a good amount of hype. Wardell, he's a pretty hype dude. He yells. We saw Infinite cussing out his former team Chaos on day 1 or whatever.
You went so hard into Orgless.
Yeah,
here.
come on.
Yeah,
Like, that literally looks like you ranked them from left to right in terms of mental strength.
We literally tried to space the Orgless players out too, so we didn't notice like 3 of them. It's like maybe if I separate enough.
Listen to this logic. Listen to this logic. So we literally just saw them lose to MIBR, and he's like,
I'll take
could
3
beat
of them.
MIBR.
Okay.
3 Orgless players. Like, what is this? What is this?
You gotta just give these players a shot. I mean, Sabrosa was a little too finicky. That's why I took him out of the roster, replaced him with Fur. Very steady hand, very cool, calm, and collected. Kusta as well, cool, calm, and collected. Not gonna get caught off guard.
I didn't think it could get worse than Duncan.
All right. So
He had the best group. Remember, that was the most.
how far would the Maui Skanks make it at Flashpoint?
By the way, you also missed the obvious opportunity to put Gen.G on FNS's team.
That
How could
I was
you miss
no.
that?
I was thinking about that, but
obvious.
the thing is, if we ever had to play LAN, that would just not work out. Kanji's been an onliner all
Maybe
series.
it's like one of those movies in the 80s where the Russians, you have to two people work together to beat the Russians. You join forces.
I don't know. I don't know if KNG could handle the language barrier talking to FNS.
All right. How far could they go in Flashpoint?
They would win it. They would win it. Easily would win it. There's so much skill on this roster, and FNS would just kind of get basic strats. Well, that's why you take MIBR's best player.
Just be a politician.
You take MIBR's best player. You take the most solid player for Gen.G.
The evidence is MIBR beats Orgless. Therefore, 1 MIBR player, 3 Orgless players. All right, get out of here.
All right. I had literally, I was just loaded with riches.
Oh my god.
It was too easy for me.
It's going to be 3 Mad Lions players.
It's going to be 5 Mad Lions. We've all
Mad Lions and Contact
You just pick Mad
together.
Lions.
It's going to be so
Is
predictable.
it 3 Mad Lions and 2 Contact players,
Bring the
Sean?
Care Bears up. The Gare Bears.
The
whatever
Gare
it is.
Bears.
We got A-Core. We got Bubsky. I mean, A-Core is just a stud. Yeah. Obviously, I'm going to choose him as my Opera. I got Bubsky as my Lurker. I got Steel as my in-game leader. Esperanto, dude. This guy's just going to be out here fragging your teams. He's literally just going to destroy. This could literally be a team. I even have English-speaking
Here's the problem
players.
with this Maui Snake. I will fully concede this is the best of the 3.
Yeah.
We couldn't pick their players, could we? He really gets the cheeks. He just has Mad Lions, doesn't he? Like anyone who has Mad Lions players.
Yeah, three Mad Lions is A-Core's been like the best player.
Also, I think it's unfair because everybody acknowledges the individual skill in Contact, so you can pull 1 or 2 of those players and look super good. Esperanto and Ships, and you're gonna be set.
Yeah, I had so many players to choose from that I had to bench Ships. He's like my 6th player.
And like
he's the S attack.
Your team
of
would be
Gare
able to
Bears.
focus on Flashpoint because you wouldn't have to worry about the minor.
Yeah, they're dedicated completely to this tournament. You know?
They all speak English too because those Danish players, they speak better English than I do.
Probably. Little broken sometimes, but yeah, it's good. It's passable. They can listen to Steel, that's for sure.
Steel, yeah.
Until he starts yelling, then they're going to be like, oh.
All right, here's my question. Why did you take the question I have is Shush. Why him?
Dude, he's nuts. He's my bomb site anchor player. It was between him and Chips. I even had the roles. I got the roles on this team. I have a lurker. I have an entry. I have a solo bomb site player.
I
have Steel. And yeah, even if we want to lose matches, Steel can arrange that. Like, he can do anything.
Oh my god.
You can literally
Such a versatile lineup.
Yeah. You want to win, you want to lose.
I'm going to throw you guys an extra curveball here, which is your team. Which is their best map?
Ooh, which is their best map? What's your best land map? I'm going to use the 1.6 saying. What's your best land map? I don't know. Probably like Dust 2. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go Dust too. Just Acor just gonna dominate everyone. Shush and Pubsky used to playing that B bomb site. Yeah.
This looks like a good train
like
team. Yeah, this looks like a good train team.
Especially with Steel, he's always loved that.
Yeah,
map. I think I would be a pretty good
hold the
train
Don
team.
train.
All right, and you guys?
They're gonna pug some Mirage. Mirage. I want them to run out everywhere all the time. I just don't want them to stop moving.
I literally think my team could win Flashpoint, by the way.
Oh,
no joke.
We're 3 for 3 on that one.
All right. Yeah, this team right here. I mean, okay, well, it's the graphics gone, but I mean, basically, my team definitely. I just want them to take duels everywhere on the map. Infinite. He's got some of the rawest aim at this tournament. Wardell as well. You just send him out.
We want your team to take duels against our team too, right, Duncan?
Exactly.
And then for he's just gonna creep into some random spot on the map, and he's just gonna fuck everything
team
up.
should just be called Unjustified NA Hype. That's all his team is. anyway, right, there was my lineup. Let me see what map would they be good on here. I mean, obviously, immediately I'm thinking like
Definitely
team
something not
Train
in
as
the
well.
pool.
Yeah.
JT, Cloud9 players love Train. Everyone knows Space Soldiers used to play that map religiously.
I actually think your guys' teams would get single digits against mine.
I think this is a nuke team, actually. I think it's a good nuke team. Floppy's favorite map, I think, is
Not bad.
nuke. JT likes calling on it as well. Yeah. They come out with some good strats.
All right. Well, I think this is something to think of for the next Flashpoint season. Is maybe we actually make these players play in these teams, and actually, it would be fun to see you guys play GM and then just play a 1 day of matches.
Yeah.
It would be pretty good for shit talking rights. All right. We do have to move on to tomorrow's matches though, with an exciting announcement about Fun Plus Phoenix. Exciting? Question mark. First up, it's going to be Mad Lions versus Chaos in the morning at 10 a.m. Pacific, followed by Fun Plus Phoenix, the mystery roster, versus Contact.
FPX is sort of like that thing where someone has an apartment and then they rent it to someone and then someone sublets it to another person, and even though it's illegal, that person sublets it to a third person.
It's like
and at that point, like, who knows who
it's Airbnb on crack. Yeah.
It's like one of those shell companies just behind 18 other companies.
So, as a result, we do have to talk about Fun Plus Phoenix. Now, we may have told you that Fun Plus Phoenix, their slot would be taken by Swole Patrol, but we were lying. In fact, it's Bad News Bears who in the end will end up with this slot. So, gentlemen, tell me about Bad News Bears, because I know absolutely nothing about this roster.
First of all, who are the 5 players?
Gen.G,
Crashies,
PTR.
PTR. I think we said
Mitch.
Mitch, there we
People
go.
always forget Mitch because his name is so inconspicuous. But
Yeah, they're actually
Can't
pretty
forget
fire.
they're pretty good. I was looking at them for a brief period because I was going to be trial coaching for them.
They were that good, right? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So that might say something right there. But no, I was
Turn them down, did you? Busy were you that weekend?
yeah.
Why is he saying that? He goes, they're actually pretty good. I was
they're decent.
Sort of thinking about maybe working with them or something. I thought, you know what?
Well, then I'm here working with you. So okay, just giving you a little bit of props, a little bit, just a little bit, not too much. Don't get So, but they still made it to Flashpoint anyways, and no, I mean they took down the NA scene pretty handily. Swole Patrol was supposed to take their spot, but this team's actually been performing better than Swole Patrol in recent memory, other than the fact that Swole Patrol just beat Liquid. But let's just forget about that for now. And but other than that, they made the MDL Global Challenge Finals. They as Riot Squad, that was led under FNS. Since then, they've replaced FNS with Grim, and then also Dapper now. I think that's the rotation of players. And also they made it to the ROG LAN in New York, but they got bounced from that pretty quickly. They were
Who's the IGL now then?
I think Peter.
Yeah, PTR, yeah. So they're all right. And they made it to the MDL finals last time. They got beaten by the team with bolts on it.
So FNS used to be in this team.
Yes.
So he's actually installing more of his minions.
Yeah.
So he killed Fun Plus Phoenix and is now bringing his puppet squad.
He's bringing the homies in.
Into Flashpoint.
Yeah.
Got it.
Do you think it's a coincidence they're playing Dig for the 3rd time right now? Like, this is insane. Can we get Jason and Nature's casting that, please?
They did look like they were dying inside today. I was watching them cast, and I felt bad. Well, so that's going to be our news on the FPX roster. But in this replacements group, who Mad Lions, they seem to be the hands-down favorite to win Flashpoint 1 at this point in time. Does anybody, after seeing the last 2 days of games, disagree with that statement?
certainly can't write out MIBR.
Yeah.
They've certainly shown us some nice form. Havu wasn't. I mean, they've been fairly consistent throughout, but I would say on paper, the favourite is Mad Lions. Like the eye test on that last game in the group was really good.
Yeah, I would say Mad Lions is the favorite. MIBR, Contact kind of close right behind them, and then Havu probably like a dark horse just because they're map pool.
I think Taco conveyed it pretty well on the group stage picking day. He said that everyone is pretty much just afraid for MIBR to wake up. And I think everyone still kind of feels that. Orgless today played with a little bit of fear that we haven't seen from them so far. Everyone is kind of worried. Is Fur going to show up? Is Fallen going to go into God mode? Is Taco going to just be the most annoying player to try to take a bomb site from? So Mad Lions, they might have that ahead of them, but at the same time, Mayern, I don't know if this guy's going to wake up anytime soon.
Well, Mad Lions have been increasingly improving over this.
too.
The Asilian swap happened
From
right
day one to day two
before.
for them?
I mean, from their first match to the second match, and then they just kept looking like they were getting increasingly dominant. Now they've had even more time to go ahead and make this transition and solidify it. So
Yeah, that's the dangerous thing. Once Mad Lions makes the playoffs, which they likely should, they'll be very stratted up. They'll be much better than what we saw in Phase 1.
Yeah, they definitely have the most complete playbook right now. They'll run defaults, pocket strats, little just fakes. I mean, it seems like the most confusion you'll see out of any team at Flashpoint is when they're playing Mad Lions. They're out of position so much more than other times.
So, since you're famous for your CSGO power rankings, where is Mad Lions right now? Have they cracked the top 10 yet?
I only do the top 10, so they actually weren't in my top 10, I believe. I think, I think they were like just outside. I was going to put them in number 10, but I forget who is number 10, but they didn't quite make it yet.
Would you say that, given what you've seen recently, that they are still in that position, or would you move them up?
Here's the thing: the eye test tells me they're already top 10 because you think of some of the other teams in the top 10 that have been dropping down as we go. Some of them just aren't that legit. I mean, we've actually even some of the top NA teams have looked really bad to start the year.
I think your 10th rated team was 100 Thieves, and right now I would probably take Mad
They look
Lions.
like they're sliding out at this point.
Yeah, I would take Mad Lions over them. Gratisfaction versus Acor, Op versus Op. Acor is so much better than Gratisfaction. No chance. Actually.
I think the teams that are lucky enough to be around each other right now in this whole situation that's going on in the world and able to boot camp through this will come out much better when this is all done. Like, I think Mad Lions is in a very good spot right now that they're here at Flashpoint compared to the teams that are all spread out online having shitty practice.
It even
to be fair, I think 100 Thieves is actually in LA as well.
I don't think 100 Thieves will slip.
It even ended up bizarrely. They didn't intend it working out for them. The whole thing where they didn't qualify for the minor because they did the in-game leader swap, which doesn't matter now because there is no major. It's been pushed back, but based on the initial information, we're going to replay the qualifiers anyway. So by then, the whole in-game leader swap could be completely polished. Could look great. Might actually do what they want it to do.
Yeah, timing has certainly been good for 100 Lions.
Plan.
Mad Lions, rather. 100 Lions.
Another team that's dropping out of the top 10 soon, Vitality, they'll be out soon enough.
Yeah.
Give them a few months.
They look like a train wreck right now.
So actually, I think Mad Lions, regardless even of the result of this, they're going in that top 10 soon enough, I'm sure.
Fair. Well, exciting. We'll get to see if Mad Lions can continue their upward surge tomorrow. Until then, we'll see you in the morning for that first match where we get to see Mad Lions again. And thanks for joining us here at The Blind Spot.